I'll start, Erica. Thank you so much for being here, and thanks for everyone for coming a bit early today. We know we had a scheduled starting with presentations at 9. We wanted to get an early start today. We do have some discussions we want to have for wrap up of the week. These are our last series of budget meetings for the week, and tomorrow we'll take our time to regroup. We'll be grinding on the numbers tomorrow as well. And yeah, thanks everyone for being here, and I'll turn it to Erica for introductions.
Thanks, Andy. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Good morning to all of our guests. So excited to have everyone here this morning and to start at 8:30, as Andy mentioned. We're going to kick off our day with the Clerk of Superior Court, and Brad Crossland is here with his first budget meeting in this role. So very excited to have him with us. And Erin Maloney is his longest serving employee in the department, and she is here as well. And just to talk about their tab for a moment in your binders, under the Clerk of Superior Court tab on the budget overview page, you can see the 5% CPI is recommended. And also their other requests were recommended. A digital court services clerk is a 3-year limited term, and it is paid partially out of general fund and partially out of department fees and forfeit increment requests. And then a 1-year temporary staff continuation is also out of those special funds. So those are the increment requests, and all of them have been recommended. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brad.
Good morning. Thank you for being with us.
Morning. So, Chair Horseman of Supervisors, good morning. My name is Brad Crossland, and I serve as the Clerk of Superior Court. I hope I'm close enough to the microphone because I'm pretty tall, and it's going to be harder for me to get closer to it. So, yeah, it's on. Yeah. So hopefully everyone online can hear me. Yeah. So it's a pleasure to be with you today to talk about the clerk's office and briefly introduce myself in this new role. A little bit about me is I joined the county in 2012 as a temp employee at juvenile court, working victims' rights notifications and helping with payroll and IT things. I promoted to supervisor in 2015, where I was responsible for a team that at one point was as many as 9 people, including court and probation support staff, data entry, security, IT, facilities, and vehicles. In 2021, I became the Grants and Special Projects Coordinator, and in 2023, the Senior Administrative Manager, where I was responsible for all of the financial aspects of the juvenile court, including budget. In other words, I've spent the last few years working behind the scenes to prepare for a day like today without ever having to stand up here and do the talking. I was appointed to serve as Clerk of Superior Court on January 9th, 2026 to fill the vacancy created by the departure of our previous clerk, Val Wyant, who you all worked with in that role for over 10 years. We wish her all the best in Pima County. Becoming clerk was not something I'd ever planned for, but ultimately I felt called to serve in this very important role in a time of need for the clerk's office and the whole Superior Court. It's a pretty important job. Undertaking this leadership transition in January has also been quite challenging. And while there are still numerous challenges ahead, this transition has become a tremendous opportunity to showcase how positive change is possible, even when it feels like hope may be lost and the hole is too deep to climb out of. Have my clicker ready. Here we go. This team has shown that they are more than capable of adapting and dealing with all new sorts of challenges that have come up. With me today are some members of that team, Chief Deputy Erin Maloney, who's been with the clerk's office for over 14 years, but with the county for over 20 years, and Leslie Clark, who's our court services clerk supervisor. And then pictured here is our org chart. The office is currently divided into 3 divisions. On the right side of the chart, you have our court technicians. Court technician is the title for what we call the people who work in the courtroom alongside the judges. Their job is to memorialize what happens in the courtroom by creating summaries of those hearings, handling evidence, swearing in witnesses, operating our audio recording equipment. On the left side is our team of non-courtroom clerks who have responsibilities in processing documents in every case type, including criminal, civil, probate, guardianship, and family law. They also work at our front counter and provide services to customers who want to apply for a passport or get their marriage license. And in the middle of that chart is our finance team, includes staff who handle banking, processing payments, collections, court accounting for conservator cases, and jury management. This team has been through a lot, and I am so thankful for their dedication and hard work, support, and patience, especially as we go through this leadership transition. There have already been a lot of changes. There are many more changes to come, and they have all been amazing so far as we figure out the way forward together. I like to think of the clerk's office as the circulatory system of the courts. We receive every document that goes to the court at our counter or through e-filing or by email, and then we distribute those to where they need to go in the system. We generate summaries of every court hearing, and we send those out to all the parties on a case and to our partners across the justice system. We do all of this within the authority of a complex web of hundreds of statutes and court rules, too numerous to list for you today. I want to highlight that when the heart and the circulatory system isn't working well, it affects numerous other systems in the body. The same is true for us. What we do and how we do it affects everything in the justice system. While we are in fact record keepers, our actions and or inactions can have ripple effects across the county and our communities that affect people, real people, and I think highlighting that is really important. We also are the public's interface to the courts. We are located near the front of the courthouse where the public enters, and they come directly to us to do all of their business. Almost all of those documents that we're circulating also go to our court customers, and many of them are available to the public and the media on request. We respond to many dozens of requests every day through our phone and through the website, asking for criminal records, marriage licenses, copies of divorce decrees from 50 years ago, and other information. Our ability to respond to the public in a timely manner while also protecting confidentiality where we need to is a core aspect of our customer service. And being responsive to all of our justice partners, who a lot of them are here today, is critical, as I'll explain on the next slide. We are depended upon to provide these services to so many agencies accurately and without delay. So from our perspective, we sit at the center of this whole system, which I've tried to illustrate here. The inner ring, which includes the rest of the Superior Court, probation, and the Sheriff's Office, and law enforcement in general, depends on us the most, and we interact with them constantly every day we are in the courthouse. We are physically present for every hearing taking place, we are summoning juries for trial, and we are communicating the posting of bonds for defendants to be released from jail, just as examples. Today we'll be talking a bit about our backlog challenges and why they impact the system so harshly. When a hearing summary, which we call a minute entry, isn't completed in time, it can have serious downstream effects. Adult probation relies on us telling them if a pretrial report has been ordered, and when we're late, it means they have less time to write that report before it's due to court, and that causes stress on the system. We can be late in notifying the Department of Public Safety about a defendant's loss of firearms rights, which could lead to someone getting a firearm who shouldn't. It could mean an arrest warrant that was ordered doesn't get to law enforcement in time for that traffic stop they're currently doing, and they don't know any better that the person in front of them should be arrested on that warrant and brought to court. The reverse of that is also possible, that someone who had a warrant, had been arrested and then released, could be rearrested on the same warrant if we didn't get it out of the system in time because we didn't notify the sheriff, and someone who shouldn't be arrested is put back in jail. So very critical things that we're talking about. The middle ring includes our legal agencies like the county attorney, public defender, legal defender, as well as our other county departments who we work with to do our business. The public fiduciary, you might be surprised to see on here, or maybe not, is involved in court cases, so they rely on us to notify them of hearings. We work with the recorder to acquire voter registration information to be able to populate our master jury list, which we do twice a year, and we also have them record any liens on real property that might be tied to an unpaid fine. We work with the treasurer for our banking. And then the outer ring includes the Court of Appeals and the Department of Corrections. While they are further detached from the county, they are two more agencies that rely heavily on our work being timely and accurate. And finally, the public, who is our most important stakeholder. They're not just names and numbers in our case management system. They are real people who count on us to be available and responsive to all their needs. This is why we can't fall into the trap of thinking that the clerk's office is just a bunch of clerical staff who do record keeping, we must take a moment to acknowledge that this team is responsible for so many impactful jobs across the entire justice system and the county, and that we fulfill the promises to our community to be accessible, transparent, and responsive to those needs. All of this is just to emphasize that Coconino County citizens can't afford to have a clerk's office that isn't able to meet all of those needs. And I will do everything I can to work with you and everyone in the justice system to make sure we have the resources we need to get all of those important jobs done. And one reminder I'll make here too is that all of that, yes, it flows out, but it also flows into us as well. All of these agencies can impact us when they add services or expand their staff and their programs. We value all of the thoughtful programs that our partners are able to implement in their departments. I just want us to all remember that when we add capacity or innovative programs anywhere on this map, it could potentially affect the clerk's office. And I want to strengthen all of those relationships to make sure that we're not an afterthought to improvements in the system. I wanted to highlight some of the things we've been working on just in the last 3 months that already have had a tremendous impact. We started the year with a concerning backlog of minute entries. This was due to several factors, but most important was one that we had at least 2 full-time court technician positions vacant for several months. While we still have a long way to go to get fully caught up, we were able to triage the most impactful minute entries like sentencing hearings in criminal cases and bring that turnaround time from 3 months down to 2 weeks at the time that I submitted this presentation a month ago. But I can tell you that since then, my team is amazing and we're getting these out even faster now. And we have a goal to try to stay current with current hearings and work on the less critical backlogs as we have time. One of the ways that we accomplished this was implementing some automation tools like templates for minute entries that are already preloaded with information, help us generate those more quickly. We have a long way to go to implement those templates across all types of hearings, but it has already made a huge impact, and we can't wait to find more of these types of things to streamline our work and make us more efficient. The changes we're making should also allow us to track how long our court technicians are sitting in court versus at their desk, because that kind of measurement will be able to paint a picture of where we're at with our staffing requirements. Meaning, if court technicians spend a majority of their time in court, they likely don't have enough time at their desks to complete the minute entries in a timely way, which means we probably have too many court hearings to cover with the amount of staff that we currently have. We're going to work on getting that data for next year so we can better understand what resources we need so we never fall behind again. Our work is way too important for that. Also, I spent 2 full weeks in January interviewing every employee from the department as a way to get to know them, what they like working about in the courts and what they don't, and start creating lines of communication and start evaluating how work flows through the department. I'm happy to report that through these interviews, pretty much universally, our staff enjoy working in the court and for the county, which is a great place to start as we try to build up a department where people want to stay and grow. My leadership team and I also met with all of the Superior Court Division judges and their judicial assistants to find out how our work was impacting them and to get their feedback on where we can work together to continue to improve things. Again, the focus here was on building better communication so we can exchange ideas and fix issues more quickly. I also started weekly leadership meetings so we can all stay on the same page during this very energetic transition, what's expected moving forward, and establish that easy communication that we need that flows up, down, and sideways through the department and through the whole court. Another accomplishment is that our team has been working hard to digitize old files and get rid of them. File storage has been a challenge for many years, but we're going to set a goal to be as paperless as we can be going forward. Digitizing documents is a huge undertaking. Staff have to scan all the documents and then double check to make sure pages weren't missing from that. It's tedious, but important to make sure that that record that we're responsible for stays intact. And we're making a lot of progress here. It was incredibly satisfying to watch this row of stacked boxes, which were starting to tilt under their own weight, finally get loaded into a shredder. And we're going to be doing this regularly as we continue to get rid of old files. So we were asked as part of this budget process to complete a SWOT analysis outlining our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And I'll just highlight some things from this. The major strength of this department, and probably for the whole county, for sure, is the amazing people who work in it. They are very hard workers and very dedicated. Some of them stayed through some hard times and they refuse to give up. I want to make sure that they're rewarded by giving them a place they want to stay and to build a career. They also get along with and support one another through all of these challenges. We also put on a mean potluck that I hope becomes the envy of every department. Since taking on this new role, I've received so much support from everyone. Many of those people are in this room right now. I want to thank Judge Reed especially for his efforts on the judicial side to try to find ways to make the calendars a little more forgiving in getting our court technicians time to get caught up over the last 3 months, which is a big challenge considering the caseloads are increasing. But throughout our county, I have been overwhelmed by everyone's willingness to brainstorm, collaborate, and try new things. And I plan to repay all of those efforts with a clerk's office that is more responsive, capable, and resilient. For weaknesses, I wanted to be really transparent with you about some of the challenges we've been facing. I already talked about the backlogs of work we're working through, but we have a lot of fundamental administrative things that we haven't been doing that we're going to be implementing over the next couple of months. We haven't had performance evaluations in a while, and many of our positions don't have good documentation about how to perform those tasks. I've already begun to implement a plan to get us ready for evaluations when they come up again in September. This includes reviewing job duties for everyone in the department, beginning regular individual meetings between supervisors and staff, and setting clear expectations about job requirements. I'm worried that staff will burn out if I don't find a way to relieve some of that pressure. The backlogs are a constant weight on our shoulders, but it's one that we're actively fixing and already making big strides. And in any transition period, there's a loss of historical knowledge. Thankfully, we have 14 other clerk's offices around the state, the Supreme Court, and a great network in place to make sure that we can figure out a solution to any problem that we're presented with. And so in any SWOT analysis, the best part is transforming those weaknesses into opportunities. This leadership transition also gives us an incredible opportunity to hit the reset button, address processes that are inefficient and need a serious updating. We're going to find ways to do more with what we have right now by using tools we already have access to and new ones that are on the way. When we start to create capacity, we'll be able to take very seriously the professional development of our staff. I've been blessed with the opportunities to attend leadership trainings with the Arizona Supreme Court and do many other activities, and I want to make sure that the clerk's office staff get the same opportunities to grow in their careers as I have been given. And more broadly speaking, I see wonderful opportunities to continue to expand our services in rural areas. I was able to go to Page last Friday as part of the Justice Bus with 2 of our team and participate there. Being able to help a handful of people who maybe otherwise wouldn't have participated in court or wouldn't have asked for help, our help navigating their individual cases feels very significant and rewarding. It also opens my eyes to the challenging circumstances that our rural community members, especially Indigenous communities, face every day, and how it becomes clear that the systems we've created don't always work for them, but that we continue to expect it to. I will continue to listen to what they have to say about navigating our justice system, and I hope that I can work with everyone in this room to figure out how we can make it easier and fairer for everyone. And then for threats, staff retention may still be a serious concern. Our hope is that we never return to the staffing levels from last year. I know that cost of living is a challenge for every department. I think recent changes made to how we hire and pay court technicians have helped tremendously, thanks to HR and Erica especially for that. I'm going to be looking for opportunities to do something similar with our public service specialists. Continue to be creative about creating paths for growth within the department. New technologies are both threats and opportunities, and I wanted to highlight here, though, that not every new technology is an automatic increase in productivity. Indeed, many new systems we implement come with an upfront cost to staff time spent learning how to do things differently. We're hopeful that these new technologies eventually increase productivity, but sometimes new technologies both address our strategic priorities and create more work to accomplish them. And we need to be able to support new programs with the adequate staff resources. Later today, Judge Reed will no doubt be highlighting more data about the increasing caseloads in Superior Court. More caseloads means more documents filed, more exhibits, trials, more court hearings, so we are directly impacted by those. Additionally, new legislation is always a threat, as it can cause fast-acting changes to already complex processes. And finally, I just want to highlight that these leadership transitions will inevitably happen. It's the nature of being an elected office subject to the voters' preferences. My response to this is to make sure that I create a clerk's office, and by extension for the whole Superior Court, one that is more resilient to these types of leadership changes, that there will be lasting processes in place that will make those transitions less worrying for staff and ensure continuity into the future. So to help address some of those challenges, I've made 2 requests for general fund support. The first and most important is a 3-year limited term position that I've tentatively labeled as a digital services clerk. While we appreciate the ongoing county effort for raises, we really do appreciate that. We do often feel that we're sometimes at a breaking point, balancing all of these new systems like digital evidence with our current staffing levels and the increasing caseloads. We've spent the last couple of years trying to roll out digital evidence completely, and we've only gotten a little bit of the way. And the biggest task yet to come is with criminal cases. We see a huge opportunity here to have a digital evidence specialist able to train self-represented litigants who need help with the system, assist attorneys who need help with the system, and provide technical support. They would set up new cases, and finally, to prevent excessive costs of using the system, which does charge us for storage fees and a cost per case every year. Someone who would be dedicated to purging all of that evidence out of the system after it's no longer needed to avoid those costs from increasing. Today, our court technicians, yes, the ones that I described as being 3 months behind as recently as December, were the ones tasked with setting up cases in the system. And having a dedicated clerk for this means those court technicians can then continue to address backlogs and stay caught up. The county manager has recommended funding about 60% of this position from general fund over the next 3 years. I think that percentage is right, with the remaining funding coming from some of our special revenue funds. While I am still trying to learn all of the nuances of our special revenue funds, we think this is doable. And I think we're so excited just to get another person in our office to help us tackle these workloads that we will work with you however we can to make that happen. I will just note, though, that I do have concerns about using some of our limited and intermittent special revenue funds for any recurring costs. And I anticipate that I will be asking for general fund support as we near the end of that 3-year limited term appointment, which would be in the lead up to FY30. And I will hopefully bring lots of data and positive impacts that would support that kind of request. We've just had a very limited amount of time to evaluate these sorts of things, and I hope next year I'll have a much better idea of where we're at. Our second request, which the county manager has recommended we use special revenue funds for, is to continue to fund our temporary chief deputy through December, which had been paid for with vacancy savings from FY26, which we're hopeful that there won't be any vacancy savings in FY27, fingers crossed, and to possibly provide some limited opportunities to pay for staff overtime as we continue to address backlogs. A lot of the things that we've been able to accomplish in just 3 months is because of our ability to have that temporary part-time chief deputy, who's Della Heiser on our team, who couldn't be here today, and continuing to fund her through December and use all of her encyclopedic knowledge of court rules and her almost 3 decades of experience from Mojave County. It's almost impossible to put a price tag on. It's so valuable and needed right now. I'm not optimistic that I can keep her from fully retiring after December, but we thank her for every minute that she's helping us through this transition. And then quickly, like to summarize some other general challenges. Apologies. Oh no, the font looks great on this screen. On the other screen, it didn't look too great. It was all spilled over off the page. It often feels like with all of these issues that we won't be able to meet the high standards that we all share as a county for the quality of employment we offer. Many departments are able to implement significant work from home, work-life balance perks, and ample capacity for professional development. But I'm going to do everything I can to bring us closer to that standard. And we're going to be working really hard on that over the next year. We also understand that at the moment, it is very difficult to measure what our actual staffing needs are. I'll show you this graph on the next slide. I'll be fully transparent that I need to do a lot more work to be able to tell this story, and I think Judge Reed will be telling a similar story from a different angle. But I wanted to show you this as a way of saying my team feels like we need more help to do the job that's expected of us. I wanted so much to bring you so many additional data points today that support this feeling that we have, but I don't have that today. It's a project for next year's budget. This graph shows comparative increases in 3 areas since 2011. Clerk FTEs, the blue line, county population, the green line, and docket counts from our case management system in red. Docket counts are up 123% compared to 10% for county population, and clerk FTEs are up 5%. It's a pretty big relative increase, right? It might even make you feel a certain way. But I can't stand here today and tell you this one thing proves that what we feel about our current staffing level is valid. I have a lot more work like this to do over the next year to tell this story as we continue to unpack the long history of the clerk's office and also implement so many things to streamline our processes with our current funding levels and stay fully staffed. It's just very difficult to tell this story today with the limited data I have, so more to come. And then figuring out how other counties' clerk's offices are able to fund and support their courts programs with staff and tools is on my mind a lot. I'm going to be doing research into how they support themselves with local and statutory fees to gain more insight into how we might be able to accomplish more with what we're already collecting. We also believe we've identified some uncollected fee revenue, and we're going to be looking to put some of these things in place where we might be able to collect more fees that we should have been collecting all along. And we're going to try to do it in a way that's sensitive to people's situations to not burden those people who can't afford to pay them. And a final note on technology costs. In the courts, we pay annual device fees for things like PCs and laptops. Rather than just buy a laptop once and set it up and replace it in 5 years, we're required to pay an annual fee that is about the cost of a laptop. Put another way, each laptop we have means essentially paying for an entire new laptop each year. Despite that, I'll be looking for ways to get us more laptops, which will hopefully give us more opportunities to offer work from home situations, which will hopefully lead to better retention, falling less behind on work when someone is absent from work when they otherwise are able and willing to work remotely. And so finally, a look ahead, because we think the future is very bright. We will continue to catch up on our backlogs. We're going to implement performance evaluations, supervisor one-on-ones, cross-training, structured onboarding for new employees where they get the training they need to succeed on day one, fully roll out digital evidence court-wide, fully implement templates and other automation tools, get our bank accounts transferred over, which is a huge undertaking all on its own. And then for next year and beyond, we anticipate a new jury management system being rolled out, which we are very excited about and should greatly improve the juror experience. It includes things like being able to text jurors as they're arriving to court to let them know of maybe road closures or weather, lots of really cool stuff. I plan to overhaul our public-facing portals like our phone menu system and our website, develop continuity and succession planning, develop policies and procedures, many from scratch, build the capacity for needed professional development, complete the transition to being a paperless court, and continue to participate and work on public access issues and outreach to rural communities. So with that, I leave you with a picture of my dog, Lucy, who is adorably dopey in this one. I know that juvenile court is right after me, and they usually bring their secret weapon, Blue, who you will get to pet and say hi to shortly. So I thought I'd try to win you over with a cute dog picture. On a personal note, I just want to thank my family from juvenile court where I worked for 14 years. It's hard to leave a family that supports you so much, but I know that they are not far away if I need them. They were there for me when my mom passed away last year, and they gave me an unbelievable send-off in January when I moved into the clerk's office. I'm standing here today because of them. You already know this, but they're pretty amazing. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions you have. Thanks.
Well, Brad, first and foremost, I want to thank you for taking up the challenge of the clerk of the Superior Court. You know, it just, I know there was a lot of angst going on. And I just am so pleased that you are willing to take on the challenge and absolutely impressed with what you've been able to do. So I want you to know that. So for you and your staff, a huge thank you. I mean, really, really impressive work. It looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that from the vacancies, you have one left. Is that right? One vacancy?
Yeah, so we just, we lost a court tech in April to Phoenix. So that position is currently posted. And our hope is to fill it as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Because that that catching up is still happening. We need as many of those court technicians as we can get. But we also had one return from leave, so we are about where we were at through January and April. So we're not going to miss a beat, but we're hopeful to keep the ones that we have. They do
I hope so.
very important work, and we can't afford to slip to two vacant for several months. We can't afford that.
That's right. So good. And I know, and we're going to have to be dealing with this, but our revenue here in Coconino County is certainly not growing as fast as the expenditures and as fast as the needs. Court system, I think, is one example. The whole criminal justice system, but the whole court system is certainly a place that such a large percentage of our budget goes, and yet it's never enough. And for appropriate reasons, it's never enough. Your graph is an example of that. If and when we were able to really fund a Division 7, would that increase your work, or would it allow you to, quite frankly, be more efficient, more effective in what you were doing internally with what you've got?
Division 7, if it were given a space to have its own hearings, would require more staff from us. Just because we have the responsibility of being physically present at every court hearing. So if there is an additional division that is having court at the same time as the other 6 divisions, then we would absolutely need to have staff that could be there. We currently have 8 court technicians for 6 divisions, plus a supervisor. And so if that went to 8 and 7, that would be very difficult to manage. So we would hope to get a full-time court technician if we expand to a full Division 7. And we would work with Judge Reed to make sure that we're thoughtful about that.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation. Coming into this position, I see that a lot has been looked into, and as far as what the needs and strengths, weaknesses, threats, opportunities there are within in your department. I think what's very important is that you involve your staff, going to them and asking them, for their input. That means a lot. And I know that because I started my 52nd year of being a public servant. Prior to really working in a public service environment, at the beginning stage of it, we had supervisors that didn't take our input, never sat down with us, and we just went to work and from 8 to 5 and we were out the door. But when it came to including and going to the staff, say, what are your needs? How are you doing? Even a good morning, that really takes them a long ways. And so I just want to say thank you for that, because they feel a person would feel, or staff would feel a sense of ownership, and they would want to work more. So I just want to bring that up. And then performance evaluations is very important. Because it tells you where your strengths and weaknesses, as far as your organization is concerned. And if you had to make changes, then, that can be used to make changes to elevate the position or whatever. And so I'm really glad that you're on track. And then also, and funding is always a threat, as mentioned by our chair here. And we all have to be, every department has to be aware that, every year, this past year, we had that with various departments, and, we just need to be very, I don't know how to say this, but, we just have to make sure that we have, we're doing the right thing, with the right amount of dollars that we're getting, and then we have to be prepared for the budget cuts. So that's the other thing. And so I just want to say, there are a lot of things that takes is there, and so I just wanted to bring parts of those up. Coming from being a secretary for the school board, and with the Navajo Nation and other various departments. It is important. So I just want to say thank you so much, and to the staff, thank you for working really hard, because it's not easy working with policy, some mandates. We talked about statutory mandates that we have to meet, and the financial, requirements that, that they want us to do. So those are the things that we all need to think about. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Ontiveros, and then Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly agree with my colleagues' comments that they've stated, and I'm just going to kind of tag on to Supervisor Begay's comments, because I also took note of this when you were explaining the transition that took place. And I also appreciate the fact that you took time to sit down with the people that are there, because an understanding heart has wisdom. Because you took the time to gain understanding, you have wisdom in moving forward. And I also would like to just acknowledge the fact that you didn't spend energy looking back. You didn't spend energy coulda, shoulda, woulda. You rolled up your sleeves and you got to work, and that is admirable. And I just want you to know that I noticed that. Thank you, to the staff, to everyone. And if you would please pass that on to all of your entire office, because we know it takes a team. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Fowler.
Wow, I am impressed with how much that you have accomplished in such a short time. To be able to do a study and just find out all your relationships and where they are, and then to be able to meet with everyone, and then creating templates. Technology is really important, how we use it and if it works for us or not. And I just think that technology it's here already, and it's not going away, and we've got to learn how to use it to enhance our work, our everything that we're challenged with, and that's especially in our work environment and the courts. I've been reading about how technology and is being used in the courts and by attorneys. And I've been just wondering how our system is using it, or if they're using it. Then if there's, I am even questioning, like yesterday, and I think you were here, should we create a AI hub to be able to help our departments and our employees to learn how to use it and be able to really, in a safe way, because we're contracting out now, and where's that contract from? Is it really a safe place? Because it is something that we really have to be mindful of. So I'm really impressed with that. Thank you. And then Justice Bus, yes, I'm happy that you're there. Justice Bus is just such important service that is out in the community now. And the more the laws are being changed and impacting people individually, legislators, and sometimes, sometimes our leaders in these important positions don't understand or have no idea what those laws and those impacts are. And you're the ones that have to carry, and you got to carry those mandates out. And you've got to do it in a sensitive way. And that's where you all come in with your, trying to filter and make sure that people are treated equally and fairly, like you said. And I'm really, I just think our justice system has a heart, and I saw your heart in the middle of this, and I thought that's how I think a lot of our community are starting to see that our justice system does have a heart. And I think that's really important. And you're the heart of all of that. The amount of work to be able to sit there and accurately, like Code Talker, there was a bridge dedication just at in Cameron, and the Code Talkers, there's 200 of them that land on Iwo Jima, and they transmitted their message in that time that they were there, and not a single mistake was made. And I was listening to you describe the court clerk in the courtroom, and then being able to go back to the desk, transmit what was and into a computer, and then have to send it out to all these requests, or where they need to go. That's a whole systemic, the system that you all, and within a timely manner too. Like your examples, if we're not doing this, this is what may happen, and these are direct impacts onto individuals. Now, when we're general public, when we're looking at the courts, we don't think about that. We don't know the details that go into this and how sensitive your work is. So I just really appreciate you describing that. And I thought, while you were describing that, I was thinking about the Code Talkers, how important their message was, and how it was transmitted with not a single error. And that's what's expected of your, all the staff, which is such pressure and amazing. So I just want to thank every single one of your staff for that. And thank you for sharing that description. And then our state legislators, we try our darndest on this side to help to advocate and try to change wordings in the legislation or outright not have it passed. Now, you mentioned legislative changes and mandates. I know you work with, I'm sure you work with our government affairs department. If there's anything, please keep us abreast of that so that we may be able to take it to our state legislators or to on the Hill as well, our congressional delegation. And the National Counties Association, there are 3,069 counties. We also submit resolutions, and those resolutions, what we try to do is have an impact on Congress and their legislation. So once we introduce a resolution, then the National Counties Association, if they adopt it, if the organization adopts it, and I'm on the board of directors there, it comes to us. Once it goes through all the committees, then we approve it. Then it becomes a priority of the National Counties Association. So I think it's really important that all our departments understand that and make sure that we're aware of these programs. So anyway, that's another route. So mandates are really scary, people often ask me, what does a county supervisor do? If I'm in Utah, I say, well, can't you see these are the commissioners? They need a supervisor. But one of my answer is that we have to protect ourselves from the state legislators. And that's exactly what we have to do. And that's where a lot of our revenue that has an impact on us and direct services. And so that's where I think it's that right there is just really important. We're always trying to save ourselves from that. Laptops, I'm afraid right now for IT to update my phone. I'm totally, it has to happen. And I'm saying, no, I don't want it. Because last time I lost everything. But this laptop, I just wonder how, paying the fee and getting a new computer. I don't know how that system works, but maybe we need to look into that. I'm looking at our county managers, and I don't know if that needs to be reviewed, or maybe it's already been reviewed and it's just something that we have to really look at, because we can't do our work without our laptops.
In our case, though, we are managed by the Supreme Court's
Oh,
IT,
okay.
so it's really their rules and their system. Part of the cost, that high annual cost, also helps to pay for all of the software that we use, like Ajax, all of the software licenses. So it's not. It sounds like the sticker shock is big because it's a lot to pay for this equipment. But it does pay for more than just the equipment. It's how the Supreme
Yeah.
Court manages their overall IT costs statewide.
Well, thank you for reminding me that you're with the Supreme Court, under the Supreme Court. Sometimes we forget where the line is. So, but it's really good to know that. But, even that, maybe we can advocate. We just had the Arizona Supreme Court in Page. It was really nice to meet them. Thank you to Judge Reed and Sharon. So, but, I just think that your information and the amount of work that you all have yet to do is such a huge undertaking. I wish you well and strength and wellness to all of your staff as you go through this process, because this is a huge undertaking for you to, in a very short time span. You're telling us by next year, by next year, by next year. That's a lot. And I have my next year list here almost filled up the page. No.
I'm trying to be optimistic about
Yeah,
getting
that's
that done.
really great. And that's the way to be, some doesn't work out and you just say, hey, what's next? What else can we do? It didn't work out that way. So then what else can we do to make it work? That's all we can do. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, first off, thank you for the presentation. Congratulations, you got through your first one. And I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the clerk of the courts. As you said, you really are the front line when the public comes in asking questions, needing something, some documents. I know I've been there multiple times for different things and always got great service, and just really appreciate all the work that your office does. And it's enlightening to see just how much the work is increasing, and there's multiple factors to that. And as we move forward, we'll be taking that into account to see how we can best support all the different services in our justice system. Thank you.
Any other comments? Otherwise, very good job. Thank you so much. And we look forward to continuing dialogue with you. So thank you. All right, we're moving on.
Madam Chair, members of the board, can I just say, Brad, your dog is ridiculously cute, and I run into Brad walking a couple of times a week. It always brightens the day seeing him. And I also want to note, next up, do we have adult probation or juvenile probation? Juvenile probation. Brad noted he worked in juvenile for what, 12, 15 years, 14 years. And you see the talent being grown there and what we're bringing to the clerk of the courts to apply towards getting that work done. And Brad, you had said you're called to serve, and your answer, all you and your team. Thank you. Thank you. It's a human calling.
Okay, if I may introduce, Judge Kircher is here and Casey Lightfoot is here. So some departments don't have anyone who was hired in the 90s. And continuous county employment, I have to put an asterisk on it after yesterday, regardless of department. You have two that were hired in the 90s, but also one that was hired in the 80s. So Patty Reyes was hired in January of '89. And fun fact, she is the longest continuously serving county employee that we have in the entire organization. There are only 3 employees in Coconino County that have continuous service from the 80s. Patty in January of 89, Lorraine Ornalis in March of 89 with HHS, and Cindy Winquist, who was November of 89 in the assessor's office as an appraiser 3. But in addition to Patty, you also have Charlotte Treese, a finance tech, who was hired in 99, and Brian Verkamp, a lead PO, who was hired in 89 and is here today. So thanks for being with us, Brian. And yay, woo! So also to look at, so it just speaks to the family that Brad spoke about, that you have people who've served for such a long time. In looking at the budget overview for juvenile court services, you can see the 5% CPI is recommended, and also the page office rent at the high school is also recurring, that was recommended. So those, there are no unrecommended requests in this department. And with that, I will turn it over to Judge and to Casey.
Good morning, Judge. Thanks for being with us this morning.
And I serve as the Director of Juvenile Court Services. I've had the honor of being in the department for over 20 years, and I can say that the folks that we have in our department feel like extended family. And would you guys just stand up if you're in juvenile court? We have our page manager. Yeah. I thank you. I was asked today if I was nervous, and I'm never nervous coming to these events. And the reason is because it is an amazing opportunity for me to showcase what these folks and what their teams do. And there's really no need to be nervous. All of us are on the same page. We're all goaling for the same things. We want a healthy community. And I'm telling you that the folks behind us right now are all doing that every single day. And so we are Juvenile Court. Our mission is building brighter futures. We worked with Dr. Paju with Georgetown Justice Reform to create our vision statement, which is up there as well, which is we aspire to strengthen our community where individuals can use the strengths they already possess to thrive through connection, compassion, and mutual respect. Today, we have about an hour with you, and of course, we fall under emergency preparedness and public safety. But what's unique about probation outside of the court system is that we also do a ton of health and human service related types of programming, services, connection. And so you will see that today. I'll start with our increment request. I'll go over our division reports and the accomplishments, which is the most exciting for me to share. We'll talk a little bit about our future landscape. And then I'd like to end with an appreciation of the folks that we've been working with throughout the year. So the increment request that we have this year is something that came into fruition about 6 years ago. And it was really evident at the time. We had been sharing a building with adult probation in Page. And we had this tiny building that all of us were crammed into. We were sharing a lobby. And as best we could, we kept the adults separate, and they were seeing adult sex offenders. And we had our juveniles on the other side of the tiny little lobby. And it just wasn't conducive for what they needed nor what we needed. And so 6 years ago, we spent $350,000 of our own fees to renovate a wing of the Seattle High School. And at the time, the agreement was that we would have to figure out how to fund it, rent, and the remodel for up to 3 years, and then the county would step in and pay going forward. When 3 years rolled around, we had the good fortune of having ARPA money, which could also be used, and so we extended an additional 3 years using ARPA. I stand before you today saying I do not have another pot of money that is an allowable expense for the Page office. And so that's why we are before you today. It is an absolute essential function for our Page residents in the outlying areas that can commute to Page, as opposed to having to come all the way into Flagstaff. When we talk about bringing justice into our communities, there really isn't an option for us not to be there unless we're asking and burdening our citizens to have to go all the way into Flagstaff and become flag-centric, which is not what we want. I'm sure that's not what you want. All of our critical functions happen in that office. It's a beautiful office. Thank you to Supervisor Fowler for cutting the ribbon 6 years ago. If you haven't been there, I would encourage you to go. We have court that happens every 6 weeks in person, and then also we have telecommuting and capabilities so that folks can come in and they have access to the internet. We can do all sorts of telemed if we need to do that. It really is a service to the area. Looking into the rest of the presentation, juvenile court has 2 branches. There's a delinquency branch, which is really about 8. It's about competency. And 8 is really the youngest. Typically, we see like 10, 11, 12-year-olds all the way up to 18 with continued jurisdiction through their 18th to their 19th birthday.
You know, before you move on,
Yes.
since you did the increment request, you never really said how much.
Oh, it's $24,000 a year. Mhm.
That's kind of critical, so I want
Yes.
to make sure.
Absolutely. And I think all of the details are in the packet itself, but thank you for asking. It is $24,000.
Sure that
Mhm.
we're
And
talking
it is a
about-
10-year lease, renewable. It is a lease through the accommodation school district. They have that whole building, and we have one wing of the Seattle High School. Any other questions about the increment request? I'd be happy to answer. Okay.
Thank you, though.
Absolutely, yeah. So in juvenile court, we have delinquency and we have dependency, and a lot of different divisions amongst the 2 of those. But what we created a few years ago in 2021 was an off-road to both of those branches. It became really evident that when we had high school teachers and elementary school teachers and middle school teachers saying, we have this kid and you'll get them in 3 years, you'll get them in 5 years. That's not justice. If everyone can see that there is a problem or there is a need or there is a concern and that's not getting addressed and we're just seeing families flounder, for us that wasn't justice. So what could we do to create a mechanism that families that were in need could come voluntarily, get the services that they were in need of without having to have a formal referral through law enforcement to us? And so the Hope Receiving Center was born, and that actually, we'll get into those data points in just a minute, but that is the off-road to either one of the delinquency or dependency branches that we'll be telling you about in just a few minutes. And then in addition to that, one of our highlights, one of the things that we're proud about is that we have great staff retention. And as you can, Brian's been here for how many years, Brian? Yeah, 1999. Yeah, okay. He doesn't want to age himself. I get that. But for us, staff at grade 11 or above, just looking at a 3-year retention rate, we're at 85% and above. So very proud of what we're creating in terms of our internal culture. Hope Receiving Center, what I just was talking about. When we look at the accomplishments for this last year, we served 162 kids and families across all of the programs. 31 of those were really intensive deflections, which are 30 days to 90 days that help kids and families get whatever services they need and kind of get back on track. 26 youth and families were in our truancy prevention, 26 were in our suspension alternative. Our goal is to keep kids in school. That's a protective factor. So those numbers are pretty critical. Of all of those, 98% never penetrated the system further. They were able to get voluntary services and never hit the justice system. So when we talk about strategy about how to not have an expanding court system, at least in juvenile, deflections and diversions are where you look. Since 2021, 672 youth were served in total. So that's how many youth and families we've served in our community. And 97% of those have not gone further through the system. Pretty phenomenal. And that's based on the work that our staff are doing. This last year, we had a collaboration with another nonprofit. It was Girls on the Run. Fabulous program if you guys don't know about it. Women go into schools and teach young girls about self-esteem, body image, all sorts of building of protective factors. We were able to allow 5 of our staff to directly run 3 different programs and serve 51 girls under that auspice of deflection diversion. When you look at what our treatment team does, so many things, not all of them could even fit on this, but when you look at our in-house treatment services, we have individual and family therapy through EMDR, substance abuse, DMT, or DBT rather, smart recovery, parent-specific stuff, youth-specific skill development. And then we're really collaborative. So we work with a lot of nonprofits in our community to come in and try to serve and meet the youth and their family where they're at in our community. And those are just a few of the many that we partner with. I want to be really clear that we are not flag-centric. We very much go into Williams. We very much are in Page. And these are just a few of the snapshots of some of the kids doing some of those outside activities. If we can't provide it with our in-house services, we have contracted service providers. We make that a priority. And then we also, in both schools, do school-based interventions. Just a snapshot of what types of kids are finding their way to us. So if they're on probation and our treatment team is working with them, our probation is working with them, there's a real high acuity in terms of the need. To the left, you're seeing the youth that were funded through court or state-funded placements. These are placements that we funded. We had 28 youth this last year. But when you add the IHS placements and the health home placements and access placements, we're looking at 53 total youth. And then you can see the breakdown of how many of those 53 had either 1, 2, 3, or 4 placements each, totaling almost 2,000 days of out-of-home placements. That is a big deal. We're really fortunate that we have Northam Family Help Center as a nonprofit to work with. They are an amazing group to work with, very committed, and they have been a long-standing partner for us. We partner with them to provide respite beds for our probation youth. This last year, we had 23 youth with almost 500 bed nights. So this helps us not have to utilize our detention center, because that's not, no matter how soft we can make our detention center, we're institutionalizing kids when they're in there. So whenever we can have a controlled environment, if home's a little rough right now, they have a place they can go, they can de-escalate, they have a lot of wraparound services, and then they can launch back into their own homes or back to an aunt or an uncle. So it's a really wonderful stopgap. In addition to our probation beds, because ARPA went away, we figured out a way to continue with our detention aftercare services. So these are kids that actually are not on probation, come to detention, do not score to stay. 21 of those youth could go to Halo House, and that totaled 217 beds, looking at a total of 716 bed nights this year. Some of our treatment accomplishments was basically providing almost 4,000 hours of direct therapeutic services to kids and families. We have 5 independently licensed clinicians. We provided over 3,000 hours of one-on-one in-person skill training and support for kids. And then this year we relaunched Teen Court into the schools around Flagstaff on the behest of Judge Kircher, and that was a success as well. And then layering in with our high acuity kids in detention, additional programming, yoga, life skills, DBT groups, and weight training. Moving on to our probation division, here's a snapshot of what probation has looked like in the last calendar year. You're seeing a slight decrease in referrals. You see diversions reordered or ordered onto probation, a drop, meaning we're doing better with keeping diversion youth and families out of penetrating further into the system. Yep, we're looking at standard probation reorders. That dropped as well. That is significant and meaningful. Unfortunately, we had 2 youth committed to the Department of Corrections, but I stand before you because I have to look in the mirror with every single kid that goes to the Department of Corrections and tell you whether or not that was justified. And both of those youth had an average of 10 different interventions, services, programming, 4 different opportunities at different treatment centers. And I can say, as much as you can do for kids and families, they also have to meet you and want to change. And so, and there's a community safety risk with firearms. And so with that, we did have 2 youth this year go to the Department of Corrections. Our probation accomplishments is through our data, which supports this, is that we're continuing to have effective targeting of interventions. We launched this year a gun safety curriculum for high-risk kids through ASU. We saw a decrease in recidivism, no probation turnover at all in 2025, and then increasing our multi-agency approaches to high-risk youth, working with FPD, Sheriff's Office, and GIT 'em. Our detention center, you saw last fiscal year, a decrease in our numbers from 3.1 average daily population to 2.6. When I'm before you next year, that will be a huge increase. We're already seeing that. But for what I'm reporting on, there was a decrease. The average length of stay dipped to 11.7. And a lot of folks ask, like, how many kids come to detention every year? Well, last year, 147 came to our doors. Only 100 met the criteria for detainment. And then this information does not actually include the remanded youth, which we have started taking 15, 16-year-olds that are charged an adult and would be over at the adult jail. We're housing those kids because that's the best practice. They're still kids, regardless of whatever the crime they've committed. And so we'll keep them in our detention center, but their stays are way longer than what our youth stays are. Looking at the acuity of those kids in detention, almost 10%, 9 of them, had risk for harming themselves, which created 33 separate crisis watches, almost 4,000 hours spent on crisis watches. These are our DOs doing this. 2,606 hours spent on one-on-ones with these kids to ensure that they did not affect a suicide in our detention center. 1,192 hours of training. Because of this high acuity, we've increased our training. This is cumulative across all of our detention officers. When we look at our detention accomplishments, you can obviously feel that could lend to feeling like a pressure cooker back there. Despite that, we've had 94% staffing extending beyond the 1 year. We continue to make our facility more trauma informed. We're a department that will make lemonade out of lemons. Our rec yard is awful, and it's really institutional. And so we have contracted with the mural artist, and that's what they've been able to do. So at least there's a semblance of greenery. Yeah, and then, yeah, no, that's real. That's a real one. We also passed with excellence, and this is important so that you all can feel good about like where the kids in our community, our kids go if they're in detention. We've passed with excellence in all prison rape elimination and ADJC audits. What we do works, and this shows it. So fiscal year data, you want to see at the bottom of your pyramid that you're addressing most of your population and that most of that population does not penetrate into the system. This graph shows that. And you can track all the way up, 92% successful on the diversions, 94 at our standard probation, 83 at intensive probation. I expect that it's harder cases. The more you get in there, the harder the acuity, the harder the complex cases with the family, and then 2 to the Department of Corrections. Talking about the separate wing of juvenile court is the dependency system. We saw a dramatic increase up in our dependency petitions filed. Children with open dependencies also increased. And then the percentage of cases that are served by CASA volunteers was 33%, which was a decrease. When you look at our court-appointed special advocates, these are all volunteers. And a lot of time they're retirees, and they're amazing folks that donate their time to really be there for kids and be the voice of kids in court. And when you look across what they've been able to do for kids in our community, I mean, those kind of stats speak for themselves, like 1,400 hours of service, over 12,000 miles traveling across the state of Arizona to meet their kids, an average of 35 volunteers serving 71 kids. Our dependency accomplishments, 100% of our in-house mediations did not proceed to trial. That is amazing. That's about Jill and Jessica. 79% of open cases are involved in at least one of our in-house services. We're one of the only departments that has in-house services for dependent youth. We just started our Indian Child Welfare Act, or ICWA Court, implementation's underway. We're really excited to share what that data might look like next year with you all. And then Kirsten Mellinger is our clinician that is assigned to the dependency unit. She single-handedly provided 269 hours of psychotherapy sessions for kids birth to 5 this year and their families. And then we launched the Jiffy program, which is a collaboration with law enforcement. If they're in the field and they happen upon a traumatic situation, they will inform the Jiffy system. And then that means that information will go to that kid's school and alert them that there was a traumatic event, so that the school doesn't look at a kid's behavior and think, oh, what's wrong, or why is this kid acting in a problematic way? There's a trauma-informed lens that goes into how can we get this kid help immediately. We have our facility dog program. This was a very sad year. Franklin passed away from a form of cancer that was not curable. But prior to his passing, he made a tremendous impact in our community, serving over 2,000 one-on-one contacts with youth and kids, or youth and adults rather, in our community, and over 100 court hearings. Nicole's actually out right now in Santa Fe getting rematched with the dog. So we're hoping that by the summer she will have another dog in the dependency unit. Blue, who is here today with Lionel, has completed over 204 visits and served over 2,000 youth and family in our community as well. I wanted to touch on our collaborations that was asked of us. And again, our department does pretty amazing with collaborations, but these are just a few, and a few about what we're doing with each of those various kind of bullets. We're really excited about our CJCC. I think it's the most active our CJCC has been. It's the most effective it's been. It's exciting to be a part of a group of folks that have such energy and passion and proactive approaches about how to address these systemic issues. So really excited about that work. Adult probation with Kara Singer has been amazing, looking at young adult caseloads and not treating young adults like having more of a juvenile lens to these young adults that don't have their brains fully developed. And so that's exciting work. Girls on the Run, law enforcement, Fiat, our tribal partners, our educational partners, the county attorney's office, and then community bridges. So when we looked at those crisis, all the crisis in juvenile court, there's not a place locally where they can go. And so with CBI coming into the picture, there's a sense of relief that there's somewhere that the kids could go that's in our community still, and that's anticipating to be opening sometime in late fall. Our future landscape, we think there's two sides to every coin. So for every challenge, you just have to look at it in ways that you can figure out an opportunity. The stability of state-funded probation positions, that impacts adult way more than it impacts juvenile. I have a lot of empathy for Kara. Folks like to fund kids way more than they like to fund adults with criminal records. And so I find it easier to find funding than her department does. The erosion of federal grants that is being seen everywhere, elimination of funding streams unique to juvenile. There's no longer a mechanism to have fees, which is we're philosophically aligned with. But once our fees are gone, we can't replenish them. It's a one-time source. So that's something unique to us. The high acuity of kids in detention and our current building limitations. We have a 2-story detention center that's very industrial. It's not meant for the type of kids we're seeing today with the philosophy that we're seeing today, trying everything we can to soften that. But that is a challenge. And so looking on the other side of that coin, we continue to expand our in-house services. We reimagine roles and responsibilities. We increase our cross-department and community collaboration. And then we try to invest in our building repurposing and softening. And then right before questions, I just wanted to take a moment to say all of the things that we do cannot happen in a silo. And this is specific to our county departments, but just an amazing appreciation of not just these departments, but the people in those departments that really create bridges and create like ecosystems that we can all thrive in. And sometimes you have to have challenging conversations and you don't always agree. And there's only so much money to go around. But the way in which these people walk the walk and talk the talk, I can't say enough. And I wanted to have a moment of appreciation. And then with that, I will open it up to questions.
Wow, that is great. And, you know, you're exactly right. What we do works. I mean, just your presentation and the data showing the successes you're having for youth and their families is fabulous. So, you know, to you and your staff, huge thank you and huge kudos. Job well done. I know there's more to be done. I know there are a lot of challenges that our youth are facing here in our communities. And it's so wonderful to see how you are addressing those needs. And we look forward, of course, to doing what we can to ensure you get what you need to be able to do your job. And we have a huge commitment, of course, the youth of our communities. And I guess I was a little taken aback because I thought, and I checked, and we have the juvenile court facility in Page, which many of the board members were up there for the ribbon cutting and got to do a tour, which was fabulous. And it really is a wonderful facility. And I do see that we are, in fact, recommending that on the budget. And I was like, wait a minute, I thought we
Thank
were
you.
doing that. So yes, and I think that's a wonderful facility up there. And the Hope Receiving Center is fabulous. I think it has a phenomenal feel. You feel very comfortable in that setting, and just, you know, wonderful. And you're right, it is the responsibility, to the extent that we can, really all across criminal justice system, to keep people out of the system. And when they're starting out as youth, you know, the last thing you want is to start the whole system moving forward. So great job, all of you. And Judge, I know your compassion shines through with the decisions you need to make and some of the hard decisions you need to make. So really, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So my former law partner was the judge there in the juvenile court. And I know, you know, we have been talking yesterday on the toll it takes on all of you for some of these very, very hard cases and really emotionally wrenching cases. And, you know, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So as Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Judge, for really setting the table of the conversation and showing the importance of all of the relationships in this room and how you work together. Thank you for that. And Casey, could you go back to the Hope Receiving Center slide for us? It's all the way at the beginning. Keep going. No, that one right there. Now, the reason I wanted you to pull this slide up is because yesterday we were talking about the trend of the trend of increasing need for court services. And there were some discussion that, boy, you know what the perfect solution would be is just don't have them come in to begin with, okay? And this slide here shows that you are doing that very thing. So of, what was it, 162 last year that came through there, and 98% were successful. That means I'm going to speak, I'm just going to speak in a positive frame here. I'm going to say that you kept 162 people out of our future court system, and that goes a long way. But not only did you keep those 162 out, but as they move on in life, you probably kept out, I'm going to say you most likely kept out future generations. So that 162 is a much larger number. So I could talk all all day about your accomplishments. It is impressive. The only word I can think of is wow. But I really wanted to point that, to really highlight that. And thank you for playing your part in keeping these individuals out to begin with. Mhm.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's always good to see how our juvenile system is working and how it's not that black hole. It's sometimes people imagine it to be, right? That fear of once a child gets into the system, they can't escape it. And so it's really encouraging to hear how few juveniles are ending up in DOC or juvenile DOC, how many few are actually being detained, and just the programs that you're providing are just so crucial to our community. And, you know, it reverberates beyond just our justice system. You think about the elementary schools, you think about the middle schools, and how some of these programs are affecting the siblings of these youth, the parents of these youth. And so just really encouraging, and I like the name, the Hope Receiving Center, and I like what you're doing with it. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I am just amazed at just the transformation of the juvenile justice system. Several years ago, it was a whole different system. It was a different approach. And so now it's just all these, it's always been to keep children from going to the state. A number of years ago, we have Board of Supervisors that took a tour there, and it was not a good tour. And so, you know, and then just programs that you're reaching out to, keeping, you know, keeping children out of the our, you know, court system is so important. You just have to wonder how is it that the children got here in the first place? And we've been getting presentations from the other, you know, from our county attorneys, public defender, and legal legal defender. And so the cases are going up. The cases are going up. I just wonder how these children are linked to those cases. You know, is there been a study done to say there's a these more violent crimes, and you're seeing it too with the children.
Mhm.
So where is that violence coming from in children? You know, are they linked to these others, the other cases, and how can, you know, I'm just wondering about that, just how that may be linked, and if it's not studied, maybe we need to study that. The Page court, the Page juvenile court is so important. Just your establishment there and reaching out into the community and being with the high school there, it is just a vital service that has to be there. So I'm really happy that it's recommended from our budget, but just the outreach that is being performed, and you know, and that too, you know, several years ago, it was a foreign concept kind of to go out and to take services out into the community. And it was labeled as a pilot program. It happened with the birth certificate also, you know, wow, I don't know, let's just do a pilot, you know, but that we know that people need these services. We know what life-changing events can happen just by being present. And that's what you're all doing with children that shouldn't be sitting in front of you crying and you crying with them. You know, I learned that I can't be with children like that. I couldn't do it. I
They're
had-
really hard days, that's for sure.
Yeah, I worked in Head Start, and I worked in the, I thought I was gonna be trying to explore careers, and I just couldn't do it. One-on-one, I can't do it. So, I just really appreciate all of your work. Just the amount of, just the transformational change that you all created. And just the sensitivity and all of the services that is provided. Even even creating a institutionalized building and calling it a lot softer and making it more welcoming. That alone, it really takes a lot of thought and a lot of, just trying to make it more accommodating and making sure kids have that hope in them. That is so meaningful. So I just want to thank all of you and institutionalizing kids. I just got really emotional when you said that, institutionalizing kids. And that's what we're trying to prevent. And that's how these prevention, so that's where these cases are coming in. Where are they coming from, and what is it that we need to do more of on the prevention? And your partnership that you have established too, just so innovative, and I think it's so creative. So thank you. Thank you for all that you're doing, and just the passion and just the heart that you put into it to making sure children can be children. That's kind of hard to do these days in some world. So I just want to thank you for that. I mean, it's just, I can go on, but just really thank you all for, and please thank your colleagues and let them know. And I know that the community appreciates you. I'm going to be taking this out into the community to let them know. Thank you. So thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
First of all, I want to say thank you to all the staff again for being here, and then providing a presentation, and also being there for our youth and others that really need our help. I think the collaboration partnership efforts is very important because what it does is it drives the innovation of how do you want to do things and make changes if you have to. And then also looking at from diverse nature of what is actually happening and what needs to get done. So, and their involvements, and then of course support. So they need a lot of support because in this day and age, they're faced with a lot of things that are happening out there, which we never faced when we were young. It used to be that we could just walk, and sleep outside in our wagons, or, take a sheepskin outside and sleep on it. And you don't even have to worry about anything. But nowadays it's so different. You can't even you have to double, triple lock your doors, and your eyes is one side open when you're sleeping. So it's a totally different thing now. So it's going to take special people like your staff and others that really work with kids, and then just really helping them out. It does it you feel that heartfelt thing, when you see kids walking around, and especially if it's during school hours, and you're wondering, I wonder why that person, or why the child isn't in school. Maybe there's no support at home. Maybe there's no, I don't know. It starts from the home, but I'm just thinking here that, thank you for being there for the kids. And this is part of it, but there's always room for improvement. If you have to add something to the program to enhance it, by all means, bring that to our attention, because we're looking at innovation. We're looking at success stories. We're looking at, getting help with people and making sure and taking care of our constituents out there in the whole county. So and we always talk about inclusion, diversity and stuff. So I just want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, for all the staff that are within your organization. And I want to make sure that they get that feedback and just really working with them, with everyone. And like I said, it takes someone with a big heart to be there, because I'm very emotional when I see even kids, when they're not being taken care of, so it's not so that's why I went to the business world. So anyway, thank you so much. And my colleagues, thank you for your input and what you said. Everything is true. And, I support, that, and we're here for the people. And so I just want to say thank you so much.
Well, we hope you felt the love, huh? And, and I understand Supervisor Fowler has a closing remark.
Yes. And this was on another note. I am so impressed. You're going to open up the court for the ICWA. Wow, that is amazing.
So if, did you want me
That-
to tell you a little
That
bit
is
about
a
what that is?
that is a grand drum rollings, fire,
It's gonna be-
fireworks,
It's gonna be
announcement.
amazing.
We would love to hear about
Wow,
Sorry, I'm just gonna take a couple minutes. So
yes.
So, as you know, our court and of course our county has a huge Navajo population, right? And Navajo youth are overrepresented in our court. And so this is based on data that we have pulled. And one reason we went to Georgetown, brought in Chris Bijou, but then our next sort of effort is I've been working with Judge Begay in Albuquerque, Sheldon Spotted Elk, thank you. Spotted Elk from the Casey Foundation, and then Judge Quigley and Judge Bostwick in Pima County, who did establish a ICWA court in Pima County. And so it is very, it's very focused on, it's really our Navajo youth, but it's all Native American tribes. It's just that we mostly have Navajo youth and their families in the dependency world. And so it's a program that is making sure that the spirit of the Indian Child Welfare Act, which was passed in 1978, I believe, is being accomplished in the court, and that those youth and families that are before us that are subject to that act are getting the best services, the active efforts, and all of the things that that act requires, and hopefully creating the outcomes that was envisioned by that act. And so we're working really, really hard. It's really exciting. We have a lot of community partners in the sense of it's mostly statewide community partners, because really nobody in Coconino County has done it. So we'll be, I think we'll be the third ICWA court in Arizona. But nationwide, there's quite a few. I think there's probably about 20 or 30. I'm not sure about those statistics. That's just a guess, but really, really exciting. And so we're on our way for that.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I through the history of great challenges of Native people, and really all people, but Native people in particular, with the courts, law enforcement, with every service, running into, every challenge you can possibly, and the courts is the main one. Always on the losing end with every barrier you can think of. And here we are, the ground, the services across the board, the way outlook to Native people is changing right before our eyes in every aspect. And I'm just really thrilled about it, to see that our own county is leading the way in every department that you can think of.
Too late, but I'm glad, the next best time is now.
It is
And
never,
so,
it is never too late.
Yes.
Every progress, every step is a blessing. It's a great service.
So a big
So,
component of that
thank
is going to be education. So I'll make sure that we're also like being really open with our education component. Like anybody who wants to come can come. So we'll make sure that
Yep.
you get invites and
Good. And
notice.
as it progresses, because I know it's just starting, please keep us informed.
Yes,
So
will do.
congratulations to you all for taking that on.
Thank you.
Really great. So.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are going to first and foremost, thank you, thank you. Where's that dog? I got to see the dog. And we're going to take a break.
We were going to suggest a dog break, so.
Wow, this is good. And now we're. All right, good. These are recordings in progress. So, I assume Andy's trying to track them down. All right, we'll give it a minute if they're still not here. Hi, we're still doing budget. All right, very, very good. And I don't know where Lena is, but let's go. I really know we have a lot to do today. And so I think we do need to move forward. I'm sorry about that, but I think we need to go forward. So,
Well, I'm happy to kick it off, Chair. So now, not to be outdone by juveniles, long-term employees. Adult has 4 employees that were all hired in the 90s. At least one of them is here. So Dave Nelson was hired in 1990, and Kevin Manny, who's with us, was hired in 95. Mary Walsh Navarro, oh, there she is. She was hiding behind Nicole, was hired in 97. And then Mark Bremer was hired in 99. So 4 in the 90s. That's quite an accomplishment. We don't see that in very many departments outside of the sheriff's office, which is such a big department. So this small but mighty team has a lot of longevity, and we're really happy to have them with us today. And I'm happy to turn it over to Kara Singer as I go over the budget overview under their tab, under the adult probation tab. You can see the 5% CPI as recommended, and then also the work furlough FTE has a funding change. So we are recommending the funding realignment of 0.05 FTE from the work furlough fund to the general fund in order to keep the 1.0 FTE whole. So those are both recommended. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kara.
welcome back. Good to see you.
Really nice to see you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's great to be back in front of you. I was just recently here in January to give you some updates. Tried to build on that a little bit. We don't have any dogs in our presentation. I'd like to work on it. But we do. But we do have some wonderful people here in the room. As Erica mentioned, we have some of my team that has been here a really long time. So I'd like to reintroduce Deputy Chief Kevin Manny, who's here. Mary Walsh Navarro is our division manager over our pre-adjudication functions. And probably reintroduce you. You may already be familiar with Nicole Harris. We snagged her from emergency management. She came over to adult probation, hitting the ground running. She's just been absolutely fabulous in helping us kind of move things forward. I also have Effie Yazzie here today, who has been an integral part in our leadership team brings our most senior supervisor out of our supervisor group. And then of course, I want to thank all my juvenile court colleagues, which take up quite a few seats here in the room, and our court family as well.
Welcome. Thank you for being with us this morning.
And I did want to make one other mention. Erica mentioned Dave Nelson. I do feel like it's really appropriate to kind of wish Dave well. Dave retired from us just in the last month after 36 years of continuous service with the adult probation department. So a very large hole left in our department, and pretty unique, and helped a lot of departments throughout the state in furthering officer safety. So this morning, I'm already turning pages and I'm not even there. So we're excited to kind of just update you on some of the important work that's happening in adult probation. We're going to share updates on our operations, some of our accomplishments this year, some of the challenges and opportunities ahead as we plan for FY27.
Let's make sure we've got everybody here. we're all back together.
So this illustration just kind of pulls all of our functions into one image for you. We build safer communities through supervision, support, and evidence-based practices. We have many facets in our operations. Field supervision is our largest function and what most people think of when they think about probation. But we also do our pretrial services component, which is balancing community safety with court compliance. A very significant and large component of what we do are pre-sentence investigations, which delivers really critical information to the court to make informed sentencing outcomes and that supports effective and fair sentencing. I know throughout this budget process, you've heard many times about the increase in cases that the criminal justice is seeing. We are not immune from that. It kind of trickles down to us as well. So we are pretty much at our max capacity with pre-sentence investigations as far as we are managing the caseload. If we were to see another spike, if we don't see numbers start to reduce and we see a continued climb, we will be in a position where we need to reevaluate how that work gets done. And then, of course, we have our field supervision division, which is our largest division, which is working with people one-on-one, meeting them where they're at in the community and where they are in their stage of change, and helping them move forward through the system and really help guiding them to behavioral change is our biggest goal. This just illustrates all of the functions within each, which I touched on somewhat, but it just kind of breaks it down a little bit more as far as all the different functions within adult probation. We have our pretrial services that completes the public safety assessments for Superior Court and supervision. We also do some supervision for Justice Court with their mental health caseload. Our pre-sentence investigation completes risk assessments. And like I said, they provide their sentencing recommendations. Our pathways to community collaboration is housed under Mary, so I kind of stuck it with pre-sentence investigation, but it's kind of falls in that pre-adjudication side of things. And then we have our field division, and our field division is spread out between two offices, our main Flagstaff office, as well as our Page office, where we provide a litany of different types of specialty focus in addition to standard and intensive probation supervision. If you look at the very bottom bullet, you'll see we have a young adult caseload kind of in italics. It's our newest venture, which we'll talk a little bit more about, but bringing a very intentional look and interventions in how we work with young adults. And so that is something that is lifting right now as we speak. And we continue to support all of our specialty courts, which is our mental health court, our veterans court, and recovery court. I talked about some of these during our meeting in January, but just to kind of recap and then also to expand on what we've been doing. I've been now here with adult probation with the county for a year, and I'm not counting days, but like a year and 3 months. It's gone really, really fast. We've had some additional transition within our, what I refer to as our executive leadership team. We've brought on a new supervisor, actually 2 new supervisors in the last year. We've really taken a look at our office functionality and space, and we were fortunately able to upgrade some furniture that was really, really past its lifetime expiration, and creating workspaces that were a little bit more conducive to the work that we do. We have our Bright Angel room, which probably most of you have been at one point, and that we're still willing to share with others. But it's been in the process of really making that kind of a human development space. So whether that's for our probation officers and our surveillance officers and staff and helping to work on their skill development, or as we look into what kinds of efforts can we make around programming with adult probation, which has been a component that has gone away in recent years, that we would like to look for ways to bolster and bring some of that back. We have really taken a look at efficiencies and looking at what we have and how we have people working, and looking at improving efficiencies for officers by leveraging and bolstering our administrative support with adult probation. We have a lot of windshield time in Coconino County, and every administrative task that a probation officer takes on is time away from them being able to be out in the community. So we've done a really good job, I think, in streamlining some of our processes to be able to support the work. We've had a very laser focus on enhancing our new officer hiring processes. We had a little bit of work to do around that, and I think we've got it smoothed out pretty well. And then having an intentional look on how we're onboarding people and how we're training people. And we're definitely taking coming from the angle of probably one of our best recruitment tools is a really good retention plan. So investing in that training for staff has been really important. We've looked at some enhanced officer safety training to keep our people as safe as possible. Some of that, and we'll get into the weeds with it, but really looking at how do we safely effect searches, and looking at swapping. We swapped out to a better, we used OC spray or a pepper spray kind of model, and we've switched to a model that is a much quicker recovery time that benefits our officers should they come in contact with it, and also is better for an individual if they are unfortunately have to be sprayed. We continue to provide support to the Justice Bus, and talking a little bit more about our young adult initiative. We're really proud of this work. I'm proud of my team being really open to this work. It's been really overdue conversation for a long time talking about emerging adults. As a parent of 4 emerging adults in their late teens and 20s, our adult system just is not exactly carved out for developing brains. And there are a lot of things that we know that work in the juvenile system that we're not quite there yet in the adult system. So we don't talk a lot about trauma and the effects trauma has on the brain and brain development. We don't talk a lot about the importance of having just one very positive adult in your life and the difference that that makes. We expect them to go out and get jobs, but we don't always do a great job in interest exploration and even kind of figuring out what do I like, or who am I, or who do I want to be. This younger generation has a harder time, especially when the focus is being on where am I even going to sleep, or whatever chaos might be going on. It's really hard for them to see themselves in a future. So a lot of these things that we can adapt are things that don't even cost money. It's just a choice about how we choose to work with people and how we educate ourselves on how to better work with this population. So we've been very grateful to juvenile probation we have essentially a juvenile lead PO embedded in our department. Tim Starr, who I think is here, he's in the back. And he's come alongside us to talk with officers and kind of learn about maybe what challenges that they're facing. You know, we are starting to see some transferred, what we refer to as transferred youth. Historically, we have not really had any, but individuals who have committed a crime before their 18th birthday, and now they are coming through the adult system. So that partnership's been really amazing. The Administrative Office of the Court received a grant through National Center for State Courts called Project ECHO, which was a series of trainings that our team was able to participate in alongside juvenile court. And it's really helped us kind of shape and launch what our young adult caseload will look like. We were invited to present at the Emerging Adult Summit at the AOC, which will be happening next week. Tim will be sitting up on the stage with me for us to kind of share with the rest of the state the work that we're doing, the value of it, alongside with a number of experts in the field. So that's a very exciting path forward for us, and one that I think will be very effective. While we're looking at having one young adult caseload to pilot, our plan to move forward is to train all of our probation officers. If you are a probation officer in Coconino County, you will know what all of this means to be a young adult on probation, and some of the special things that we need to take into consideration with their unique needs. In the last year, and I'm sure Judge Reed may end up talking about this more, but we've partnered with Superior Court, and Judge Faruya has been heading up our restitution court, where we are able to bring individuals who are falling behind with their restitution payments. Usually they're very large amounts, in an effort to help make victims whole. Sometimes even getting notice of that court hearing, we see payments show up. And so that's been largely successful, and that happens once a month. And I know we're supposed to kind of leave, not bring in too much of what we've done in 2026, but we did apply for a BGA grant. We have not heard back from it, but it's to look at strengthening community supervision. And when we applied for that grant, some of the things that we're hoping to do with that is to bolster some of our young adult work, and really looking at filling in some gaps as far as available cognitive programming for this population, and being able to bring a lot more of a focus and resources to our page office, because a lot of times that's our biggest, most vulnerable space, and trying to find ways to bring additional resources there.
Supervisor Taveras has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kara, when you were talking about the enhanced officer safety training, yesterday morning our first presenter was the constable, and one of the threats that they spoke to us about was increasing public hostility towards law enforcement officers and agents of the judicial system. I'm just wondering if you have felt that, if the probation officers have felt that.
I can't speak for my team. I think anecdotally we've not necessarily had that exact experience when and I think I know why. I think part of it is by the time we get involved, we may face initial resistance, but our relationship with people coming into this system, into probation, is going to be a very long-term relationship. And we work really, really hard, and Kevin may be able to speak to it more, but one of the biggest things that we know that keeps us safest is building trusting relationships, and making sure that we have good rapport with our clients. And that's one of the things that keeps us safest. So I think we do, I can truly say that in Coconino County with adult probation, we very much treat people and people like human beings. And because we have a little bit more time with them and we can actually sit down, we're not, encountering them in the streets. We already have the relationship with them. Now, as far as going out into the community, I think it's something that we've definitely had to be very aware of. We go out. So if you can see in the background there, you can kind of see how we go out. We wear our vests. It has a probation placard on it to keep us very visible. But it also does give an image, more of a law enforcement image. And it's something that we really need to continue to have continuing conversations about, to be cognizant of some of the perceptions about law enforcement, because I am aware of the climate in which that seems to be the case. So I don't know that we've necessarily have felt it super strong, but it's also something that we're quite aware of.
Well, thank you for that, and I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear, and I agree with your explanation for probably why it isn't happening.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. So this is I struggle with this slide a little bit, and I'll tell you why in just a minute. So our part of it is the way that we get information from the AOC to be able to report this out, and on the reporting is a little bit off from what we need to report on here. And then part of it is also we have a new case management system, and I'm sure it's been mentioned before. There's a lot, and I think the juvenile system is actually delaying rolling out with juvenile across the state because of some of the challenges we've had with the adult probation system. So some of our reporting is challenging, and I'm hoping to have a lot more robust figures and stats for my presentation next year. It's not for a lack of trying and requesting specialized reports. But overall, we did get our actual FY25 successful completion rate, which tracks we've been maintaining very steadily, and remain one of the highest successful completion rates in the state. We have definitely had an increase in our pre-sentence workload, as I mentioned earlier. Our pretrial services, safety, and appearance rates, we have this as a projected because we're still in FY26. And at the time that this was put together, based on what we had, it looks like our estimate was about a 90% for both of those performance metrics. And the reduction in new felony convictions is information that we get from the AOC, and I based it on what previous percentage was, and I don't have any reason to believe that it would be a worst case scenario. So we're probably tracking right about the same. We definitely, I am in communication on a very regular basis about requesting reporting, and we have a great AZ Pros team with our department that's very engaged with whatever's coming out next. I also wanted to touch on a project that has been ongoing with our department prior to my arrival, with some client community restitution murals, and we have a little bit of progress, so I wanted to share that with you. We have an ongoing grant. It's no cost to the county, but it is called the Arizona Creative Communities Grant, and it's really an opportunity to our space. When you come into our interview rooms, is a very sterile kind of space. There's a very small desk and a couple chairs, and it's white blank walls, and that's where our officers, when they have office visits, meet with people. And so we see a great big white canvas on the wall so why not put beautiful paintings on it? So we have used art as client voice. And specifically with this project, these images illustrate safe spaces. And we have an embedded artist that works with our individuals. These paintings were completed by 5 individuals who owe court-ordered community restitution hours, and developed concepts reflecting what a safe space means to them. It's a very diverse group, including single mothers, Native American clients, LGBTQ individuals, and a military veteran. And so I just wanted to share kind of where we're at progress. So you can see the eagle's almost done. But this one on my left, which I'm assuming is also your left, is titled "The Eagle Has Landed." This second picture on your right is called "The Family." And this is called "Butterfly Room." And the one on the left is still underway, still being developed, but that's called "Forest Beyond Dusk" is the title of that one. And then the one on the right, that one was a little bit curious to me, but I love it and I think it's beautiful. Just because we're Arizona, we don't have a lot of lighthouses in Arizona, but who doesn't love a lighthouse? And it's titled "The Lighthouse." So, and they're pretty much floor to ceiling. They're really, really incredible when you walk in. So it makes it a more inviting space for our clients to come in. We wanted to highlight some of our creative solutions and partnerships for you. We have our strategic partnerships. We are very active in the CJCC. We value those relationships, looking at, what justice means to our community, and the fact that we're part of that conversation is very meaningful. We continue to collaborate with HHS with our Pathways to Community, and honestly, they're just wonderful people to just partner and run things by. We had a lot of help from Christine Newell in helping us pull together our grant application. We continue to support our specialty courts, as we've mentioned before. I mentioned partnering with juvenile court on emerging adults, but really honestly, we try to collaborate wherever we can. So whether it's something with training, if I have a training that works for Casey's group, they're welcome. They've invited us to their house, so to speak, for training. We process things like officer safety together. We talk about some of the task force stuff that's going on, and our increased involvement with utilizing GetEm and state gang force. And so that's been a really meaningful and ongoing partnership. Additionally, we partnered on, and juvenile court was huge in this, in helping to educate legislators and stakeholders on our role with probation. We created a video that's, I think, is all client voice and probation officer voice, from juveniles probation and adult probation. We had Navajo County join us, as well as Yavapai County, to help us put that video together. And that has been shared with AOC across the state and with legislators. I talked about emerging adults. I probably don't need to talk much more on that. And then also looking at really prioritizing training to support best practices and to support professional development. When you think about probation, a lot of people think about, we have our firearms training and we have our defensive tactics training. There's a lot more than that. We have to be current on motivational interviewing. We need to know coaching techniques. We need to learn more about young adults in their development. We need to be specialized in best practices with sex offender supervision and domestic violence offender supervision. So it's an ongoing lens that we look at things through. And I already mentioned restitution court. I'm good at hitting like multiple things on multiple slides apparently. So sorry for the redundancy. This is a lot of words on a screen, but I put our SWOT analysis up here, and I'll just kind of hit on some of that. You know, we do have a very strong leadership team that does prioritize system improvement. If we know something works better, let's do it that way. Abandon things that don't work. We very much are a model for evidence-based supervision practices. We have a very clear public safety mission, strong community partnerships. Our page office is just really doing amazing. They're just a great group up there. Efelina Yazi was up there for a long time, really kind of holding us together. She came back down to Flagstaff, and now we have Nadine Chase up there. And Supervisor Fowler, you mentioned the Supreme Court visit last week, and we were really honored to have some of their clerks come by. And we had our probation staff talk about what they do and what it's like to do probation up in the most northern part, most remote part of our county. So that was really wonderful, and they're doing great work up there. We also we do have a very adaptable and engaged workforce. And one of our other strengths is we do have Arizona as a whole leads innovation in probation on a national level. And Coconino County historically, and in where I came from in Pima County as well, is that those two counties are tapped for innovation quite often. And Coconino County has historically come to the table and will continue to do so. Some of our weaknesses, just with with our location and some of the challenges with specialized treatment providers, like we only have one provider for sex offender treatment. So we have some limitations as far as some of the specialized things that we need. I know I've spoken about lack of local residential treatment options here, where we're displacing people out of their community. That weighs on us heavily, mostly for our clients, but then also for us as with our resources and wanting to make sure we're connecting with people, and it's more challenging when they're so far away. Reliance on unstable funding sources. Well, we know we have the big kind of looming decision with the state with their budget, and we can touch on more on that in just a moment. In the Chief Justice's strategic agenda, there's talk about legislation to look at that 65-to-1 supervision ratio for standard probation. It is a very antiquated number, somewhat arbitrary. And where we're at with evidence-based practices, it really does limit some of the fidelity when we're talking about some of our evidence-based practices. So it's something we have to continue to work with, and we'll make it the best that we can. But I'm looking forward to the day when that ratio comes down. We remain somewhat challenged with adjacent career fields. We are nowhere near where federal probation is. We're kind of seen as this hybrid between social work and law enforcement. We have had some very long-standing people with our department, so there's been some limitations and advancement. And then some of the gaps in infrastructure are tied to things like some of the gaps we're seeing as far as like our programming availability, which is why we're looking at we'll get to that in opportunities. We don't have a dedicated, and I don't think we ever have a dedicated dispatch service for our officers. They do have radios where they can call for assistance, but we don't have a kind of play-by-play dispatch operation for our officers, and they are out 7 days a week and into the night. Looking at some of the opportunities, we do have the opportunity to expand specialty caseloads and our knowledge in what best practices are, and those are things that we're working on, including improving those strategies for young adults. We have always have opportunities to strengthen provider partnerships, checking in with providers, and articulating needs that we have. We do have opportunities to start exploring in-house treatment and programming options, and I'm hoping to have more information for you in the future, but there are some contract dollars where we're looking at whether or not we could look at bringing in a clinician in-house to help alleviate some of the gaps that I spoke about earlier as far as programming and treatment. We also have, all right, let me just switch my page. We have an opportunity to restore pretrial service levels with if we have a transition to dedicated alternative funding, and we're not really any. We'll talk. I have a progress report specifically on pretrial at the end that we can get to, but then also looking at opportunities to enhance staff development and really looking at mentorship. Our threats are our big looming possible state salary funding, which for our department will be, if the governor's budget is not approved, that hit to our department will be about $675,000, which creates uncertain funding for some of our operations. We have seen rising healthcare costs for clients directly impacts people's ability to be able to get help. That makes our work a lot harder. And the other issue that we have kind of ongoing, and I know that it's something that is continued to be looked at, but we do have some limitations with our Page facility and the aging of that facility. And just the overall instilling public trust and safety. So we have been, in constant conversations with facilities over the last year. I know there's limitations on funding, but it is something that is probably a pretty big hit to morale with staff in that office. In a challenging building to work out of. So all the fun stuff, right? So for financial projection, this is just mainly meant to kind of point out what some of the possible impact will be. We have a couple things happening. One is a very positive thing, but it does impact us financially. So and Ammon Barker may have already spoke about this in his presentation, where they're moving towards a more in-house model for deferred prosecution. Those funds currently fund several positions, and we'll need to absorb. That funding source will go away, dwindle and go away. So those will have to be absorbed. And then the possible impact of our state budget, I guess that's 674, 725. And when we look at that last row of columns, the red on at the top of the first four is the percentage of each of those funds that would be short. And then our last column on the right are our fee accounts and the percentage that it would take up to meet that projected shortfall.
You know, given the fact that it doesn't look real good for the state budget and for the deficit, $675,000 for your department, I'm assuming there's no alternative B.
So, you mean it's far from the state or as far?
The
Yes.
loss of
Right.
675,000.
So what we were told through our chiefs meetings and through our meetings with the AOC is that, you know, there have been kind of rescue funds previously that were implemented, and they just don't exist right now, and that we were prepared that we will need to look at that, absorbing that cost within our departments.
Siri, please.
So one thing that has changed from the state as a result of post-COVID is that the state actually used some of their COVID fund to backfill this deficit. So historically, the county had budgeted not to the scale of 600,000, but a couple 100,000 because our raises and our cost of benefits is something that we apply across the board to all of our positions rather than saying employees who are funded, you know, through state-funded positions, kind of air quotes on that, would have a different, you know, salary or benefits approach than our other employees. So we do have some placeholder in our 10-year plan for a portion of this, but then the other part, if this really comes to fruition, which of course there's always a change, it's really hard to know where the state's going to land eventually with their budget. But the other part, if this does truly come to the magnitude of 675,000, the difference would be the perfect time to use the stability fund as we work on that transition plan so that nothing would need to change right now and we can evaluate what the long term looks like from the true numbers. But I think it's wise to wait until we have the actual state allocation before we do that so we can compare what we have as our placeholder already. We have some of this planned for backfill funding. And then as noted on the slide, we talk about what does the fee landscape look like with those positions and some of the fees that we actually aren't currently utilizing right now that have been sort of accumulating and setting aside. So we do have a gap plan is what I'm saying. Long term would need a little bit more evaluation, but we really need to have certainty in the numbers before we can work on that.
Well, I think, you know, I'm not going to want to work on it the day after the budget comes out. So I think it'd be really good for us to discuss this. And if we have some time this afternoon, this is huge. I had no idea we were looking at over, you know, $675,000 in one department. So I think we really need to take a look at this. And I'm glad there's some cushioning left from the ARPA funds. I'd love to know how much that is. And because even if we look at our stability fund, this is a huge hit to the stability fund. So I think we really need to discuss this more fully, get some more information on this. I'm really glad you brought, I had no idea you were looking at this type of shortfall, given the budget. Yes.
If I made a timing on that, so as you all know, I think we mentioned you, Finance Advisory Committee met last Thursday at the state. That's the committee that makes tells the legislature sort of how much money in surplus or deficit they're looking at ahead. And they just met and they reduced that big surplus of about 700 million they'd estimated earlier this year down to about 380 million, which of course tax conformity will take almost all that, if not much more than that, depending on what's decided. Part of the problem here is, of course, the director is getting wonderful information from AOC, right? You know, telling you what's potentially coming down what they're seeing. That's going down to departments, but the legislature and the governor are not meeting, as you know. And so we're not seeing that information get out into the world other than direct to the department. So there may be some of those budget surprises from the state that come up as directors relay them here.
Well, and to be fair, they aren't meeting because they're waiting to get the
Exactly.
budget.
Right.
And there's no reason to meet until they get the budget. So,
Yep.
But we do need to have,
Agreed.
you know, a plan B. So
I just wanted to give you a sense of the timing and where the communication gaps may be, because we don't just have that budget introduced to be able to react to.
All right, very good. Supervisor Fowler.
And I'm just thinking if there's one department that is impacted in this way, then we should look across the county and just put a list together and put a plan together. And I'm sure you're already doing that with this budget process that we're going through, but just want to voice that because this is very concerning.
Agreed. And again, to the fundamental point, stability fund, HR1 changes will be affecting, and this state budget will be coming through to the county. So there'll be a lot of these potential issues popping up as we go through our conversations.
Supervisor Begay.
Madam Chair, I agree with my colleague here, Supervisor Fowler, because that's just my train of thought here now. Not only for this particular program or department, but should be all the way across. We need to have some kind of plan together so that these shortfalls, you know, with the fundings, insecurities out there, we really need to be ready for that. Thank you.
Well, and to the extent we can be, it's kind of like with dealing with the federal government. I mean, you know, when they absolutely cut off something like SNAP, you know, the county is not in a position to take up the programs from the federal government or the state, to be honest with you. We don't have the money. Having said that, we need to know, and I'm so glad you're bringing this to our attention, when one department, and possibly others, although I think this probably specifically is going to hit you all, but I think it's important for us to take a look at that across the board. And then we have to prioritize, because we aren't going to be able to cover it dollar for dollar. There's no way. We don't have the funds for that. So, but we do need to know about it, and we need to know about how it affects potentially other departments. And, you know, what are we going to do? So,
If I may, when we met in January, I did make mention and that there is at least a line item on the governor's budget, which historically that had not happened. And so there is at least a step forward where at least it's been included as a line item, like as a recurring. So that's a step. So now we just needed to come over like that next little thing. So I do believe I included some of this information in January, but I'm happy that we're talking about it more in depth now. And I just want to say how helpful in support, like we feel the support for sure, and really kind of trying to project what needs to happen.
thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the conversation. This gets back to our day one conversation of certain that things are uncertain, and this is an example of that. And also, we had noted that the state tends to work to balance their budget off of the counties. This would also be an example of that. So we'll continue to work with the department. That's why we are recommending the stability fund. And we also look at fund balances in departments and if there are other funding sources that we can use in the short term as well. So we'll continue to work with care and adult probation as we work through, and Eric is going to ensure at the county level that county needs are communicated. And there, as you know, in the state budget process development, a lot of tactics are employed through that process, and the hope is that we ultimately get an outcome that's not as damaging as it could be, if that makes sense.
Good. Well, that's good news. Supervisor Basket.
Thank you. Ever since I've been on the board, it's always the conversation of the state giving us unfunded mandates, not paying you guys enough for what they should, and us having to cover the difference. And my question to you is, this is a pretty big number. It's pretty surprising. If we weren't able to cover this, what would be the impact to our probation office? Like how much of an impact would we have to contract? And what would that do to public safety in our community if that happened?
So, so effectively, when we talk about those fee accounts, you know, that's where now this is where we talk about pretrial doesn't happen in a silo, and where we have had a service reduction with pretrial. In some ways, that has at least prepared us somewhat where there is money in those fee accounts to where it's there, but it would exhaust it almost immediately, right? And then what's the plan moving forward? So the impact would be really having to look at really drilling down on just our mandated services, which is a large part of what we do. You know, we just recently had a growth. Our population has also increased, which means that the state has allocated us told us you need another probation officer to be able to stay in compliance and within ratios. So we still have to move forward and trying making sure we're staying it for, so that impact on public safety is not compromised. I do know that if this happens, it will be across the state impact on all probation departments minus Maricopa. And so there will be a lot of discussions as far as like how things are prioritized. The way we're set up currently, it would be a huge hit to us initially, especially too when we're looking further at our pretrial component, because we have to do pre-sentence report, mandated to do pre-sentence reports. We're mandated to supervise people at a ratio of 65-1, and we need to stay within that operating capacity. Yes.
Supervisor.
Yes, that's a great question. You know, when we're advocating, we need that story. So I would ask government affairs to work with you to develop
would love that.
talking points to point out exactly what's going to happen to our county. Granted, it's happening across the you know, the state, but really need to tell our story. So it's a really good and that will help us to be able to tell your story and advocate for our residents as well as for our staff and just the great work that you all do. So anyway, that would be my recommendation. Thanks.
We have done some like practice exercises, saying, okay, what would this look like if we had to, and it would mean, you know, we're not talking about laying people off, but we're talking about holding vacancies for sure, and really looking at things that can't or shouldn't be filled in light of that, and really having to prioritize the mandated functions. Well, we already prioritize them, but furthermore so. Oh no, I was glancing over at Nicole because she and I are sitting there crunching the numbers and looking at what would that look like and so forth.
Yeah, well, we will definitely have further discussions on this. Thank you.
Should have brought a dog.
Well,
got
we
a
hope you
freaking-
at least have a picture of a dog at the end of your.
I did ask if Blue could just hang out next to me for all of us through this part of it, right? So again, looking at priorities, we've talked a lot about this. You know, we really are focused on true fidelity with our evidence-based practices, really focusing and putting in most of our resources to our high-risk populations, exploring in-house treatment options as we're able to. Obviously, we're going to need to kind of see how things turn out a little bit with state first. We are very committed to remaining engaged with our community through our partnerships, through events, through education. It was really, I'm sure at some point, Diana and maybe Ammon talked about the Citizens Academy that was done. I know you all are very familiar with it. It was just really cool to be included in that effort. We have to keep our officer skills sharp, and we know that when people feel confident about their skill set, they feel confident at work and happier at work, so that will remain a priority. I have pretrial restoration, but it's kind of that big, I wanted to leave it on here because it's something we very much value, and I know all of you do as well. And it's not off the table completely. It's just, so I keep it on there as that burning ember. And when we have better information and more information, we can reevaluate that. And again, prioritizing staff retention. And we're very committed to however we can help with, I know some of it's out of our control with the with the aging page office, but like, we're so willing to be part of the solution on that. So, you know, as discussions take place about that specific facility, we're willing to do whatever it takes to come to the table of solutions. And we've kind of already hit on all this. So, I mean, the progress report is not much different from what I related in January. We didn't put in an increment request. There's too much on the table as far as the state budget with uncertainty. But we have met with human resources to look at maybe some different staffing models for pretrial. Should we be able to bring that back? So we think we have some good options in shifting from a probation, because it's not just about a money thing, it's also about a resource thing. And we've been utilizing probation officers in pretrial and looking at, can we shift to a pretrial service specialist type of position, which would take us out of corp, would be an ASRS position, would reduce costs a little bit, but would also would create more of a career path for individuals who maybe haven't finished school yet, and give us a little bit more latitude. And we've had an outline completed as far as restoration would look like. It's just whether or not we have the resources. So we'd like to continue the discussion, continue to update you. But for now, we're in a holding pattern. And I wish I could leave it on like a really super high note. Feeling like I'm out of breath, but but I know, where's the dog? There's like all these cute little stickers up here. I'm like, Casey, you did that on purpose. But I know probably there's a lot of my staff, I don't know why I just got emotional there, watching. We've got amazing people. They work really, really hard. Not a lot of people fully understand the work that probation does. Sometimes they're misunderstood. We're working towards like trying to educate more on that. But we've really got a really incredible group. Some of these young minds that we have coming through are just like phenomenal. And I really think, you know, we're getting stronger and stronger. So I'll leave it on that high note. So any other questions that I can answer for you?
And I just wanted to mention, we're very hopeful for the Page office because we've submitted that for congressionally directed funding. So really hopeful that we'll be able to have some improvements, receive some money from that, and make some improvements to that office. So thanks for your partnership with Government Affairs and helping us to submit that.
And thank you for your leadership and your team for all they do. And like most of us here in Coconino County and all the other departments we've heard from, everybody gives 110%. And we really appreciate all of the great work you're doing, and look forward to trying to take a look at what to do about that $675,000. And again, I know you came in at a difficult time for your department, and so appreciate that you've been able to provide the leadership and the moving forward. So thank you personally, and want to thank all the work that your staff does. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Any other comments, questions? Yeah, Supervisor Antiveros.
Yeah, just real quick, and I will tell you that you were definitely in the unenviable position of following after Blue the dog. Okay,
I know.
yeah, you really were. Yeah, and I think you're going to have to take his lead and get a picture of a dog. Yeah, because that it went a long ways. That was a cute dog. Yeah.
I do actually have two very adorable little dogs.
Well, get some pictures. Get some pictures.
I promise to bring the dog pictures.
Yeah. And thank you, Erica, for talking about our congressionally directed fund request on that, because I just want you to know, Kara, that we have heard you on the Page. I have not been there to the Page office, but I know that I have heard the stories, and we are hearing that. And I think there's just, I just want to thank all the people that work in the court, because we heard yesterday that you guys really do carry a burden. Some of your work is very difficult emotionally. And so I just want to thank you for carrying that burden for us and being willing to do that. Yeah.
I
Appreciate
appreciate that. I did hear, I think it was when Sheriff Axon was speaking in the question. I think it was you, Supervisor Begay, you mentioned about staff wellness and like what's available. And that's definitely something, I do think we're very resource rich in the county for having resources available, but something we've recognized pretty, I guess it's something we know, but some of us older ones that have been around for a while, maybe it doesn't come to us as quickly, and really identifying the need to really upfront prepare our probation staff for some of the things they're going to see and encounter, and really encourage them right up front about if you start feeling these types of symptoms or things going on in your life, it's never too it's never too soon to reach out to get some help. So we're looking at front loading that into our onboarding process as well.
Again, thank you very much. Appreciate
you.
it. I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'm really happy and very thankful that you're bringing up the Page facility. It's been number of years that really, I mean, just from the first time I saw it, it just really does need attention. And I'm really thankful that we actually have really amazing senators, Senator Kelly and Gallego, who really believes in helping the community with these congressional allocations. And I wish our congressman, I wish he would follow suit, our representative. But we have two great senators that actually really work on our behalf. So I'm just I'm hoping here real soon that we create change over there. And then thank you to all the staff and just the care that you provide to individuals that feel like they have, sometimes I think they feel like they've fallen off the cliff, and now where are they falling to? Because this whole system is very harsh no matter how we set it up. From the time maybe children or adults, young adults, I'm really happy, really it's good to see that your attention is on young adults and the developing brain. Those are things that we don't think about, but you're really having to really create a program for it. And then training every staff to understand that and to realize that. A lot of parents need to need those trainings sometimes, but still, though, having people go through this process, it's really life-changing. And then to find that in Coconino County there is a safety net in that probation, no matter where it is, and being able to listen and being able to be there for those individuals. I think that is just in itself. You all have a life-changing events that you have. I always say that, when people go before the judge, their lives are in front of the judge. But we have, on the other hand, state legislators that are tying the hands of our workers, the services that you're all trying to carry out, tying the hands of the judges. And that's just something that we all have to deal with. So I'm really happy on that. And then I hear the increase in cases again. And I'm gonna not say anything till the end, but anyway, so just really continue your great job you're all doing, and just know that we all appreciate you, and just and take care of yourself. That is so important, is taking care of self, and don't hang on and drag things along with you. Just let them be and move on and figure out how to do better.
Thank you. And I also want to personally thank you, and everyone may not know that Supervisor Fowler helps us out greatly with the meeting space for meeting our clients closer to home with your office. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. All is well, all the services that you're providing. And I think, again, we have the statutory requirements and funding, this is happening, this program currently. But I just want to say that, again, that we really have to be careful with our funding now. What if the funds don't really come? We need to be prepared for that. And then, and then, so I just want to say that also that everyone that has done the presentation has done a real, very excellent job, doing their presentation, and they're really out there, putting themselves out, for anything, probably hungry sometimes, traveling, for long hours, and just anything, everything. But I just want to say thank you to all the staff, for being part of the team, Coconino County team. I always say we're all in this together, so we have to be, helping one another in one way, shape, or form. So I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair, members of the board, and thank you, Judge Reed, for being with us. We're excited to spend some time discussing the Superior Court's budget. And as I have done for the last yesterday and today, I wanted to just mention the long-term employees in Superior Court. So the continuous county employment, Kim Brzezinski was hired in 96, and Maya was hired in 98. And Gretchen at the law library was hired in 99. So 3 in the 90s, which is quite the accomplishment. So thanks to them for their many years of service. Thank you, Maya, for being here. And under the Superior Court tab, I just wanted to point out a couple things. You can see the 5% CPI, the auxiliary judicial services 1 year. Funding to continue the auxiliary judicial services is recommended in the FY27 budget as a 1-year extension. Also recommended is one-time funding to help cover the cost of computer and network fees. And then thanks again to Judge Reed and Sharon Yates for collaborating so closely with the county manager's office following those conversations and coming up with a creative solution to reclassify a position to court security officer, which I actually mentioned on Monday as an example of great collaboration and success in order to meet the need there. So reclassifying a vacant court reporter FTE into a court security officer, which is a cost neutral option. And then the weekend and holiday coverage was not recommended. So you'll see that item in gray. And with that, I will turn it over to Judge Reed.
And in this really unique role, I have just the blessing to serve all people who come before the courts in Coconino County, all the people of our communities, all the communities in our county, all the courts, all the team members of all of those courts. And so I know we'll talk today about Superior Court in particular, but I just must express the deepest sense of pride that I have in the courts in Coconino County. We have one unified mission. All of the courts in Coconino County believe that we have an opportunity to improve the safety and wellness of our communities by providing accessible, timely, fair, and effective justice. Each of those descriptors of justice is important to us, and it reflects something that we can assess, we can measure, we can try to improve. And the themes that run through the work that our courts do is collaboration and creativity in our problem solving. Every day I'm grateful for the opportunity to do useful work with amazing people. So it was my great pleasure to be here this morning and to have those amazing presentations. And so, of course, I could say it's really hard to be as good as those presentations you've had, but really it's just reflective of all the outstanding work that's happening in all aspects of our courts in Coconino County and our courts team, which includes adult and juvenile probation and all those services that happen at the Juvenile Court Center. The work that our courts do is to come up with creative solutions to diverse and complex needs. And so it would be wonderful if we could ask, well, what's the one thing we could do that would make it all better? And the answer is, it's just not that easy. It's just not that simple. There's no easy answers. So our greatest strength in our courts in Coconino County is our team. We have outstanding people, and we have a culture of teamwork. We're committed to working hard, to collaborating, and to being creative and innovative. I think it's important to articulate that we not only have a collective mission between all of our courts, but we have a collective vision, a compelling image of an achievable future of what our courts can be as we move forward in time, and we'll do our very best now to continue moving this initiative. So our vision includes that our courts will ensure quality justice, and that quality is where the rubber meets the road. That's the challenge for us. Our courts will provide outstanding customer service. Really like the Williams Justice Court approach to that is to call it customer care. Our courts will be a great place to work. We cherish our team members at all level, and we wish to have them be fulfilled and rewarded in their work in our courts and for our communities. Our courts will improve our necessary infrastructure. We know that this is continually a challenge, but we look to try to improve the way that we can deliver our services to our community. So we value those things that are in our mission. We value accessibility, timeliness of justice, fairness of justice, effectiveness. We also value accountability, and that's one of the great opportunities we have in this presentation to you each year. And Casey actually stole my feelings on this earlier when she said that she's not nervous to go before you to do budget presentations, but really honored and excited. And that's the way I felt this morning too, is thinking about just a great opportunity to share with you all the work that we do and what we believe in, and the vision that we have for the future and the challenges that we see. And we work together with you and with all of our justice and community partners to make things better. And then the final value is innovation. And that's something that is absolutely reflected in the work that all of our courts do. So I talk about our vision and our values because you'll see these things consistently throughout our discussion today, and that you have seen throughout the presentations from adult and juvenile probation, and you will see through our justice courts this afternoon. So I'm here presenting today with Sharon Yates. She's our court administrator, and then our deputy court administrator, Maya Rodriguez. And so we have just an outstanding leadership team that helps to serve all of those courts that we have in Coconino County, a total of 11, including Superior Court. We started with this slide not just to convey the mission that we have for all of our courts, including Superior Court, but it's a great quick overview of what Superior Court is. Superior Court is broken down into 7 divisions. So 5 of those divisions are elected divisions, or now appointed by the governor, meaning the funding source comes half from the state and half from the county. And then we have 2 divisions that are full-time judges pro tem. Those judges are paid exactly the same as the other 5 judges, but the county funds those divisions. So that is, at this time, 1 civil division. We'll go into more detail there, and 1 juvenile division. And they are outstanding, and they are in every way considered our Superior Court judges. So the next part there below those 7 divisions is to show some of the innovative ways that we try to address the complex and varied needs that we have in our caseloads in our communities. And this includes specialty courts and specialty calendars, things that we think we can try to do in order to help address the special things that are presenting in our courts. And that includes recovery court, mental health court, veterans court, consolidated competency court, revocation court, integrated family court, conciliation court, all of the things at juvenile court services, restitution court, and most recently early resolution court. We'll talk about some of those special calendars in just a little bit, but I think it's quite stunning to see this large amount of different ways that we've come up with to try to best serve our communities. So we were asked to show you our org chart, and so I won't spend a ton of time here, but there are some things that I would like to point out. So at the top, you'll see we have 7 divisions, as I mentioned, and that includes the divisions, the 6 divisions that we have downtown here, and juvenile court is another division of Superior Court. And so Judge Kircher, as the presiding juvenile court judge, also supervises Casey Lightfoot, the director of juvenile court services, and then thereby all of the things that happen at juvenile. But the juvenile court division is a Superior Court division. So each of our divisions have a judicial assistant, and then I also supervise Kara Singer, the chief of adult probation, as well as Sharon, who then supervises the rest of court administration. So we have an outstanding team in court administration that help to support all of the things that we do in Superior Court, but then all of the things also that are done in all of our limited jurisdiction courts. So not just our 4 justice courts, but our 6 municipal courts that we have throughout Coconino County. We, of course, as I mentioned, have several specialty courts, and so Shay Sims, as a division manager, gets to supervise those specialty courts, which have staff members that help to support the operations. So again, as presiding judge, I have the opportunity to work with and support and supervise our limited jurisdiction courts, the 10 here in Coconino County. And again, the theme that runs through this slide is that we're pretty lean, but every person that's in our organization is really just outstanding, and that we have this culture of teamwork and collaboration and creativity. We also have a strong theme of collaborating with all of our justice partners and community partners, since we know that government alone cannot accomplish the work that we seek to achieve. So 2025, and I'll sweep just a little broader than FY 2025, but 2025 was an enormous year for our Superior Court in that we have 7 divisions and we had turnover in 3 of those judicial positions. So I'm really excited today to offer some introductions for our newest judges. So we have Judge Sherman, Judge Dowdy, and Judge McVickers in divisions 4, 5, and 7. So obviously this was a year of tremendous challenges as we lost the previous judges and brought in these now new judges. So Judge Sherman brings to our bench extensive family law experience, also extensive experience working for the Attorney General's office in dependency cases. He sits in Division 5 and has the half of the domestic relations or family law cases and half of the guardianship and conservatorship cases. Starting in July, he will be taking over recovery court to alleviate some congestion on my calendar, give me more opportunities to work with you all for the future. Judge Dowdy comes to us with extensive litigation experience in a variety of areas, including criminal work at the Public Defender's Office, but also family and civil and consumer protection and landlord-tenant and dependency work at DNA Legal Services. He's spent his entire career in the public service and is a dedicated public servant. Judge McVickers in Division 6 Judge Dowdy also has, like Judge Sherman, 50% of the domestic relations cases, 50% of the guardianship and conservatorship cases. Judge McVickers in Division 6 is someone that has been in Coconino County for a long time, for almost her entire career, but she brings to us extensive criminal litigation experience, both as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney. And we see this throughout each of these judges. They've spent so much time in the courtroom, but in different positions in the courtroom. And so as they come to the bench, they have that broad perspective and that ability to weigh equally the litigants' arguments before them. So Judge McVickers in Division 6, she started in August and has 100% of our civil cases, 100% of our probate cases, 100% of our Title 36, which is a mental health caseload, and 100% of our elections cases. So she has a very heavy caseload, but the attorneys really do appreciate having those kinds of cases consolidated before one judge, as that judge develops a tremendous expertise. Civil is unique in that it's so broad in subject matter that often we'll have attorneys that have 30 or 40 years on a particular issue, like a slip and fall. And so when the cases are split out, that becomes pretty challenging to educate the judges on all the issues. So all of these judges are longtime Coconino residents. They're all dedicated to helping others and providing the best possible service to the community. They all bring this outstanding ability to have a broad perspective of the positions the parties present in the courtroom. I'll turn our discussion over to Sharon as she'd like to explain to you some of the things that we do in our Superior Court that help to meet the needs that are even beyond simply litigating cases in the courtroom.
Good afternoon, Chair Horseman, Vice Chair Vasquez, members of the board and county management. Again, Sharon Yates, I'm the court administrator for the Superior Court. I want to go over briefly some of the programs and services we provide to the community here. I know we went over some of them, but on the top left corner, judicial services. This is services that is mandated, and we provide interpreter services, juror services, and then also evaluations in certain types of cases. Court administration operations, this is IT, case flow management, also supporting all of our Superior Court divisions. Then off to the right, we have our, I call them self-help programs, our AZ Court Help and our law library. We have our law library stationed here in Flagstaff next to our courthouse. We do also provide online services for those individuals who can't travel and be here in person to obtain those services. We have our wonderful specialty courts that we're so proud of. We have our mental health court. We'll go into more details about our mental health court later on in the presentation, along with our veterans court and recovery court program. I want to note that our recovery court program is in its 25th year of operation this year. And so we will be scheduling a celebration the same month as Recovery Month. We have our conciliation court. Conciliation court is a little different than our other specialty courts. This is a court that is mandated in statute that we have to provide conciliation services to individuals who are going through divorce. And these services can include mediation, evaluation, sometimes UA testing. And so we provide those services to individuals that may need those services going through divorce. We have our alternative dispute resolution program. This is mediation. So individuals who would like to participate in mediation, they can meet with the mediator and have a mediator help them with the resolution of their case. That can be in family cases, and it also can be in civil cases. We have, which is not up here, we'll talk a little bit more about our settlement conferences. It's a type of mediation, but it's handled mostly in civil and criminal cases, and we right now we have currently judges that are handling those settlement conferences. We have our integrated family court services. This is services we provide to individuals who are going through divorce, not only for those individuals going through divorce, also children. We have some special programs, our roller coaster program. All the children can participate that their parents may be going through a divorce, and so they can talk about their feelings and what they're experiencing with others that are going through similar experiences they are. And then before I turn back over to Judge Reed, I just want to let you know throughout this presentation, you'll see some landscape photographs. We are in the process of updating our artwork in the courthouse through the CJCC, the Indigenous Work Group, and we're going to have an unveiling of that artwork on May 1st at the First Friday Art Walk. So please, if you're able to join us, we'd love to have you there. And so you'll see some of the photographs throughout our presentation that will be on display at the courthouse.
Thank you, Sharon. Yeah, sorry, I think I can be loud enough if I can get this thing on. All right. So Judge Kircher is located at our juvenile court, which is just across the parking lot from the police station and sheriff's office, but again, is another Superior Court division. And Judge Kircher presides over juvenile delinquency cases. That's where juveniles have allegations of violating criminal law, and juvenile dependency cases. These are like DCS cases where there's allegations that the parents are not fit to be able to care for their children, and that can move to restoration of their ability to have their kids. It could also move to severance and adoption. So she handles all those cases, including as services as the presiding juvenile court judge. So administrative supervision over the entire juvenile department, which of course includes administration and detention and treatment and probation and the Hope Center. The list goes on. So again, a very heavy caseload. So we talked then about the AJS, which relates to our discussion today. So we've deployed the AJS resources to have a senior commissioner, Judge Slayton, primarily preside over our probation revocation court. So of course, these are criminal cases that have been closed by putting a person on probation, and they're now reopened with the petition to revoke probation. And so these funnel through one division and have the opportunity to perhaps present an agreement to the judge, or perhaps present no agreement, perhaps have a revocation hearing, and then to have that experienced senior judge weigh in on whether this person should be given a modification and reinstatement of probation, or have their probation terminated with the dispositive sentence to the Department of Corrections. So also in our AJS unit, I can't say it's a division because it doesn't have a judicial assistant, but the deployment of the AJS resources, we have all of our criminal settlement conferences. We'll talk a bit more about that in just a few minutes, but it's been part of the culture of Coconino County for many years to have available criminal settlement conferences, and they have an extremely high rate of success for helping those cases resolve where the parties reach an impasse. And that then helps us to avoid having trials for those cases. We'll talk more about trials again in just a few minutes. We've also been able to deploy the AJS services for civil settlement conferences. And so this is something that is less used but still very effective in civil cases, where the parties believe that if meeting with a judge who's not going to decide their case but facilitate a discussion could be helpful. So that sometimes works out to be a settlement for complex civil cases. There's another aspect that we use in our AJS services, which is civil arbitrations. So this has been a tremendous improvement from historical practice, where we would have a list of attorneys in the community that would be willing to participate in binding arbitration. So the case is actually presented to the arbitrator. Arbitrator makes a decision, and then that decision can be appealed to the Superior Court. So our list was dwindling over the years because the payment for arbitrators was very, very small. Other counties are exploring the options of using attorneys from all over the state as arbitrators, which doesn't have the hope of working terribly well, because when you compel attorneys to perform arbitrations, they don't like it very much. And we were seeing cases really get lost in the arbitration referrals of previous years. So having the AJS Senior Commissioner, Judge Campagnolo, who's retired out of Maricopa County Superior Court, conduct our civil arbitrations has made that much more effective. So we have a streamlined track to get the cases to Judge Campagnolo for those civil arbitrations. He sets up a procedure protocol for them to be able to prepare and present their case to him. He rules on those cases, and they're able to move forward very effectively. So we no longer have that fear of those civil arbitrations being basically lost in the system. Just in the end of December, very end of December, we rolled out a new calendar, which is called Early Resolution Court. And so Judge Campagnolo also presides over most of the Early Resolution Court calendars. And this takes the cases that are coming up out of justice court. As we did a presentation to you many months ago, we talked about several different ways that felony cases can come into Superior Court. One of those ways is through the justice courts, where the parties will either have a preliminary hearing or waive a preliminary hearing, and the matter is then bound over to Superior Court. So we were able to take the cases as they're coming up from justice courts to Superior Court, put them all on one calendar, and that opened up some time on our regular law and motion calendar for Judge Steinlage, Judge Krieger, and myself to be able to do other case types, not types, but hearing types like changes of plea and sentencing to help manage some of the higher volume that we're seeing. The early resolution court also allows an opportunity for a plea to be entered, a change of plea before that Superior Court judge, and that prevents the case from delay. So we are working with our justice partners, the county attorney, public defender, and legal defender, to continue expanding the early resolution court to find new and better ways to help cases resolve at that calendar. So the AJS finally is really important also to provide coverage as needed for judicial officers and staff. And so we're seeing those judges that are in that AJS reserve be able to fill in if a judge is sick for a day or needs to be at a conference to try to help cases continue to move. As I mentioned, this deployment of case assignments is constantly reviewed in order to best meet our needs and utilize the resources that we have. I must report that every judge and division is reporting that they're working 50 plus hours a week, and so everybody feels like they're at their maximum capacity and don't have the ability to absorb other assignments, and that includes the long list of assignments that are currently deployed to the AJS.
And Judge, before you move on, and as I recall, back in the old days, during COVID, and because of the tremendous backlog, the board had done a Division 7. I know that we used ARPA funds to do that, and hopes that possibly we could come up with some other funding source. And then it was last year or 2 years ago, in lieu of going forward with a Division 7, that's a downtown Division 7, which I know you're calling the juvenile court 7. So, but I'm going to call the downtown court 7. In lieu of that, your discussion with us was the importance of that AJS, which from everything you've indicated, it seems incredibly important and beneficial. But what we're hearing over and over again, and what we're seeing over and over again, is that everything, all of the numbers, and whether they be indictments or whether it be trials, are all going up. I don't know what that looks like in the civil division, but probably it's going up in the civil division too. So my question is, and we've had some people even say the need to have a downtown Division 7. So I want to know where you are on that. And, you know, I know it would be a tremendous additional cost and an ongoing cost. So it would be interesting to hear your thoughts about the need for that, and either now or in the future, and your thoughts on how the possibility of funding such a thing now or in the future. And I will tell you, as you probably heard me say earlier, our revenues are not enough to cover our needs and the expenditures, and that's only going to get worse. So we are looking, and I know we've talked about other ways to possibly bring in revenues for the courts and, quite frankly, for the county in general. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd really like to hear from you about this, because we've heard a lot about this, about a need for this.
Thank you for that question, and we absolutely need Division 7. What we will be doing to tip our cards is to present for the board's consideration a Division 7 request, and thereafter, every year we'll be requesting Division 7 until we can finally figure out a way to make it happen. When we have Division 7, it will be able to absorb a lot of the work that is really at the top end of pushing all of our divisions over the edge. It will take part of the criminal caseload. I expect it'll take part of the civil caseload. We will be still needing some amount of AJS funding for things like criminal settlement conferences, because a regular criminal or division or civil division won't be able to absorb that kind of an assignment. But we want to present you with all of the information. And so this year we elected to, because we don't have all of that information ready to present, we elected to present that to you next year.
And thank you. And would you please, in presenting that, how it would affect other departments? Which we were just talking about adult probation, for example, but how it would affect the other departments.
Absolutely, and that's why it's a tremendous expense. So just the division in JA and court security officer and court technician alone is going to be about $500,000 a year, but recurring. And then there's going to be a need for a system expansion, not because of Division 7, but because of the increasing caseloads that we see for more public defenders, probably more line prosecutors, and Ammon and Jennifer will be able to explain all the needs there. But what we're seeing, and I'll get to this in just a moment, is every month we're receiving more cases charged through no fault of the county attorney, just that's simply the nature of the charging process, than we have the capacity to resolve each month, which results in increasing caseloads and increasing burden on the divisions, the judges. And so, of course, of high concern to me as a caretaker and servant and service of all of our courts and judges is trying to help our judges manage self-care so we can keep them rather than have them burn out and leave. So I absolutely look forward to presenting to you all and having that collective discussion with all of our justice partners as to what Division 7 looks like. It should also be noted that we have a space that I believe could be a courtroom, but it's going to be a very small courtroom, and so it will be mostly for virtual hearings, but we'll need to have some funds in order to expand out and build out that courtroom in the most cost-efficient kind of way. But we do have a place that can work as a chambers within the limits of the space that we have downtown. I do call that Division 7. Juvenile court is a 7th Superior Court division, but is always called juvenile court. So yes, we'll be talking a lot about Division 7
Good,
next
thank
year,
you
which
for
we
that, 'cause-
absolutely need as a system to try to keep up with the demand that we have.
And Judge, I look forward to having that continued discussion with you. And I'm sure the rest of the board does as well. And I know Supervisor Fowler has some questions too. So please keep us informed. And even outside the budget process, I'd like to sit down with you on that.
I look forward to many meetings as we're in the 6 months that we have off from budget. So starting in July, expect some text messages.
Thanks. Supervisor Fowler.
Only 6? So we're talking about Division 7 here and then the pathway for funding. What about at the state? Are there any conversations there with the Arizona Supreme Court or else the Arizona Judicial Branch to somehow, are they going to provide money as well? I guess that would be in your plan, but maybe we need to advocate that along the side of what we're thinking is going to happen. So these are state courts. The state needs to fund its courts instead of just pushing it to the counties. We've been saying that for years, but Division 7, it's the state court, and we've got to somehow secure those dollars from the state. And so I want to know if there's any conversations and that they're maybe putting funds aside so that they can, maybe go partial or eventually pay for the full coverage of the Division 7. Long thought, but
I'm going to join your wish. The legality is that we have a population here that mandates us to have 5 state-funded Superior Court judges, and we see a need for, at the moment, of course, this is not talking about our Division 7, but we see a need for 7 divisions. That's why we have 7 with 2 full-time judges pro tem paid for by the county. Now we're talking about an 8th Superior Court division, which we'll call Division 7. And the population that we have in Coconino County does not mandate the state to fund that. So if we were to create another division, it would be a county-funded division outside of any other aspirations we can have to try to lobby the legislature. We just don't have the population that mandates the state to pay for that Superior Court judge. So
It's not fair because we might not have the population, but we have the need and we have the numbers. Quite frankly, we're very proud we sit right here on Route 66 and right on I-40 and right off of I-17 and everything else. But, somehow there needs to be a recognition that because of that, you know, we have more people serving through the court system than our population might suggest. So,
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And I've had that same conversation with the presiding judge for Mojave County and Navajo County and Apache County. They receive a ton of traffic on I-40, and folks that come through and end up in our criminal justice system is a very large percentage. Ammon will be able to give you more details. I think he might have answered that question yesterday, but that's where Bill Ring has said previously that we're like a boxer that's fighting above our weight class, and those resources are scarce. So to kind of further our discussion regarding the values that we have here in our courts in Coconino County of providing accessible, timely, fair, and effective justice and being accountable and innovative, I'd like to share with you a few highlights of things that have been happening in the last couple of years. So this last January, we met for our 3rd annual Coconino Courts Roundtable. And so every January, we meet as a group of all of our judges and all of our court administrators, our judicial assistants, to be able to have a collective, collaborative discussion about the needs of our courts, the needs that we're seeing in our community, and to try to come up with initiatives that we might be able to do together. So last year saw us launch Restitution Court. And so Kara described for you earlier a program that's in collaboration with the courts and the Adult Probation Department to identify individuals who owe restitution, who are on probation, whether that's supervised or unsupervised, and who maybe have the ability to make more restitution payments than they are, and to be able to then have them come into court and see a judge and be able to talk about their payments and come up with a plan to try to make payments or else be held in contempt. So really that resolves most of those cases end up with a person starting to make their restitution payments as required without having to go through an actual contempt hearing. But I have to give a shout out to Judge Brian Faruya. He sits on the Arizona Court of Appeals, and he volunteered to preside over our restitution court. And so you all appointed him as a Coconino County Superior Court Judge Pro Tem, and he's very eager to donate his time, and that's been a very successful program. We also see that we have a tremendous resource here in Coconino County with NAU and with CCC and with Dene College and with outstanding high schools. So we created a Justice in Action internship program, which goes through our court administration as the central hub, but can then deploy interns, both high school and college, paid and unpaid, into all of our courts in Coconino County. So our thought was, what if we had students that were in Williams or students that were in Page that were interested in our justice system? We have a way of connecting them with their courts locally in order to get experience in paid or unpaid internships. So we're hoping that that results in a school to court pipeline in the good way, rather than maybe, as Casey would say, we don't want the kids to be coming into the juvenile court system, but we do want a school to court pipeline for court team members, whether that's staff or they become lawyers or they become judges. We would love to utilize the great resources that we have in Coconino County. I don't know if it's just a rumor, but just last week I heard that maybe NAU is looking at building out a law school. So I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed, because that would really help our legal desert that we have in this big county with not too many lawyers. So I mentioned that helping our team to engage in self-care and to enjoy their work is really important. So we've had a tradition of having summer barbecues, trying to avoid the monsoons, but to utilize the beautiful lawn that we have over at Superior Court to get everybody together and to relax and to enjoy some time together in each other's company. We also had a similar thing in the fall with the Thanksgiving potluck. So really just trying hard to take care of our people who do such outstanding and really hard work. The next issue that's on the list here that we addressed is called the voice-to-text transcript. So this is in its infancy, but what we and all the courts and all the communities across the country have seen is the decrease of availability of court reporters. And so whereas in the past you'd walk into a superior court of record, and the person that would be documenting every single word said was a court reporter. We used to have numerous staff positions for this, and we've seen the inability for us and for most jurisdictions across the country to even find qualified court reporters to take these positions. And then they, of course, if they are available, they are not going to want to work for the rates the government will pay. So voice-to-text transcripts is a first step, and that uses an electronic system that can take the audio recordings that we have recently upgraded our facilities for and can generate an unofficial transcript. And so that could be provided to the attorneys to have an unofficial transcript very quickly. And then that unofficial transcript can be easily transmitted to the company that runs the audio recording to text system, and that can be made into an official transcript. So very quickly offsite at pretty low cost, we're able to then produce quickly and accurately certified transcripts. What's also really amazing about this system is that for the judge, when they look at that transcript, unofficial or official, the judge could highlight a paragraph. And if they're not sure what the words were said, there could be a possibility of error, for example. If you highlight that paragraph, then the system will play the audio, so you can actually re-listen to the audio of what was happening in the courtroom. So voice-to-text transcript has just been launched, and we're working out some bugs, but we're pretty excited about it as a great service that we can offer. Otherwise, of course, all of our official records are done electronically, and when there's appeals, when there's a request for transcript, those get sent to a person who's paid then to make that into an official transcript. Court of Appeals is not interested in taking audio recordings, so every appeal, every trial goes to be transcribed. So we also have a mandate from, sure. Right, it's not AI in that it's not auto-generated, it's not creating words, but it's taking the words that are spoken and writing them down as you go. And so that's why the unofficial transcript is unofficial, because it could have mistakes, although it's continually getting more and more accurate. But you then send that for a transformation into an official record as someone listens and makes sure that all of the words that are written down are correct.
And Supervisor Fowler, lawyers never speak over each other. And they always speak really slowly.
I'll try to slow down.
Not you, not you.
I do have a clock. I do have a clock here. So our courts, and we could start with Superior Court, and then we talk about our work with our limited jurisdiction courts. Our courts are guided, mandated, if you will, by the Supreme Court, and one of their concerns is accessibility of justice. Just like I mentioned, that was one of our primary concerns, and timeliness of justice. And so they set forth certain time standards for the resolution for felony cases, but they also set forth time standards for the resolution of misdemeanor cases, citations, orders of protection, and so on. And so we not only have a system in place for management of our felony criminal cases in Superior Court, but we implemented this last year a Justice Court felony continuance policy to set some parameters on how long felony cases will be handled in the justice courts, so that they can then be accounted for and then calculated and monitored by the state Supreme Court. We also worked with the limited jurisdiction courts for misdemeanor case managements to try to establish some parameters on how long misdemeanor cases would take in all of our limited jurisdiction caseloads and courts. So those were two policies that were worked out in collaboration with our justice court and limited jurisdiction misdemeanor courts this last year. So I also already mentioned the early resolution course. I won't spend more time on that, but it has been really effective in opening up some time on our calendars to try to manage this disparity between the cases that are coming in and our ability, just time and resource-wise, to resolve that many cases. So related to the voice-to-text transcripts, we're very happy to let you know that we fully completed the courtroom technology upgrade that was funded with ARPA money and money provided by the board, and that has been just an outstanding game changer for our courtrooms. So we not only have really high quality audio with more channels, which allows the audio recording system to be able to isolate the speaker, but we have the ability to access large screens, and computers from all over the courtroom, including counsel table, can access to display. So just a complete transformation That has tied in with something that Brad mentioned earlier, which is called digital evidence or case line system. This is being rolled out all across the state, and we're learning each different case type that we can try to deploy that into. But if you can imagine a website, like a secure website where attorneys can upload, litigants can upload evidence, and then it can automatically be put into a list or a queue to be used as evidence for an evidentiary hearing or a trial. And then when you come into the courtroom, nobody's bringing huge stacks of anything. You just have a list, and you go into this locked website, and you're able to see all of the exhibits. And then as you go through the testimony, if the judge admits that exhibit, now it's marked as admitted. And then for the judge to review that evidence, just simply open the laptop and you can go through and review that. And that's tremendously advantageous as we now see huge volumes of items being admitted into evidence. That could be audio recordings, that could be hundreds of pages of paper. And instead of having that all stacking up in the clerk's office where they have to store these things, we have this amazing online portal for digital evidence. And so that is facilitated by the great things that we accomplished with our courtroom technology project. So we also received some security grants in order to update our tasers and increase our cameras. That must be my halftime mark. Our cameras in our courtroom. So as we've discussed before, we love the downtown courthouse because it's really nostalgic and it's beautiful, and we're doing things to make that even better. But it's not the safest space. And so the things that we can do, of course, are to fully staff our security team and have tremendous camera views. And one of the things we were able to do was to get a grant to add camera views, so we're able to increase that security system. Then we come back full circle to our Coconino Courts Roundtable. So last year we were at a court leadership conference in October, and Coconino County received a statewide award for our Justice Bus initiative, which was really cool, and got a nice picture with the Chief Justice. And then Yavapai County got a statewide award for this project called One Judge, One School. And the minute I heard that, I thought, wow, that's the coolest thing. We can do that too. So I presented it to the Coconino Courts Roundtable, and I said, well, let's make a list of all of the middle schools and high schools and colleges in Coconino County, and let's pair a judge with each of those schools so that you then have a point contact. So Flagstaff Middle School, Flagstaff High School, they have one judge that they know is their go-to judge, and maybe that judge is able to come and talk to them and do classwork and activities. Maybe that judge is able to invite the kids from that school to come into their community, into their courthouse. But maybe that judge is not available, but the judge can always have contact to other judges and get resources to be able to meet those schools' needs. So this idea really has been happening in our smaller communities forever. Page and Fredonia and Williams have just outstanding interaction between the judges and the schools, and we thought we can adopt that. And so now we have a judge assigned to all of our middle schools and high schools in Coconino County and our colleges, and they're actively working with administrators and interested teachers to try to build that relationship. So on that point, I'm going to give a shout out to Judge Crombine. I see some of our JPs are here. So Judge Crombine has a history of community involvement, and so one of those things is going to the local library and reading this book to kids at a reading hour, and it's called Justice, the Court Dog and the Missing Gavel. Well, Judge Crombine happens to have this same dog at his house, and so he has a different name, but when he goes into the library to meet with the kids, he brings his dog, and all of a sudden it's called Justice, the Court Dog. So shout out to all of our limited jurisdiction courts who are really actively working with their schools and communities, helping kids to understand why the rule of law is so important, and maybe have an interest going forward in the legal field or justice field. So I'll speed up a little bit because I have to hand the microphone over to Sharon for just a minute. But I think the next couple of slides are examples of what we think is effective justice. So ways that we can get out in the community, ways that we can service the needs of our community, our people, in different ways besides litigating cases in the courtroom. And so, of course, we've talked some about the Justice Bus. The Justice Bus is a CJCC initiative for their Community Engagement Committee, where we bring together our courts and justice partners to get out in the community, provide court services, but provide access to all sorts of other legal information and services, even such as getting folks signed up for health insurance or getting folks signed up to vote. So the Justice Bus is continuing to be something that we're looking to expand. I even wrote down this morning, as there was a question that triggered me to think, what if our Division 7 that we're going to talk about next year, what if they were assigned to ride the circuit like in the old days? And so they had court in Page once a month, they had court in Tucson once a quarter. So what if they had court that went around, kind of expanding on that Justice Bus project? So Justice Maria Elena Cruz thought that was a really cool idea. She's new on the Supreme Court. So of course, we're really active in having events and community outreach to try to help our kids understand the importance of the legal community, the work and the rule of law. And so we hosted Legal Futures and also Law Day and the Rule of Law Day, which was a different thing. That was a re-swearing in for attorneys all across the state of Arizona in celebration of our country reaching 250 years distance. We actively participate in veterans stand downs. We actively participate in career fairs, trying to help kids, again, or young people get connected with our courts as future team members. There was also a hint of First Friday Art Walk. So we participated in First Friday Art Walk last year in order to open up our Superior Court to the community. This year it's going to be even bigger and better because in collaboration with the CJCC and the Indigenous Initiatives Committee, we've been able to secure a grant, a community beautification grant, in order to have 12 really gorgeous pictures from all over Coconino County that have special significance to the people in Coconino County, decor the hallways of our Superior Court. The idea there is that we want our court to be a community court so that people come in and feel like this is a court that's reflective of the community and the people that we serve. So we encourage you to come over next Friday. That'll be May 1st at about 4 o'clock, I think, 5 o'clock. So come on over, get a tour of the courthouse. We'll be unveiling our beautiful new photographs. They're all covered in cardboard, and everybody's wondering what's going on over there right now. So just a brief highlight, more effective justice. So again, our restitution court has proved extremely successful just since August of 25, collecting well over $4,000 in restitution that would not have been paid but for that program. Our mental health court continues to do really well and expand its population with considerable graduates. Our veterans court has had a reorganization in the last couple of years and is really doing excellent, producing excellent work in collaboration with our veteran services. As mentioned, recovery courts now had 25 years of operation since 2001, and we'll have a celebration on September 2nd, which we will, of course, invite you all to. And Judge Moran and Judge Coker, who started recovery court as drug court way back when, and really the well over 1,000 graduates who've already come through that program, many of whom continue to do really well and influence positive work in the community. It's important to note we made some modifications to recovery court last year because we received money from a number of different sources, some of which is general funds, and the problem was we were spending more than we had in order to serve a population of 80 individuals, and that would have resulted in the termination of the program in 3 or 4 years. And so we made some modifications to the program to now have a balanced budget. We serve a maximum of 60 individuals, but it's able to then have a program be sustainable under current financial assumptions. We've already had 32 graduates just in fiscal year 2025 and 31 so far in fiscal year 2026. So it's a big program with a lot of success. Okay, so this is really important because it relates to our AJS work. And so I mentioned that our arbitrations are really successful and our criminal settlement conferences are really successful. And these are funded through the AJS funds that you provided last year and that we're asking for again this year. So those cases that go to arbitration have a 92% success rate. And then the cases that go to the criminal settlement conferences so far in this fiscal year are at 96%, meaning almost all the cases that ultimately that had an impasse that go to criminal settlement conferences reach a resolution and do not go forward to trial. Trial is, of course, a constitutional right, and judges enjoy being in trial, but when we're in trial, we're not able to address all those other cases that the system has, and the system simply couldn't function if we had to make more cases go to trial. So again, this is an example of really creative solutions to assist in case resolution with the limited resources that we have. So as was mentioned earlier, these are some of the trends that we're seeing. We monitor a number of key performance indicators so that we can report out on the health of the system, what we're seeing. And so some of the key performance indicators are looking at total filings, whether that's the total number of all the things coming into the court, or filings by criminal, filings by civil, filings by domestic relations, or other filings, including guardianships, conservatorships, probates, adoption, juvenile, mental health, and so on. And what we're seeing is a significant increase in those filings. And really, some things are a little bit consistent and some things are going up, and where in consideration with the increase in filings, we also look at our clearance rate. And so that looks at how many cases are coming in compared to how many cases are being disposed. And that, of course, reflects how many cases are left over that are on a residual docket. So if we had a 100% clearance rate, we would be staying level with the number of cases that we're carrying, balancing out cases that are coming in and cases that are going out. So of course, we strive for a clearance rate of over 100%. You'll see in fiscal year 2025, the civil and family law divisions both had over 100%. So they were chipping away into some of their overall caseload. On the other hand, the criminal case system, and I can say it's not just the judges because we have attorneys that are working these cases, their ability to resolve as many cases as coming in is not there. And so in FY25, we had an 88% clearance rate, which means that the residual cases that we were carrying continues to increase. So similarly, so far in FY 2026, we see that clearance rate remaining at about 82%, which is very concerning for us because the more cases we carry, the increase the burden. This is where another division, we'll love to talk about that more next year, would absolutely give that time on the calendar in a separate courtroom to be able to address those cases, and we'd like to see that 100+ clearance rate. The problem, as was mentioned by Chair Horstman, is you've got people that are working those cases, so more public defenders, more prosecutors, to try to keep up with the cases that are coming in. It's important also to understand that our courts are responsive. We don't have any way to influence which cases get charged, nor would we deter the county attorney from charging valid cases, but we simply receive cases, whether that's criminal cases or civil cases or family cases. We simply receive what comes in the door and gives them all the attention. So the other aspect that's not really well captured by filings or clearance rates is an increase in density. So you can imagine that some years ago, not too long ago, we had criminal felony case filings for possession of marijuana. We also had criminal case filings for felony case filings for possession of drug paraphernalia. So those were part of the overall number of felony cases that were charged. Now, due to the severity of other matters, possession of drug paraphernalia is generally not being charged as a felony, and possession of marijuana is no longer a felony charge. And so those cases that used to be included in our felony numbers, they're not there anymore. They're being replaced by other more dense types of cases. So the higher numbers that we have also do not reflect those low-level, kind of easier to resolve charges. We are seeing more violent offenses, and that's according to the reports from the police chief and the sheriff, and specifically case types. We're seeing an increase in aggravated assaults, but not just kind of regular aggravated assaults. We're seeing an increase in aggravated assaults that are enhanced with a dangerous instrument or a deadly weapon. So very concerning. Also an increase in serious domestic violence charges. All of these cases are then more complicated to resolve. In our family law litigation, we're seeing increasing complexity and increasing kind of reopening of those cases. So when you close a case, sometimes it doesn't stay closed for very long. In civil litigation, we're seeing a challenge that's a result of AI that's significantly increased the volume of filings. And so if we see the civil case filings remaining about consistent in the last couple of years, that doesn't really reflect the whole picture, because within those cases, in just a very short period of time, a person can create a pleading, and that pleading then can be compounded upon many other pleadings, all within that same case filing. And so all of those increased volume of filings must, of course, be reviewed and ruled upon by the court. So we are concerned about an increasing density of our cases. So this is a concerning picture that we'll be building upon and filling out with more evidence for our discussion next year regarding Division 7. We think that we see an increase in total filings by fiscal year that is both significant and also a trend. So what we're not talking about is some sort of a clear out of a backlog and we'll get that done and then we'll get back to normal. That's not what we're seeing. We're seeing an increasing overall case filing that's going up and up and up. So FY19, I think, is a pretty good place to start because it was pre-pandemic. So we can say that was a baseline. And then we see the overall filings by fiscal year decrease early in the pandemic and then increase over the last 3 fiscal years. So we're not seeing this as some sort of a clear out, but rather an ongoing trend. I mentioned earlier that all of our divisions feel like they're working well over 100%. And to make that sustainable, we start to have discussions to say, well, as a system, what resources do we need? How can we do things different? What influence can we put out in the community through work such as CJCC in order to try to make this better so that we have a sustainable court over the next years. So the bottom right is also an important place to consider because, as I mentioned, reopened cases are a place where we receive additional work. And so we have a regular high number of cases in the criminal world that get reopened after they're already sentenced. In family cases, those chronically reopen, especially where there's children involved. But now we're seeing an increase, we think, in the civil cases that are reopening. And that, of course, causes increased load on all of our courts and judges. In the last couple of years, we also had some discussion with you regarding a backlog. And so there's a different definition for the courts of backlog than you might have if you were discussing backlog with the county attorney's office. They would have a backlog of cases that are being submitted to them with a request for charging. So back in the old days when I was there, we had a whole room full of crates, and the charging attorneys would work their way through the crates. Maybe now it's a little bit more electronic. So they're working hard and have asked for some resources to help reduce that. And that's important because the time from request to charging to actual charging, that time is really important because we believe that justice delayed is justice denied. For us, a backlog case is a criminal felony case that has been proceeding in our court for more than a year. So there are time standards that say we're supposed to get our felony cases resolved a certain amount at a certain date and then a certain amount at a certain date, and the highest possible date is 365 days. So we're try to have all but about 2% of our cases resolved within 1 year. And that's important because we discussed one of our values is timely justice. And that's consistent with what we just talked about for the county attorney's office. So we were talking about backlog cases when we discussed with you the creation of Division 7 with ARPA funding. And so here you'll see that we were really successful. In 2020, we had 656 cases that were over a year. And in 2021, we had fewer cases being charged. That resulted in a better case resolution rate. We were able to chip into that. 2022, we saw more case filings and more case delay because we weren't really doing very many jury trials. So we had this number of 734 that was really high. So we talked with you about implementing Division 7 with ARPA funds, and that worked out really well. So we were able to reduce those total pending cases down as low as 504 last year. This is the overall criminal caseload, The backlog cases is the oldest cases. We see the similar type thing on the top right, where we had an increase in these old cases, 2021, 2022, and with Division 7, we're able to bring those old cases way down to just 9 cases that are over 1 year. And then 2026, with the elimination of Division 7, expiration of the ARPA funds and the monies that the board paid for last year to keep that division going through last June has resulted in some increase in those old cases. So we continue to work those cases and give them high priority, try to move them to trial if it's possible, if it's ready, but we are concerned about that increasing number. Related to is the monitoring of how many jury trials we're doing each year. So you can see back to 2020, we did 9 jury trials, one of which was civil. Post-pandemic, that number went, I guess immediate pandemic, that number went down to a very low number. It's now gone up and up and up, and we're set for 21 jury trials just between now and the end of fiscal year 26, so the end of June. I personally have 4 trials scheduled between now and the end of June, which is just a couple of months. So that's fine. We like to be in trial. The problem is there's all these other cases that require our time, and we end up with very little other time when we are in trial to be able to address those cases. All right, so I'm going to hand the microphone over to Sharon. This slide is simply a summary of the things that we just discussed, but the concern, again, is the increase in jury trials and the reduction in judge availability to address other cases and the decreasing clearance rate. All you.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
So we don't meet the population threshold. Do any of the counties in the state of Arizona?
Is it 50,000? Okay. So I think there is a number of people who live in the county that then merit the state paid Superior Court judge division. So I think that we had 179,000 people in Coconino County, and we believe that it's every 30,000 people that merits another Superior Court judge paid for by the state.
Yeah.
And so, yes, there are other counties that are bigger population, like Yavapai, I think is 260 or so, and so they have quite a few more Superior Court judges. Mojave County now has 14 Superior Court judges.
And do you all take track? I guess I'm sure you do. Where all these people are from, these cases that are coming through. I'm just wondering. We always talk about, like on the sheriff's side, a lot of the cases are coming out. The visitors that are coming through, and our justice system runs into that, and you absorb those cases. Then how many are here that are in that category, and how many are residents? That might be a way for us to be able to explain our situation.
So that's an excellent point. In the past, we've discussed with the county attorney because they're able to track where they believe the defendant lives as the case was charged. But we were just talking about this yesterday with Sharon to work with our data integrity specialist to try to identify as best we can which defendants do not currently live in Coconino County as we're appointing them counsel or as they're showing their appearances.
Hasn't CJCC done some of this data?
That's what I'm wondering too.
I thought I had seen something.
Diane?
I remember Bill Ring presenting on that point with a percentage a couple of years ago. So I think that at that time he said 40% of our criminal felony cases were coming from out of county, but this is an important data point that we'll present for you next year.
To be able to justify Division 7, that's something that I think it's important to know. And for us when we're advocating for our public safety, it's really good information for us to have that. And then also just like increase in violence. Are we becoming, as Coconino County residents, are we becoming more violent, or where's that violent coming from? Is that, and where's that intervention point in this cycle of this behavior? And that's what you're all trying to address. So anyway, it's just wondering. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll definitely have that information for you as best we can next year. And also, we just received a report a couple of months ago from the sheriff and the Health and Human Services Department that was making some assessments regarding the increase in violent crime. And the good news at that point, at least, was that it seemed to be evening off rather than continuing to increase. So we'll look forward to the next report and see how things have been progressing.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, the family is a fragile unit, a family. And when that family's security blanket, like SNAP, housing assistance, eviction assistance, and all these other programs that supported that particular family, if that starts eroding, the family unit is in jeopardy. And I'm just wondering if that's where some of these cases are. We're seeing some of these because when people are in fear, they're in fear for themselves and their loved ones. And what actions are they taking? And that leads into mental health and leads into all kinds, even the healthcare. These are cuts that are being implemented out there with it's just a stroke of a pen. Don't even care what the results are. So I'm just trying to figure out where in this system, with all these pressures and all these actions that are being taken, how is our families, some of our families dealing with it? Maybe that's where this comes from. Thank you.
So I do have to follow up on that because I think that emphasizes the importance of our probation and our community-based services as part of deploying effective justice. So we're always advocating for the strength of our probation and our juvenile probation, juvenile court services, because they are able to provide support and assistance for individuals, allowing them to remain monitored and safe, but in the community rather than removed from the community. So that, of course, does not apply to every case that comes before the court, but is something that we really emphasize in our culture here in Coconino County.
This is a summary of our service improvement requests or increment requests that we've made. I'll go into a little bit more detail on the next slide. So AGS services, I know that the judge went into details on this. It is an absolute necessity for us to continue our operations for this to be funded. And I know that it's being recommended. And we are so grateful that we have the funding for this fiscal year. So thank you for that. And we would like your consideration on continuing that funding through next fiscal year. And I know Judge Reed went over all of the AJS services that is being provided. The next one is a court security officer position. And so we came before you last fiscal year with this request also. Currently, we have 8 court security officer positions. 2 are fully funded by the city of Flagstaff. So that leaves us with 6 court security officers. And they provide dual roles. So they're court security. They're also the bailiff in the court. So they are attending almost every single court hearing, just like a court tech is attending that hearing. And so that leaves us with 6 individuals, 6 positions we have 6 divisions within the Superior Court downtown facility. We also have Flagstaff Justice Court, part of that facility. We're responsible for screening individuals coming into the courthouse, and also they manage the jury. So when we have jury trials, they're responsible for the juries, making sure they get into the courtroom, out of the courtroom. When they are deliberating, they stand outside the door in case the jurors have any questions. So you can imagine it's very hard to do all of that with 6 staff. We do have on-call court security officers that we do bring in when we're able to. We have, as you saw the statistics on our jury trials, this is, if we end up with 21 at the end of this fiscal year, it's the highest it's been since going back even 10 years, 15 years, it'll be the highest that we've seen in a very long time. We just got notice that there's 3 jury trials set on one day, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to manage that, because it's not only on us, it's also the clerk's office, because they do summons in the jurors, they check them in. And so we are at a critical point. So if we were to lose this court security officer position, it would even be more detrimental to us. We could use an extra 2. So this fiscal year, Flagstaff Justice Court is funding this position through their special revenue fund. So I want to thank Judge Grodman and Crystal for their support in it, because they do benefit having security at our courthouse. The next one is weekends and holiday coverage. We are mandated to cover all weekends and holidays. So individuals who are arrested, they must be seen within 24 hours in front of a judicial officer. We have a great partnership with the City of Flagstaff Municipal Court. They provide the judicial officer, they pay for the judicial officer, and then we provide the clerk position for weekends and holidays. And so this is an individual that covers for us, and that's about the cost depending on how long. Sometimes we have a significant number of individuals being seen. Some weekends it's like 40 people, which is unheard of. So we're just seeing those numbers increase everywhere throughout the system. Last request, I know it was mentioned earlier, computer and network service fees. Our computers come from the Arizona Supreme Court, and they set the cost of those computers, but it's not only the computers. In addition to the computers, they are providing us with our case management systems, digital evidence, e-bench for the judges. So it's more than just the computers, and they have approved a 2.5% increase year over year for those services. So you see the total estimated cost is about $179,000, $180,000. We do pay for not just Superior Court, we pay for the clerk's office. We also pay for all 4 justice courts out of these funds. We met with county management. We like to have a collaborative approach to see how we can best meet the needs that we have in our department. And so we did come up with an alternative plan on how to address all of those needs for your consideration today. The continuation of AJS services. For our court security officer position, I know that county management recognized how important that is for our operations. And so we brainstormed and came up with, currently we have 4 vacant positions for court reporting. And so we are going to reclassify 1 court reporter position into that court security officer position. And that was cost neutral. And then $40,000 for one-time funding for computer and network fees. That helps us out. I know it's not the total cost. The shortfall is about $52,000. And then the remaining balance would be paid for out of special revenue funds. And again, that is one-time funding. We were requesting recurring funding, but that was something we were able to work out. And then last but not least is the weekend and holiday coverage. We worked with Flagstaff Justice Court, and we're able to cover that cost with some of their vacancy savings that they will have. And if they don't have vacancy savings, which I hope they don't have vacancy savings, because that will mean that they're fully staffed all fiscal year, they will cover it with special revenue funds. And I'll pause there in case there are any questions.
Any comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Again, when it comes to computers and the network, I'm just wondering if we have an IT department. How does I know there's the state and there's ours, but is there any assistance there from our IT department, or is it all state and it's all secure through the state?
Chair Horseman, Supervisor Fowler, we do get assistance from county IT. They are so gracious that when we do need help with something, I know it's sometimes difficult because they have to communicate with the administrative office of the courts, but sometimes they're helping us just, for example, we had our court technology upgrade in the courtrooms. They gave us some guidance and advice working through that project. And so we do sometimes do reach out to county IT. We do all of our financial stuff through Munis. And so we do have Munis, and our timekeeping is through ExecuTime too.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and I'd like to note, and Judge Reed highlighted this, and this is something we've been talking about for a bit, but there are hurdles in the way, was the voice-to-text transcript. And when we look at technology, we still have attorneys, we still have judges, we still have people that need legal services, but trying to utilize the best technology we can to provide the services and working through the hurdles with that. And we know what they are. And so just really appreciate being able to utilize those services as we can. although taking a human element out of the equation can be difficult, as we know.
I look at that price tag, the $180,000. It's more than just the computers. So we all get computers, printers, but we get a case management system. That's the licensing of that case management system, the programmers behind that. And so we do get a lot more than just the computer. And I don't know if we could do it for $180,000, have our own case management system and all that support that goes along. As we know, the legislature does change laws quite frequently. And so we would have to update our case management system after every session. Just real quickly, I know we're running short on time. Want to go over just a few strengths and weaknesses and also opportunities and threats. Under strengths, I want to highlight the collaboration and partnerships. We couldn't do the work we do without our staff first and foremost, but also our being collaborative in our partnerships. You heard at a previous board meeting with regards to our justice pod or our court pod, working with Health and Human Services to get that project up and going. We couldn't do it without them. Our county attorney, public defender's office, all of our judicial branch departments. Couldn't do it without that, without individuals. I want to highlight Maya Rodriguez. I'm going to put her on the spot. With regards to our staff, how great. We go out for the justice bus, and it's a unique opportunity to have, I call them unstructured focus groups. Individuals will share their challenges, their what they're facing. And this last justice bus out on Page, there's an individual, he had a lot of legal issues that he was working through, but also the complexity when MVD also get involved, having that understanding that we're two separate departments and even two separate branches of government and trying to work together, because he had some items that he needed to get resolved from MVD and then some items from the court. And Maya spent a lot of time with this individual, went above and beyond, called MVD for him to find out what was going on and how he can get, what he needed to do to get his license back. That's just one example. I could share many, many examples of how our staff go above and beyond. Under weaknesses, Judge Reed highlighted our increase in case filings. Not only just the filings coming in, we briefly highlighted reopen cases. Just because a case closes, the work's not done. A lot of times individuals in criminal cases, if they're on probation, they may come back to court. Hopefully not, but sometimes they do come back to court. Also, our family cases, when a decree is entered, sometimes they have to change parenting time if they have children. And so that is an additional workload on our judges and calendar time for those cases. Some opportunities, leveraging automation and technology. As County Manager Andy Bertelson had said, we are always looking at how we can leverage automation and technology for the things we can do. And I believe Brad, our clerk of court, mentioned this morning, correct me if I'm wrong, that sometimes automation does not mean it's more efficient. Sometimes it's more work. But we try to leverage those items. And then it's also a threat. We're seeing more and more with how available artificial intelligence is. Claude, ChatGPT, we're seeing more and more filings of individuals using those services, which is great. But sometimes it's very dense filings, and they may not make a whole lot of sense in those pleadings or motions. And so it is very time consuming because the judges need to go through and read every single thing. We had a filing that came in, and you can tell that they use ChatGPT because at the end it had like a disclaimer like ChatGPT is not always accurate, and that was copied and pasted. Bless you. And then also, insert address here it stayed saying insert address here. So we're just seeing an increase in that. That's it. Some goals and outlook. We're going to continue with the Justice Bus. It is, if you haven't attended one, I recommend it. It's an amazing opportunity to get out in the community. I love going. Typically, I go along with Shay. Shay from our office usually helps organize it on our end, and Maya goes out and a couple other staff. It's just a great opportunity to see the challenges, meet people where they're at. I know one of the Justice Bus events we had recently at a church, and it was a couple blocks from the courthouse. And someone asked, why are you doing a warrant resolution event when the courthouse is literally like a couple blocks away? When we went out there, these individuals were scared. They didn't know what to expect. And they were in a place that they felt comfortable. They had trust in the individuals at that place. And it was evident because the individual at the church brought them to us. So they had that trust built up with them. And just meeting people where they're at is what the Justice Bus is all about, and also wraparound services. And then the only other thing I want to highlight on this is that we're hosting our strategic planning event, our Justice 2045 on September 17th. You all should have received and saved the date. We're going to be sending out invites here shortly on that. And last but not least, I said that was the last one. Provide ongoing professional development opportunities. I think this is so important. The Justice Bus was a seed that came back from a national conference, and it grew here with our CJ partners to what it is today. And it's so great to go out and see what other, other states are doing, other municipalities, jurisdictions are doing, and then bring back those ideas and how they fit here in our community here. And I think it's just a great opportunity for our staff to grow. With that, we will be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Members of the board, any questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is going to be an easy question. Sharon, are these the pictures that you told us this is a sneak peek of what's going to be going up in the courthouse, the ones we saw in our packet?
Yeah, Chair Horseman, Supervisor Ontiveros. Yes, I didn't know exactly which ones were picked because there was 15, so some of them may not be going up. I don't know off the top of my head which ones, but yes, some of them will be going up.
Yeah, well, they're beautiful, and that's going to it's going to offer a very nice feel in the courthouse. And so I'm just going to make just a very brief comment. And this goes to you, Judge Reed, and to Casey Lightfoot. And it is about both of your comments about how, you know what, we're showing up here to present in front of the board, and we're not nervous. We're excited because we get to share with them what we've done over the past year. I personally take that as a compliment because it shows the partnership that we have, the Board of Supervisors has with our court community. So I'm glad that you guys shared this with us. And so you know, I enjoy this time of year also because we get to hear what's going on with you guys. And it's important for us to continue to be kept up to date on that. And last thing, I know I've said this continually over the past 2 days, but I'm going to say it one more time. As I was looking at the assignments that you listed in here that you guys do, juvenile delinquency, the severances, the adoptions, the criminal, the family law, all of these, you gave us numbers and statistics, but there's stories and there's real people behind all of that. And I know that there have been some very difficult cases. I referenced yesterday with County Attorney Barker that we read about this in the paper. There have been some very difficult cases this year. It's hard to even read about in the paper. And you guys are the ones actually seeing the more difficult stuff. So again, I want to thank you for the emotional burden that you guys carry. It's much appreciated.
Other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
I just want to thank you, Judge Reed, and Sharon, and just say her whole team. You have a team that it works really well together and has not just the view of your courtroom, but of our county and looking right into our residents' eyes and knowing what they're going through and being able to carry that and really doing a reform based on that. That is, like you said, Judge Reed, innovation. Innovative, it's being creative. Now the artwork, it's really putting your passion onto the face of our justice system. I just want to thank you for that. I'm still concerned about the technology, your computers, and your wellness. These are really difficult cases and more complex, like you all saying. I don't know what that complexity is from where I sit, but I can only imagine the toll that it takes on each and every one of you, all the judges, all the staff, those that are doing the recording, everyone within that system, the attorneys, and I just want everyone to take care of themselves. And we're told that we have great wellness programs. I just encourage all of you to take care through those programs. And if there's anything else that we need to add, I think that'd be great. And then, the decrease in court recorders, we've had that discussion for several years now, and I don't know where we're at with that. And and that's where technology kind of comes in again, and with caution, technology is always caution, but that's still a concern. And I don't know how we're going to resolve that, especially with Division 7. And also the increase in density of these cases, that and the complexity, and then reoccurring. There's a lot of titles that come in there, and I don't know what all of that means with detail, but that sounds very complex, and how you all still have to figure out your schedule, figure out how you're going to address these, and then being able to work with all the other departments to be able to address every case. That is really concerning for me. It sounds like over 50 hours for the judges. That's a lot. So I hope that we're able to, I'm sold on Division 7, but I still think it's a state needs to somehow come in. But that's wishful thinking, like you said. So we've got to figure that out. We have to somehow all put our heads together and figure that out. The other thing to that Division 7, like I said, is to be able to justify it. Where are these cases coming from? Look at we have our criminal CJCC. We need to do a down out digging where these cases are coming from. Are they, when I worked in Head Start, I have a case with a child, and then the one of the sibling is in this school and that school. What are they doing? And that's where we're at with these cases. Are they in probation? Is it one family that's spread out? Well, how do we help that one family together? You're all working together right now. So anyway, that's just something I'm just thinking about, how I used to do casework when I was thinking I was going to be a social worker. And I bring everybody together and say, okay, you have this, you have, and we all talk about it and how we're going to help that one family. And we don't all show up at the same door all on the same day, but we all have a targeted mission and we all have a plan. Anyway, that would be my, I guess they're just comments, and just really appreciate your thoughtful presentation and just all the work that everyone is doing. So please tell all the judges and everyone that you work with, all your staff, just really appreciate all of them. Thank you. And I know our communities do too. Those justice buses, they are making a huge difference. They are just amazing, and just the partners that have joined in. Wow. Very impressive work. Thank you.
Chair Horstman, Supervisor Fowler, if I may. We had the pleasure of hosting the Arizona Supreme Court this week, the justices, and they've heard about the Justice Bus. We did receive that award from the Supreme Court, And the Chief Justice was like, can I go see the Justice bus? I'm like, well, it's not actually a bus, it's services. But if you come up early on Friday instead of Monday, you'll be able to see us in action. And they do say, you know, Coconino County is very innovative. And sometimes it's a want to, but sometimes it's just out of necessity because of the lack of resources that we have here. And so sometimes that makes us even more innovative. But we are on the map, and it's so great to see that, you know, us rural courts, we can do things too. It's not just, you know, the larger urban areas. That was great. And then with regards to your question with, I don't know if it's a question or comment on court reporters, we were trying to get legislation this year through the legislature with regards to grand jury. That is, there's a couple areas where we have to provide a court reporter. And so poor Shay has to beg and plead and try to find a court reporter to do that. And one of the areas is grand jury. And we have that every week. We have to have a court reporter in every single grand jury hearing. And so we were trying to get legislation passed to allow audio recording of those proceedings. Unfortunately, I don't believe it ever got a sponsor for that bill.
Madam Chair, if I may, just a quick question to the courts. Is that, would AOC be able to, the Supreme Court do that through rule at all, or is that, it needs a legislative change?
Needs a legislative change. There are several statutes that have to change. As well as a couple of
There's another one for our government affairs, so
We
that's
need
where-
a lot of legislative changes.
Yeah.
The bill is all written, so we just need to find a sponsor to run it.
So, Madam Chair, if I could just add on that, yes, our Supreme Court Justice, the chief, is that her title? She had nothing but great praises for Coconino County. I mean, all the judges and their staff. It was really interesting meeting with them, and just that they just wanted to learn. They were like sponges. So, thank you.
Well, first and foremost, you know, a huge thank you to everyone within the Superior Court. I mean, it's incredible what you've been able to do with, quite frankly, limitations on staff, limitations on funding, et cetera. And, you know, when you think of justice, what you picture are the courts and the court system. And I agree with you, Judge, that when justice delayed is in fact justice denied. And so when we're talking about the increase in the caseloads, both civil and criminal, it's really getting to the point of really stretching justice. And really, are we continuing to serve the highest and best we can for our community? And, you know, if you're in the middle of a civil case and you got a custody battle going, you want to get that resolved. If you're in the middle of a criminal case and you've been accused of a crime, or if you are a victim of a crime, you want to get that resolved. So I absolutely look forward for a continuing discussion on Division 7. And that may be just part of the solution, because we haven't even talked about space needs. We haven't even talked about the security needs that you are facing, we face here, and that you're certainly facing over there at the courthouse. And I know one of the things that we started our budget meeting was the fact that our revenue, we do not have, revenue coming in is not going to meet our needs. And of course, the courts are a huge part of those needs. So besides looking at Division 7 and that discussion, I hope we can also continue a discussion on different ways to bring revenue in to our community so that we can provide the essential services and serve the needs of our communities. So obviously, as we move forward, it's not going to be something we can do here today, but as we move forward, I really look forward to that continued discussion. So, and again, you know, with all the limitations, you all continue to serve at the highest level for our community, and I want to thank you all for that, and really appreciate your innovation, creativity, and innovation. So, and Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Judge Reed. Sharon, thank you. And to staff that's all here. I just want to say that you guys are doing a good job. You guys are really thinking about everything all the way around, taking services out there to the communities, and talking about Division 7. What's going to be best? What do we need to do? Where are we going to go with that? How much money is it going to cost? Comparing the cost with what it is, and all this and that. So, but I really would like to see that Division 7 um, come to fruition, only because, I think that's probably the best route we can go with all this things that are happening, especially with clearance rates declining and this and that. So I just want to say thank you. And I think we had a lot of presentations within the last 4 days, and it's just like everybody's doing their part, and everyone is doing their part, and they're pretty much up to par, and they're making recommendations, but unfortunately the dollars will not meet all our demands, even from the state, mandates. And so we're in a tough spot right now, but I think we can all pull this out together. I think there may be other grants out there, and I know that our staff in all the programs are looking at grants. And do we go for bonds? Those are things that we really need to highly consider to, to make ends meet for all our departments. But I am so thankful to be part of this board, because I know that, every department is innovative. They can bring things, the Justice Bus, for example, they go out and bring these things back to us, as board members, and we're all here to support you. And I just want to say thank you again to everyone within your departments. And so, did you have a dog in that picture? Oh, right there. I was going to say, if you had a dog,
Justice.
I was going to talk about that book too. I think somehow we may, I don't know, one of the things that can probably happen is if those can be afforded to certain schools, to see if the teachers can put that into the curriculum or something and just request for it. I think that would be good, because my granddaughter is a sophomore in high school, and some class she's taking, I didn't really ask her, but she had a little baby with her all weekend long. And this little baby, it cries, and she's got to figure out what was going on. And she'll check the diaper and then give it milk and water, whatever, and pat it on the back. And every time she wants to go make a phone call, the baby would start crying. And she puts the phone down. And every time she's going to eat, the same thing happens. And so, and I just looked at her all weekend, and I said, so what, so, I said, what was your experience? She says, Grandma, I don't have any kids. I said, yeah, that's the reality of life. I said, when you start having children, I said, you have to tend to them versus a hot meal, staying up all night, especially if they're sick and stuff like that. I said, so, but anyway, things like that. I think that book would be part of that, so I think that was something that was really nice to, for you guys to share. And so thank you so much overall. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. It's always good to see all the different things that the Justice Superior Court's doing, and hearing about the needs, because we know that the state's not giving us what we need. And so being creative, Justice Bus, it was maybe about 6 months ago, I was working with the Mexican consulate, and there was the possibility of doing a Justice Bus with some folks that were Mexican citizens, and they were really taken aback because they'd never heard of anything like a Justice Bus before, and they were really impressed with those kind of services, and the fact that the Coconino County justice system was going out to the community to provide those services. And so, again, I'd just like to say thank you and appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler. I think you need to get a cutout of a bus, so when they ask about the Justice Bus.
We got a sticker so we could put it on whatever bus we rent. So that seemed like a nice, affordable solution. Thank you all so much for your collaboration, your partnership, and your support.
Thank you. Appreciate all you do. All right, we're going to take a little break here. So let's do a 5-minute break. The truth is, I think everybody's back, legs, arms. So it's a marathon, but we're doing it. So welcome back. I know. All right, we are proceeding, and we're going to hear from the justice courts, I bet. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Erica to kind of key this up.
Thank you, Chair. We are excited to move forward with our last presentation of the day, best for last, with the Justice Court. So a couple of the dates I've been sharing: the longest serving employee in each department, continuously serving in the county as a whole. I have to asterisk that now. So in the Flagstaff Justice, and 3 of the 4 are judges. So in Flagstaff Justice Court, Judge Grodman has been here since 2001. And shout out to Roberta Smith, who's been here since 2004. And in Fredonia Justice Court, Judge Cutchin has been here since 2011. In the Williams Justice Court, Judge Crombie has also been here since 2011. And shout out to Carla Dent, who's right behind, not very long. Just hired right after that. And then in Fredonia Justice Court, Judge Cutchin. I'm sorry, I said that already. Page Justice Court, Jeff Hickman is the longest from 2014. So I wanted to mention that. I also wanted to mention that in this section of our binder, all of the justice courts are together. So on page 1, under that section, it's labeled at the bottom, page 1 of 55. That's where the Flagstaff Justice Court information starts. And you can see there were no increment requests requested for FY27 there. And that Flagstaff Justice Court information continues on the next 3 pages. And then on the back of it, page 4 of 55, which is on the back, there as you're flipping through your binder, that's where Fredonia Justice Court begins. And you can see that the Fredonia Justice Court requested money for their building remodel, and that is being recommended, some out of a general fund. You can see that at the top in blue, and then some of that money under Fredonia Justice Court Court Enhancement Fund increment, and so that's in green. And then also you can see the Fredonia Justice Court requested additional staffing, and the cost of the additional FTE will be recovered through the court's IGA. So that's under court IGA fund increment requests in green on that page as well. And then so Fredonia Justice Court has several pages. Page Justice Court starts on page 8 of 55. I'll give you a second to get to page 8 if you want to, and you can see that in green, courthouse signage has been recommended to be included in the budget from the Page Justice Court enhancement funds. And the information about Page Justice Court continues through page 10. And on page 11 of 55 is where the Williams Justice Court budget overview starts. And you can see the department is recommended to continue using special revenue funds for a portion of the cost of the Justice Court Specialist and the Court Security Officer positions. So those were not recommended at this time. And I also just want to mention, since that's a lot of information under that tab, that on the green and pink sheet, if justice courts are at the top of page 3. So if that's an easier way for you to get to all of those requests and recommendations, I just wanted to point that out as well. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Sharon and Maya.
Good afternoon. Sharon Yates, Court Administrator with the Superior Court. Before I introduce Maya, I just wanted to say a few words about our justice courts. And if an individual were to interact with a court, most likely it'd be one of our limited jurisdiction courts, whether it be municipal court or justice court. The large amount of cases that are filed in Arizona, the majority of those cases are filed in our limited jurisdiction courts. And that's the same thing here in Coconino County. So I wanted to first and foremost thank our 4 justice courts for all their hard work and their staff that they do each and every day, because they do see the majority of individuals here in our county who have a court case. I'm going to introduce Maya Rodriguez. She's our Deputy Court Administrator. This is her second budget presentation. She's been here a little bit over a year and a half in this position. Prior to that, she worked in Page Justice Court as a JP, and as the court manager there. And then prior to that, she was in Flagstaff Justice Court and one of the longer standing employees in the Superior Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Vasquez, and members of the board, county management. Thank you for this opportunity to present the Justice Court budgets to you. I'm right at the microphone, aren't I? I'm sorry if I get too loud. I'm sorry. Today, I have all 4 JPs joining us to present our budget, and we're going to follow along the lines we did last year. And our presiding JP, Judge Cutchin, is going to kick us off, and then each judge will get up and talk about their courts and go through their slides, or I'll help them, and then I'll finish up with the end slides with you. So thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Judge, and all of you. Really appreciate you being with us.
Good afternoon, Chair Horstman, members of the Board of Supervisors, and distinguished guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today as we begin discussing the upcoming fiscal year's budget. As the presiding justice of the peace, I'm here not only to outline the operational needs of our courts, but to also reaffirm our commitment to being careful and responsible stewards of public funds. We understand that every dollar allocated reflects the trust our community places in us, and we take that responsibility very seriously. Like Sharon said, justice courts play a unique and essential role within the justice system. For many individuals, we are the first and sometimes the only point of contact they will have with the courts. And our mission goes well beyond simply resolving cases. It is about providing accessible, timely, and fair justice at the community level. Whether someone is navigating a civil dispute, responding to a traffic citation, or facing a misdemeanor charge, our goal is to ensure that the process is clear, respectful, and efficient. We also recognize that many who come before us may be unfamiliar with the legal system or facing difficult circumstances. And that's why we try to create an environment that is not only professional but approachable. One where individuals feel heard, understand their rights and responsibilities, and can participate meaningfully in the process. In this way, justice courts serve both as a gateway and a foundation for public trust in the broader justice system. At the same time, like all departments, we are balancing increasing caseloads and evolving community needs with finite resources. Our budget proposals reflect a thoughtful approach to these challenges. They focus on maintaining core operations while also identifying opportunities to improve efficiency, whether through the use of technology or to streamline case management, enhancements to public access and communication, or internal process improvements that reduce delays and long-term costs. We remain committed to finding practical solutions that allow us to do more with what we have without compromising the quality, fairness, or integrity of our services. This includes ongoing evaluation of our practices, collaboration with partner agencies, and a continued emphasis on accountability and transparency in how resources are used. We look forward to working collaboratively with you throughout this process to ensure that our justice courts remain accessible, effective, and fiscally responsible. Thank you so much for your continued support and your dedication to a balanced and thoughtful budgeting process.
Thank you.
So our first slide kind of goes over what Judge Cutchin just kind of summarized. We'll go to the next slide. With our justice courts, they're each their own program. So this slide just says that the justice court programs are each 4 individual justice courts, and gives you a nice little quote from Eleanor Roosevelt about justice cannot be for one side alone, but must be for both. And going back to Sharon's shout out to me about the Justice Bus event, I have to say that is the steps I took to help that customer is the steps that every staff person in each 4 justice courts do on a daily, minute by minute, hourly basis. And it brought me back to my original roots working the first time at the window in justice court in 1998. So I love doing it. It's great. We did apply for some grants this year. I don't think we have any answers as to whether we got them. Page Justice Court applied for an additional 2-year NCHIP criminal history grant to fund staffing. I believe the board did the pre-approval process through the grant process, and Williams Justice Court is looking to replace their magnetometer at their entrance because it's kind of working intermittently. And so then we'll go into Flagstaff Justice Court, and Judge Grubman's going to come up and talk a little bit, and I'm going to help him through the slides.
What do you want to do first, the slides or me?
You talk first.
Okay. All right. Hello, Chair Horstman and members of the board. What I generally talk about every year are initiatives that the Flagstaff Justice Court undertook 15 years ago, 14 years ago. 15 years ago, we undertook with Supervisor Fowler to have a traveling court to go out to, it started as Tuba City only, and it ended as Tuba City only because that was the most successful. But we would take court out a couple times a year to allow people who, primarily targeting people who had warrants out of our court, who lived on the reservation and were kind of stuck on the reservation for fear of being arrested on the way to court or fear of being arrested off the reservation for any reason. So this was very successful. It ultimately earned an Access to Justice Award from the Arizona Supreme Court, and it's kind of been taken over by Justice Bus. And that's fine because Justice Bus is able to offer more services. Ours were more limited. And even though we did eventually convince municipal court to come out too, because a lot of people were frustrated that they would come they would contact Lena to register, and their case was not a justice court case, so we couldn't do anything about it. So for the last several years that we were going out, municipal court joined us, and that was wonderful. In any event, if there's ever a need either to Tuba City or Supervisor Begay to Loop, which are the two areas that are in the Flagstaff Justice Court precinct, over and above Justice Bus, we're still willing and able to provide that service. But I think Justice Bus pretty much covers it. In 2013, we started a felony mental health court in Flagstaff Justice Court. And it was very successful. It got high praise from the Administrative Office of the Courts, the administrative branch of the Arizona Supreme Court, who sent out people to watch us and felt that we were a model program that others should emulate. Anyway, with probation cuts, we began to dwindle, and Superior Court took that one over as well. And it was and that's fine too, because I was always, when I was doing that court, I was functioning as a Superior Court Judge Pro Tem anyway. And Superior Court was able to hire a mental health court coordinator. They were able to re-engage probation, and they were able to apply for grants. And they're a fine, well-run machine. One of the slides is going to talk about the subsequent mental health court that I created in Justice Court, a deferred prosecution program for primarily charged felons whose crimes were mainly driven by mental illness. And that's one of the slides, how many graduates we had. And now we're down to a population of 0. We're still willing to do it. We've either graduated or a couple people have absconded, but we've primarily graduated all our participants, and the particular deputy county attorneys who are involved now don't seem to be, don't seem to have bought into the treatment court program, and the public defenders aren't pushing it that much. So, but, that's still available. But because that's what I talk about every year, and we don't have it anymore in Justice Court, I want to bring up something that came up this week and kind of emphasize my belief in treatment courts. Somebody who I had known, I mean, I had not known. I'd seen over the years as a maintenance person at Flagstaff Athletic Club, approached me like on Monday when I was there and said, you know, I really want to thank you for what you did for me. And what I did was in 2021, maybe the end of 2021, early 2022, he was before me offering a guilty plea to aggravated DUI, where if he was able to be sentenced to be granted probation, that would have been preceded by 4 months in the Department of Corrections. And I realized, you know, that his lawyer probably didn't know that he had been recently arrested for another aggravated DUI, but the state hadn't charged it, probably awaiting blood work or something, which often takes a few months. Those aggravated DUIs don't get charged right away because they don't have the evidence until they have the blood work. So while in the middle of this guilty plea proceeding, I brought the lawyers back to my office and I said, did you know that he's got another aggravated DUI? And they didn't, they totally didn't. And that, you know, when this next one comes through, he's probably going to get years in prison. And why don't you get him into recovery court? And he did recovery court. You know, he got into recovery court and he totally succeeded, and Flagstaff Athletic Club gave him a second chance, and he's been working there the whole time. And he's been living in Oxford House, a sober living community, which I didn't know until he told me. He said, you know, he just went to the World Oxford House World Convention in Florida as an ambassador from Flagstaff Oxford House. That's how much he's been sober for the last 4 or 5 years, and that's how much he's thrived. And so I looked at a map, you know, I Googled Oxford House, and I opened up a North America map, and I saw that there are Oxford houses in at least 15 states and at least a couple of provinces. And this guy, damn, and you know, when he thanked me, I said, no, it was all you. You did the work. And I just wanted to give, I thought you were getting a bad deal, and I wanted to prevent that. But he was grateful. Anyway, so I really believe in treatment courts, and I hope that new prosecutors and new public defenders start to believe in them enough too to refer them to me during this next term.
What we have for our first slide is the organizational chart for Flagstaff Justice Court. It's one of the biggest justice courts in our county. They have 2 full-time judges. When I started in '98, there was 2 full-time and 1 part-time judge. So it evolved down to 2, and probably could use another part-time person, but who knows. And then they have a management team. One of the things about the slides is there's a lot of vacancies, and we'll go a little bit more in that, but that's the team for Justice Court. It's doubled since I started in '98, but I think that is relevant to the times and the increase in volume and case volume. So some of the accomplishments and highlights for them this year is they continue to participate as much as they can in the community outreach that's currently going on with they attend the annual Veterans High Country Stand Down. They started attending the Twin Arrows Stand Down once it became available, and they always provide staff to assist at the Justice Bus events. So Court Admin's been historically going to the Justice Bus events, but each Justice Court and each municipal court in our county have dedicated staff for us to call when we have people show up for their caseload. And they research the cases, get us the case documents so that Judge Reed can see them when it's time for them actually to go into the courtroom, and he helps resolve those cases. And then I get to bring the paperwork back to them, and they get to process it. So it's a sweet deal for me. I just help facilitate, and then they get to do all the work. So I really appreciate their willingness to have staff dedicated to help us, because we're there from, I think it starts usually at 9 to 3 usually at our events. And so it's a long day. And Tuba City has the most people that come, and that is a very, very long day, but fun, so much fun. Sometimes they bring you Navajo tacos to buy. It's kind of great. They do have the mental health court that Judge Grumman said is down now to 0 participants, but they did graduate 10 individuals. 2 were not successful in the program, so it looked like you had 12 this year. We're focusing on staff recruitment and training of staff. They have historically, not historically, but they've been highly understaffed due to inability to recruit or retain. People that they've recruited have tended to turn down the position at last minute, and then they have to go back out. But they have worked and partnered with HR to come up with some creative solutions on how to get their positions more marketable to the people applying. They worked with our new field trainer that we share with all the courts and created an onboarding process for new staff, which we hope, that those first couple weeks of training can be very daunting in justice court. So hoping the new process will help capture and their passion for working in our courts and stay with us. Anything you want to add?
You know, I didn't know Judge Reed was here. He probably recognizes the guy I was talking about.
Oh. All right, and then the next slide is something new that I just wanted to add in here. There's 74 justice courts in the state of Arizona. Flagstaff Justice Court has been in the top 10 ranked courts, justice courts in the state due to filings. Their lowest ranking was number 10, and that was back in 2014. This reflects 2019 to 2025. Majority of the time, they were ranked number 2 as the busiest justice court in the state. That's in our little our big county of Coconino, but everybody looks at Flagstaff as a small place, and you talk to customers, and they're thinking Flagstaff Justice Court is a little tiny thing. We're like the busiest court and one of the busiest justice courts in the state. And there's a couple reasons why I wanted to share that with you. The only one that is number 1 is a Pima Consolidated Justice Court, which is all the justice courts in Pima County. Am I correct? Almost all the justice courts combined in Pima County. And then the number 2 to 3 are courts in Maricopa County. They're the justice courts in the Maricopa County proper. So our ranking that high is pretty significant. And it goes to feed into the issue of not having staffing, right? So they have a lot of case filings, and they were working at about half staff for a good 6 to 8 months.
To add to what Maya said, many of those cases in this little small town are felonies, and they get funneled up to Superior Court. And many of them are out-of-staters doing felonies, or out-of-countiers doing felonies. And just to give a little plug for Division 7, we're sending a lot of cases as among the busiest justice courts. We, unlike in Maricopa County, where the justice courts don't touch felonies at all, we touch felonies until, and sometimes for months, until they're bound up to Superior Court or they're resolved in justice court. And all those cases add to their case count.
And to touch on something that you asked about, Supervisor Fowler, with regards to the courts using county IT, one of the ways that Flagstaff Justice Court engaged and had assistance from county IT, is their phone system. So they have such a volume of incoming calls that the current phone system used by many departments was not sufficient. So they utilized the help of county IT to come up with the new phone system that they're using now that allows for many bells and whistles, and I can't even explain it. But it's amazing, and it is helping Justice Court with their customer service through the phones today. Yep.
I told Maya I wouldn't step in, but I need to.
She's gonna make me better.
One thing of note here that we're going to have ongoing conversations like we are having conversations with Division 7 in statute with regards to judicial productivity credits, which is a calculation based on filings. Not every filing's one-to-one. In statute, if a court goes over 1,200 or more, the county shall either split the precinct or redraw the lines of that precinct. Before COVID, we were having those conversations because they were at, I forget exactly, but they were over 1,200 JPC credits. And so that's something we need to keep in mind and keep on our horizon. What will we do if and when they get to that 1,200 JPC credit?
That's all true. And then marijuana became legal. And so our JPCs went way down, thankfully. Judge Reed wanted to mention that, me to mention that in Justice Court, we do many changes of plea for, they can plead guilty to me, and I send the case to Superior Court for sentencing.
And then our SWOT analysis, strengths for most of the justice courts is that the judges and the court staff are receptive to technological advances and innovative approaches to improving court services. I believe Judge Cutchin mentioned that in her opening remarks. The weaknesses for Flagstaff Justice Court is the critical staffing shortage. Judge Grumman just said they had a lot of response to their most recent recruitment and a lot of applicants. So we're hoping to get those all based. I know that Crystal and Court Admin have worked with HR on reclassifying some positions to get some assistance to the court manager there, but also to make some more improvements and hopefully help give them the tools to retain the staff that they newly hire. And so that's always been a hard thing. We're usually in Flagstaff Justice Court, the training ground for Superior Court to come, or the county attorney to come, or the public defender to come and recruit our staff. So hopefully they'll be able to keep them a little bit longer than 6 months when they get them.
Coach.
I call it recruit. And provide professional growth. So you got to be positive. Threats are one of the big things come in the limited jurisdiction court way, along with the other justice courts, is the e-filing of cases. So they rolled out the civil e-filing this last year, and I think they've been using it for a couple months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, something like that. But the projection is to roll out criminal case e-filing. So this year, it probably won't start in our county, but I believe that our municipal court in Flagstaff is one of the ones they've asked to pilot the criminal rollout. So it might hit us sooner than we think. But along with that e-filing of criminal, the trials, the cases going to trial are going to be probably wanting that evidence, digital evidence. And so those are all, automation's great, but you got to pay for it, right? And so those are all costs that are going to be probably coming the way to the courts. With any changes, substantial changes to case processing like e-filing, it does impact, court operations and workflows. And that tends to cause some impact to like our court processing and our customer service. The civil e-filing has been interesting because I'm on the chat group, and I actually ran into at the event for the Chief Justice and the Court of Appeals, one of the attorneys that e-files into Page Justice Court, all the evictions, the majority of the evictions that they process in here. And she was talking about the challenges that she's had trying to e-file those. And so it's interesting because, it's a whole way of life change for our LJ courts. But do you have anything to add? And then this is some lovely pictures of the holidays in Flagstaff Justice Court. Their team building activities, and they did participate in the adult probation gift drive over the holidays. And I think that ends our Justice Court Flagstaff. And so next is Fredonia Justice Court, and Judge Cutchin, I believe, is going to come chat with you again. So, did you have questions?
I think, before the judge leaves, Judge Grodman, can you join us
Ba-
again?
Sorry,
So,
I should have
I'm
asked.
just-
My apologies.
I'm gonna basically open it up to my colleagues, see if they have any questions. So any questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Supervisor Fowler, and we'll have Fowler and then we'll do Audrey.
Okay. Well, first, Judge Grodman, I want to thank you. It was, talk about innovation, just having an idea of having a judge go into a Navajo Nation court and hold court. That was like, is really a judge coming? People were really afraid at first, and Sharon, we were all, Maya, we're all involved in that. It's just like, it's just the way our justice system works. And it's like, okay, they're not coming here, so how can we go out there? Looking at the warrants and what is a quash? We didn't know what the word quash meant in the legal term, and we had to go and explain all that. But people do still call. So just want to thank you for your just the way that you handle court and the individuals, and just to reassure them that they're okay, they're safe, and that we're trying to find a solution here and how they can move forward. So you got me to talking about justice in the communities, how the legal system like just wraps you up and can't. I hop around the chapter room, when a bunch of people. I said, this is the way we are. We're all wrapped up with the legal, and we're not able to help ourselves. If we can't help ourselves, we can't help our families. And you started unwrapping those.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank you. I get approached quite a bit about how you were able to, cut those strings off. And now they're at a point where they're able to help their families. And more importantly, out there, out on Navajo, is that people traveled the country to work. There's the work isn't here. Many of them are union workers, and so, and you got to know that community, and you just bring in your guitar. I just yeah, and doing the weddings, it just was amazing. So you really opened my eyes to what justice means. I had a fuzzy idea, but now I can really talk about it. And now with Judge Reed being with the Justice Bus and just all the just the collaboration that has just opened up, people are more trusting now. And just want to really thank you for that. And I know just how you really are passionate about people moving forward in their life, because then they can contribute to our our democracy and our economy, and raise a healthy, safe family. That's what it's all about. And we had one it was one grandma that I have to drive him around all the time. He won't drive. And here, comes walking out, and a man crying saying, I can drive now. That's the place that I saw men cry. So thank you. Thank you for all those tears. Thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Well, I'm just going to quickly tag on to the kudos that she's already given you. I just wanted to thank you for sharing the story that you did about the individual at Flagstaff Athletic Club. And what it reminds me of is I always say, I can't change the world, but I can change the world that I live in. And in what you did is you literally changed the course of somebody's life. And I like those stories, and it had to have been, it has to be rewarding to know that you have done that. And thank you for taking the time, having the foresight to do those little things. And I have a sneaking suspicion that there's a whole bunch of stories like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Judge Amaya, you're going to have to figure out the difference between I think you call it poach and you call it, what was it, recruit? Yeah, I think that's a little different than tomato. Yeah, you guys are going to have to work on that. But thank you seriously for
Thank you.
what you've done.
Thank you, Judge. All right, we're moving on.
Yeah, do this. I don't have a story to start with, so we'll just go through the slides and address them as we go.
We got Fredonia Justice Court organization charts. And,
Yeah. if you wanna go ahead and
okay,
go through
all
this
right,
one.
all right. So one of the major things the only major thing that's changed is we did get the court manager reclassified, and it was meaningful because now she aligns with the other court managers within the county. So that was a great partnership with HR to get that done. And good thing is they've been fully staffed and the same staff, right, for a year. So that's always nice. Don't normally have a lot of changeover in the outlying justice courts like Flagstaff Justice Court does, but I think in the last probably 3 years, there's been some movement in the outlying justice courts, so which is not really characteristic, I mean, for them. They did obtain a new pro tem judge. You wanna talk about that?
Yes, so we have had trouble maintaining and keeping trained pro tem judges. And so we've now obtained Judge Muscat. She's been working with Paige, Justice and Municipal, and she's now starting to cover Fredonia. And it is wonderful to have a fully trained judge. She's been working for, I think, upwards of 15 years as a pro tem. So she brings a lot of experience to us, and she makes our lives a little bit easier. Before, we were covering our own court 24/7 all the time, pretty much. So we are very happy to have this Judge Muscat on board.
And then accomplishments and highlights. You want to go through that a little?
Yeah, we can go through the highlights. So some of the things that we do, we don't have a lot of opportunities in Fredonia. There's not a lot of programs. So we have tried to really focus on reaching out through our schools, and now we've also started reaching out through Care and Share. So in the schools, we do go in, visit with the schools. We teach civics or history classes. We read to elementary school students. We've done the spelling bee. We really like judging the spelling bee. Just this week, we're able to coordinate with the high school government teacher to bring, I think there was like 12 or 15 students over to see oral arguments in Page. So we thought that was a wonderful experience for them. And we've also started volunteering. I was previously the chief judge at the Kaibab Paiute tribe for about 10 years, and so I still have contacts at the tribe. So when they had a need for assistance with their holiday food drive, our court stepped up and went out, and a few of us went and helped serve at their food drive. And the food drive was not just for the tribe, it was also for all of Coconino County that was available, Mojave County and King County, Utah. So it was a really large food drive. And as our schedule permits, we also go in monthly to Care and Share. We've noticed a need there. The age of the volunteers is getting a little older. I'd say a lot of them are about 20 years older than us. So we've come in and offered some heavy lifting. We do that. We build the food boxes. We don't distribute because that might create some awkwardness maybe with some community members, but we do build those food boxes, and we've enjoyed our time there.
And then the increment request that Virginia Justice Court had is the building remodel. And thank you for county management recommendations to fund it with the addition of the general fund. And so the remodel is to provide court staff with the necessary workspace to effectively perform their duties. Right now, I believe that the building, the way it is, well, let me go back a little bit. The IGA for staffing basically dictates that if there's if they exceed 1,000 increase in case filings in the municipal court, that you're granted another position, right?
Correct. Yeah, we're a co-located court, so all our staff are county employees. Some of them are funded through an IGA with the city of our town of Fredonia.
Yeah, and so that hit its milestone right before the fire. And I believe that a position was approved for Justice Court along with some law enforcement positions. And so that started the discussions with the remodel. But when looking at the current area, I don't believe we can drop down to add additional staff is what I understood to be an issue.
Yes, so one of the issues in the building is we can't add additional staff. We've been approved for the town of Fredonia to add one to our IGA, so add a county employee that the town will pay for, but there was nowhere to put them. Additionally, we did, and we didn't make it into our slides, but we just had a recent court security assessment. And there are some deficiencies in the building that the remodel would address. One, our courtroom's very small. It's going to increase the courtroom size. And currently, we don't have a room for attorneys to meet with clients, so it will create that room. Currently, in-custody defendants are being brought in by the police department or DPS or the county through our staff area. And then the other deficiency is if any of our staff wants to access the files, our building's old, some of you have been there. Our files are held in old jail cells. The building used to house a small county jail. But in order to access those files, our staff has to go through the courtroom every time to get to their files. And so this court remodel will also give us more space for more employees, but also fix some of those deficiencies at our building.
And thanks to our facilities for the coordination and the willingness to work with us and taking on the project, because I believe the town of Fredonia was happy to be on site and overview it, but didn't want to run the whole
It
game.
would be a collaboration.
Yeah. So that was pretty cool. SWOT analysis, same technological advances. The staff and the judge are receptive to that. They've not experienced any turnover in the past year, and they have a cohesive team and positive work environment. The weaknesses would be anticipating that short period of transition during the remodel, and then the recruitment of an additional staff to the team. Opportunities, at our budget meeting with Judge Cutchin and Dusty, her court manager, we talked about possibly trying to get some of the services that are provided at the Justice Bus over to Fredonia, and would they be interested? And what about the stand down that happens in Page? Is there a way we can get some of are there veterans that are in need of some of those services in Page? So when I go to the stand down on Friday, I'm going to meet with John Davison and talk to him about possibly getting some opportunities to pull some of the veterans from Fredonia. Somehow, how can we do that? How can we get them if it's not, I don't think, big enough to have it there, but maybe we can get veteran services to go pick up a bus full or something. Whatever we can do to bring that opportunity to the Fredonia town. And then threats, the Dragon Bravo fire, when I go through some stats, there'll be some stats on filings, but it did have an impact on the case filings, had an impact on the revenue. And then the same other anticipated changes in case processing with e-filing and stuff are the threats that they're facing right now. Do you have anything you want to add?
No, luckily we're seeing a bounce back from the Dragon Bravo fire. But literally the day they closed the mountain, the Kaibab Mountain, like our streets were suddenly quiet. Like it was an immediate impact that we felt in the courts. And we're glad that people are coming back. We're seeing a lot more visitors. We're seeing our foreign tourists come back in. They're coming through our courts. So we're grateful that it's come back, but that did have a great impact on our court.
And then here's the Fredonia team. And they did judge the local school spelling bee. I thought that was really neat. So you can provide a picture. Yeah. I can't spell worth a darn, so I couldn't judge anything. And then here they are at the distribution at the tribe, and then at the Fredonia Care and Share. So I think that ends our slides for Fredonia.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm really glad to see that we were able to come up with some funding, and the recommendation is to be able to provide you some space that you need to really perform your job duties. So, and, I think you exemplify how our justice of the peace are absolutely the first line of justice within a community, and probably where most of our community members, if they do touch the court system, it's usually through justice courts. So thank you for all you do in your community, and for reaching out to make sure you're an integral part for your area around there. So thank you so much. So other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. And it's amazing to see you here. Thank you to all your staff and when I visit, it's just always so amazing to see all the, everything that you're doing. And then over the years too, you know, the improvement that has been made with the technology, with the virtual, conference that you can have now, and then just the slight little changes that you all have made in the office is really have made that improvement. But I'm happy about this additional, you know, the addition that's going to happen, more improvement. So that's great. So, and you had your jury trial too.
We haven't had a jury trial.
Not
for a
yet.
while, but
But
have
you
s-
did,
We will
though.
have space if we have, but it won't be.
Yeah.
as tight. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. We appreciate your support.
Good.
Now we have Judge Barnes with Page Justice Court. Do you want me to stay up or you?
Sure.
Okay. I'll move this.
All right. Well, I do have a story. Because I have a lot of fun living there in Page. I've been up there for 26 years now, so I've been around the community for a little while and hang around a lot of the youth. And then one of my big things is getting into the schools and making sure that the kids still know what the justice system is about. So it was really, really fun this last week to have them be able to have the Supreme Court up there and be able to be there in there and watch that whole thing take place. And I could see that they really truly enjoyed having all that hurrah going on there. So, and then the Supreme Court justices hung out with them for lunch. So they kind of took over my place because normally I hang out with them for lunch on Tuesdays. They got the Supreme Court instead of me this week. So, but one of the things that we do, or that I'm really big on, is trying to make sure that we're working together with the rest of the community and with the struggles that our communities are having. And particularly with us, we work with a large portion of the reservation with 6 different chapter houses that we work with, and making sure that they're getting the service that they need and they're getting the opportunity to get the justice that they need as well. And so one of the things that I've done, because we seem to have, as we heard earlier, the Department of Motor Vehicles and us seem to have struggles once in a while. And so they'll get to the Department of Motor Vehicles and the Department of Motor Vehicles will send them to us. And then they'll tell us that the Department of Motor Vehicles sent us to you because this is a problem with the courts. And then we end up sending them back over there. Well, one of the things that I've done as part of that is I've made a connection with the head of the Department of Motor Vehicles over there in Page. And so now I have a connection. So, and I have my clerks keeping an eye out for when we're having an issue where things are just bouncing back and forth like that, to where if we have something that's becoming a frequent issue, let me know. And then I will literally take my own time and go over to the Department of Motor Vehicles and have a little chat with their boss and say, okay, look, this is what we're dealing with. Where's the kick? What do we got to do to fix this? And one of the big things we've been having problems with is people getting their licenses back and what they've got to do to get them back. And they're always running into difficulties there. So I developed a relationship with them, and I've developed a letter that I gave to them that gives them now specific instructions of what exactly they need to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles and ask for, so that when they go there, they'll get what they need instead of not knowing what to ask for. So we give everybody that's got a suspended license a letter to take to the Department of Motor Vehicles that says, go through and ask them this, and this. And if they can't help you out, then come back here and we'll work you through it. And so that's kind of been one of our big things that we've been working with. Now, on the lucky side for us, we've been able to keep our staffing. Our staffing has been great, right?
Right. Absolutely. You added one.
Yeah, and we just added another one. We finally got our part-time security officer hired, which he's an old county sheriff's officer.
And
Paul
it-
Campbell.
And it was a long time in coming. So it was a position that they had tried to fill. We had it filled at one point for a short period of time. It didn't last very long, but there was no hours to the position. It was an on-call temporary position or part-time position, and only when the current staff were out. So in partnership with the municipal court, they agreed to split the hours and have the person have a set amount of hours each week. So they have a flex schedule for their current court security officers, and that person comes in on those days that there's only one in the building, and they split the costs of that, and they're using their special revenue to fund that, correct?
And honestly, that's one of the beauties of Pages with working with our municipal court. We have a great relationship with them, and we're able to work through things that are going on with them. And between the two of them, they have their drug court that they're doing, and we will take the issues that they're having. If they have somebody that is in our court that's working on misdemeanor issues but is in their drug court, we will take what they're working on with them and accept that as part of our court services as well. So that's been something that we've been able to work with them as well.
Great partnership. Your accomplishments and highlights, is there anything you want to, grant staff maybe?
She didn't put weaknesses in here, but the biggest weakness up there is still me figuring everything out.
Weakness.
and getting through all of that.
The highlights is the grant position. So that's winding down. The first grant they got for the NCHIP, going through their criminal history reports. That grant is winding down. It's the reason why the judge applied for a second one. The security office was supposed to get an upgrade, and that has been done. It was finally finalized this year, and so now it's moved so that it has, they cut the wall and put windows in, two-way windows, or however that works, and they can see the people coming in. So when one's manning the entrance, the other one can watch the cameras for outside, but also can see and pay attention to the people that are sitting in our lobby. So,
But we love our NCHIP grant staff too.
Right.
So I went through the struggles of the first time trying to get a grant done. So that was a learning experience, trying to write a grant for the first time. So
he learned why people don't do it, right?
Like,
And it
now
was
I know why
easy, but-
people don't apply for grants. This is a lot of work.
They celebrated the graduation of 3 individuals in their treatment court.
And we have another one coming up on May 1st. So
That's great. And I'm going to go to the next. Yeah. Okay. And so our increment request for Page is court signage.
and if you'll see there, signs, you'll see our old sign there that has Lake Powell, and it's kind of a wooden sign, and it's actually really, really, really worn out. And so we're looking to replace that with a nice metal sign that will last for decades. So
And the total cost is $8,000, and so the cost will be split equally with the city to replace those signs. And the bottom, the other sign that's going to go up is actually, I didn't include the pictures in this one, but there's actually going to be a metal sign above the entrance, which will designate to people that's actually the entrance, even though the build out doesn't seem to be sufficient to let people know they can't come in there. They try to go to the side door that they can't get in either. So they're still parking in the city council
Yeah.
parking area instead of coming to the back. So we're hoping the new sign will be big enough that they'll see that's where they got to drive to park to come into
give a lot
the
of people
entrance.
struggling with that back door.
Yeah, that you can see him frustrated from his office. Right?
Yeah.
Not funny, but it is. Strengths and weaknesses, I think the judge talked.
Like I said, she didn't put a weakness up there, but I'm going to tell you this. I have to give a shout out though to Judge Reed, because you guys can't ever let this man go, because he has been like a true strength for me in being able, somebody that I can reach out to when I have questions, anything going up. I will tell you that I went out to lunch with a couple other judges from Maricopa County this week as part of the Supreme Court coming down. And when I told them that I was having these discussions with Judge Reed and how he helped me out with these things here and there, they're like, that doesn't happen in Maricopa County. You don't get to talk to the head of the Superior Court in the county. And that's just the unique situation that we have with Judge Reed. He is there, he's open, and he's willing to reach out and help those that are around him. So
And then they have the same strengths and threats coming at the other justice courts do. They did not experience any staff turnover, so they do have the cohesive team. Though when he said he sent me an email saying you didn't put any weaknesses. He said, though fully staffed for the last year, new judge, a new manager, new staff and positions, he finds that to be a little bit of a weakness because they're still all learning. But he also said it in a way that it was a strength because they're increasing their knowledge by supporting each other, cross-training each other in the different tasks that they do, and that they're doing that to serve the public by creating a strong team. So I took that as a strength, not a weakness, but so that's what I had.
and of course, I'm still a part of the Page Substance Abuse Task Force as well. So I'm in that we have a once a month meeting there with that we reach out to the community and reach out to the schools and offer funding and things for the community to work on our substance abuse issues within our schools. So that's one of the big things. That's why I go to the schools every week. And one of the things that I do, I've made myself available to both Page High School, Page Middle School, Manson Mesa, and Seattle School. And I go to each one of those schools, and they all know that they can reach out to me. Just a couple weeks ago, I went and taught a class over there at Seattle for their civics class. So I just like to make sure that the kids know that we're there and that we're reachable, that there's somebody that they can talk to.
And then we have a picture of the team, and then there's the security office. So the change is, you can see it from the far view, is there's a window there that they can see, and that the security office has been relocated to the actual main lobby where people sit. And then there's a view from the office to the outside of the lobby. But that was the change.
And unlike my clerks who like the new civil stuff going all computerized, I still like my old folders and being able to see everything a little easier. Still working through that, so not looking forward to the criminal ones changing yet. I'm hoping we're down the line on being switched to those.
I like paper. I think that's it for our page slides. Question?
Well, thank you, Judge, and thank you for being here. Another person who traveled far to get here, and appreciate all you do and how involved you are with your court and the community. I think that speaks volumes. So thank you so much for your service.
Always a good drive.
And others had liked Supervisor Fowler.
I just want to thank you again and just your involvement in the community, and just really happy that the building is coming together. I mean, that's been a long project, as long as I've been here. Sharon, it's been on that for as long as I can remember. But it's really a nice separation now. And I'm glad that identification sign is gonna go up. So yeah, we do get confused where we're supposed to go in. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your
We have Judge Crombie with Williams Justice Court.
Thank you, Maya, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. And as I look to the plaque behind Supervisor Vasquez, their Stronger Counties, Stronger America, I can't help but think of how our stronger courts make stronger communities that help to also then improve our county. And so I'm just honored to be a part of the county and what we're all here for today. But I just want to thank you for this opportunity to kind of boast on our team a little bit. As you look at our organizational chart, one thing that it doesn't fairly depict, although you will notice there's one vacancy present on the bottom of that chart. We had 2 vacancies until very recently. And Jen Cox, our court manager, bless her heart, she's had a rough year getting those positions filled. And the reality of such a small organization with limited staffing, when we're down 2 positions and then someone takes vacation, and then figure the odds someone's going to call in sick that week. And we're down to absolute minimal staffing with a lot going on potentially at any given time in the court. So I thank Jen for holding down the fort, so to speak, in all the long hours. I would get emails sometimes on my Outlook phone inbox at 9 o'clock at night, Saturdays, Sundays, because she was having to come in to get things done and get caught up because the staff who weren't in those positions at that time, weren't able to do those tasks. So I really appreciate all the effort that she's put in this last year. And so, oh, thank you. So just looking at some of our commitments to the community, because if you look at national polls showing that the courts as a whole nationally are at all-time low as far as public trust. But we believe that we can and we are making a difference at the local level to actually increase public trust in our courts at a time when nationally public trust is at an all-time low. And so we do that through the integrity and the work ethic and the customer care that we provide at our court, but then also our links and commitments to our community. We just had our Law Day event in Williams last week, and once again, Jen, late in the day, got an email that instead of 30 high school students showing up the next morning, it was going to be 55. So she's off to get more hot dogs. And we've never had 55 students in the courtroom before because there's only 25 chairs, but somehow we were able to pull it off and had all these high school students in for mock trials they had prepared wonderfully for. Never seen a high school class as well prepared as this year. The students dressing appropriately for the roles that they were playing. And so we have our Law Day event up in Tucson next month. So we'll be up in Tucson with the Grand Canyon students at the town hall hosted by the town of Tucson. So we look forward to that as well. So you're invited to attend. We'll have more information available on the date of that event. And then we had our veteran stand down this last year, and we're just so thank you to John and his team that brings that to our community, court admin, and everyone who's been a part of that. It's been a very successful opportunity not only to connect with our veterans, but also our veteran care providers in the greater community that we partner with, but don't often see. And so we're able to meet and collaborate with those people that we work with to provide services for our veterans. We've had, I see the picture there, the Williams Library book reading event. So the city of Williams has had a really proactive approach through the library to get community members and organizations involved in reading to the kids and getting some theme built opportunities to communicate and instill in our local kids interesting parts of the community. So they asked us to do a book reading at the courthouse. And so we had to come up with a book, and it wasn't an hour or two later, and Jen had said, I found it. She went on Amazon and found this book, Justice, the Court Dog, and the Missing Gavel. Well, the funny part of this is we have a court dog. It's my dog. He's kind of a comfort animal. His name's Titus, and he looks just like the dog in the picture. In fact, he's out in the truck right now because he goes to work with me every day, and he was there waiting to get into my truck, so I took him along this afternoon. But the kids, you can see me reading to the kids there, and when we got done with the book, I said, would you like to meet Justice? And they, yeah. So I got him out of my chambers, and he came out, and he was so happy. And they were all calling him Justice. And he's deaf. He didn't know the difference because he's quite old. But he was so happy. These kids, they all call him Justice, and they were asking me questions about Justice. I don't know if that was an integrity issue, not telling them his name is really Titus. But it was a great connection with the kids, and we gave them a tour around the courthouse then. So we love those opportunities to instill, what's important to us and in our community into the next generation as well. And so, could we advance the slides there? Thanks. So I really don't want to go over all of these in detail because it's late in the day. But one of the things we did list as a weakness, and I really consider it a strength as well, is our IGAs with the City of Williams are going to be up for review next year. We have decades-long practice of collaboration with the City of Williams. So I'm very optimistic that those IGAs are going to continue. It's just that process can sometimes be challenging and sometimes painful because there's certain kinks or things we sometimes need to work out. But I'm really hopeful that we're going to go through that process and come out ahead again as we are for both our staffing and for our facility that we, IGAs that we have with the city of Williams. We also have the IGA with the town of Tucson because we provide the court for the incorporated town of Tucson, and that's been going very well. So I want to give an example to a particular life that was changed, but I've asked Jen to share that because she was the one who actually was the one who accomplished and took the lead in that. And she's got a story that she wants to tell, but a letter she wants to read from the individual that sent us an amazing letter to the court. So Jen, if you would.
Thank you for your time. 2 years ago, during our slides, we shared a card that our court sends out to our longtime customers who we have grown relationships with. Many of these people have multiple cases within both of our courts, or just one case that takes many years, up to 10 years or better, to come to conclusion or to pay off those fines. And I'd like to read what the little card says. It's a 4x8 card that I print off on cardstock right there at the courthouse. And then I pass them all around to the staff and the judge to have him sign it. So this card says, "Go confidently in the direction of your dreams. Live the life that you've imagined. Congratulations. We're so proud of you. Judge Crombie and the Williams Justice Court staff." And then everyone has signed it. So this particular case began in 2008, and many years have gone by and we have not heard from this individual. He is incarcerated, and he reached out to the court about 10 to 12 months ago requesting, how can I take care of this case? And so this all started with a letter from the prison, from that incarcerated individual. And then we respond with another letter. And so all of the communication between this inmate and myself and the staff was by snail mail, back and forth. Each month he would send hours of work service that he had done in the prison, and then we would give him credit, review the case with the judge, write another letter, send it back. So last month in March, his case had finally come to conclusion. And we received one last letter, and I'd like to read that to you. So this was received March 17th, and it says, "Judge Crombie and staff, enclosed is not a payment of monetary value, but a token of gratitude for the kindness and humanity that this court has shown me. I have never experienced anything like what I have experienced with this court with any other court experience. I have a checkered criminal and addictive history, and made a lot of poor choices when I was younger. So when I received your words of encouragement, it helped to bolster the hope that continues to grow in my heart for my future. When I am released, I will be putting your encouraging words into a frame, and they will hang in my home office. They are a testament to the new man who lives within me, and will always be a reminder when I feel the storms of life trying to shake my foundations and blow me down. Thank you. May the Lord bless you, your children, and your children's children for 1,000 generations. You guys are awesome." So that's just one story. We've actually received thank you cards for our congratulation cards. And so that's pretty interesting, especially, some of these cases are someone not having a driver's license for 20 plus years. And this was just a letter that we received last month that I wanted to share with you all. Thank you.
If you have any questions, I might not be able to answer them. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity to share. And it chokes me up a little bit because sometimes we wonder why we do what we do. Why, we have doubts at times, but that makes it all worth it. So thank you. Any questions?
Absolutely. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Well, I don't have any questions, and yeah, I almost needed a Kleenex on that one. That is really, that's touching. Yeah, that's a life that has probably forever been changed by simple stuff. And that goes back to, I can't change the world, but I can sure change the world that I live in. And you guys do that. The comment that I wanted to make is, Judge Crombie, you had talked about your goal of bringing integrity and trust in the courts in this day and age where maybe nationally it's, it's not there. Well, I can tell you that you and Jen, you sound like glue. You sound like his, the glue that kind of holds things together. And I can tell you that the reputation of your court in the area, you guys have succeeded in that goal. You've really done a tremendous job in that community. Yeah. And I just want to thank you for the work that you guys have done there, because you are a very stable place in that community, and in this world that we live in, sometimes it's anything but that. So good job. And next time you bring Titus, bring him in with you. We've had a day of dogs today, in person or in pictures. Yeah. And that is cute. I've met Titus before, but I don't know that I knew he was deaf though.
He plays the part.
He does, doesn't he? Because his tail was wagging. Yeah. But I don't think I would lose any sleep over, maybe that, whether you should have told him his name was Titus and not Justice. I'll let it go. Yeah.
It's a nickname. It's a nickname.
It is a nickname. Yeah. Yeah. But great job you guys do. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to make it up there to Tuesday. It sounds like the law day is going to be great. We're going to still be doing this next week. So, so think of us when you're doing law day, and thank you for reaching out, across your area. So, and Supervisor Begay.
Wow, what a presentation. The Justice Court, all the staff, thank you so much for all you do. I'm pretty sure that some days you guys can't sleep, you toss and turn, you don't want to eat because you're worried about someone else. And yet you have your family to be there for. I'm just in total silence with all the stuff that's happening out there. And I'm proud to be part of Coconino County. I'm pretty sure you guys all are too. And so it brings some kind of, I don't know, the way it makes you feel when the letters that really got to me. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And that, somewhere along the way, we're going to be successful. 80%, 90% of this and that. And everyone is doing their part. And we hear a lot as board members of all the things that are happening. And I think this one really got to me. So I just want to say thank you. Please take care of yourself. Be safe out there, and continue the good work that you're doing. Excellent work that you're doing out there. And may you be blessed.
Again, thank you. Safe travels home. Appreciate you being here.
And I just wanted to add that I missed Law Day last week, and I'm sorry about that. I had a scheduling conflict. But I would have loved to have been there. 55 people in a 25-seat room. That had to have been good. I bet it was. Thank you, guys.
But your district director came. Yeah.
She and I have had to divide and conquer quite a bit recently. Yeah.
My favorite was the peach suit. There was one of the gentlemen that presented as the prosecutor had a peach suit. He was fully on. They were great. They were all dressed in suits. They were so cute. But I know we're almost out of time, and I know Judge Reed wanted to finish with some comments. And so I just kind of want to go through the slides a little bit. I provided you with statewide trends in justice courts. And in this one slide here, in the second slide actually compares our courts to statewide. And so our filings have increased. The exception is Fredonia because I believe of the fire. And the other thing to note was that evictions are up statewide And the little table, it's small and I can't read it from here. And if I put my glasses on, it won't help. But, and the pronounced too small, so I apologize for that. But all our evictions are up in our county also, through all 3 courts. We're meeting the trends statewide. One of the things in preparing for this year's budget, I realized that our AOC shut down the ability to run the report to see case filings by case. And I can only run reports by case filings by charge. And that's really not reflective of what an actual case filing is, because you can have 20 charges on one case. So the numbers are too big. So I have to go off of the website, and they only provide the last fiscal year. So I couldn't get a really good projection for this year's filings. I had to do the estimate through the numbers of previous years. So I can't really see where they are at the 6 months. So, but the filings are projected to go up quite a bit in Flagstaff Justice Court. Fredonia's are down a little bit. Page, I say they're a little bit down, but I think they're going to come up higher than just because of the trends. It just doesn't, the numbers don't come out right. And then Williams, I think, will either be a little bit up too, because they went up even though they were going to be lower last time. The clearance rates are really good in all 4 courts. Our goals are to continue to provide excellent service to our customers. Creative solutions and partnerships, the aid that their staff provide for Justice Bus events, continuing to partner with our specialty courts, with the county attorneys, the public defenders, the local treatment agencies, probations, mental health court providers. One of the things that I would say is, you know, a difference from an outlook of being here 27 years is that they partner together more than we did 25 years ago, to reach out to each other to help troubleshoot issues or to see what's the best way to do something, I think is one of the strengths that this leadership team has brought to our justice courts, along with Superior Court and Court Admin. I think over the last 15 years, you've seen just a strong, cohesive group within our courts in our county. And not that it wasn't there before, I just think that it's improved quite a bit and helped with that. You know, doing our strategic planning events. We have our LJ workshop coming up in Tucson next month. That's always a partnership. I have the sheriff presenting at our meeting this year, and Game and Fish and county attorney. So that's kind of neat partnership when everybody comes and helps educate us at our court system. And then there's some pictures of our fall visits with the presiding judge and the associate presiding judge. And so we hit all 4 courts and all the municipal courts this year. And then Judge Reed, I think this is a good one. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your presentation very much.
Thank you, Chair Horstman, for letting me have a few more moments. So I'm sure you'll join me in these comments, but I just want to say how much I admire each of our justices of the peace and how much I appreciate their collaboration and partnership and their court staff and leadership team. I really just value each of these as colleagues, and I'm just grateful for the opportunity to provide any support and assistance, and appreciate their cooperation and work with us. This is not necessarily how it is in all the counties across the state, and we are very fortunate to have these amazing public servants to help us. Thank you for allowing me this comment.
Thank you, Judge, and appreciate all the judges that were here today, some who traveled quite far, and really appreciated to hear what you're doing and helping to spread the justice system throughout Coconino County. So thank you so much. Any other concluding remarks? All right.
I think well said by our chair to all of our judges.
All right. Whoa, huh? Now drive safe home, please.
Yes, drive. Beautiful drive and just be safe. We have more semis on the roads.
You did what? That'd be great. Thank you. All right, thanks. All right, thanks.
Do whatever you want.
All right, let's try to, if we can, if you want, would you mind, we're going to continue here. So, no, it's okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. So we wanted to kind of just do a little, since we had this first week, and just to kind of give some overall thoughts. And, and I know we're all probably exhausted, so I'm not sure how coherent these overall thoughts are going to be. But, just, first and foremost, I know that there are some of us who do see a need to add some additional one-time or one-year positions. And I understand the concern that Siri and you all may have, and others may disagree. Some may just say, no, these need to be permanent. And I know we still have another week to go. And I also know, spoiler alert, we're going to be dealing with a request, a really big request next year for Division 7, which I think really lights the fire under all of us, but especially management, to really take a look at options we might have for revenue producing options. I know we've got them in terms of capital, but we need revenue coming in for other as well, like, for example, positions, or if we were going to do a Division 7. So I know this is just the beginning, right? But I think we're going to need to have some real serious discussions moving forward. It's not going to get better, especially in, the judicial system. It's just going to, it's going to be compounded here soon. So we need to start taking a look of what we might be able to do. And I know, and we hear it from all of us, and that is, where is the state? Because really they should be providing the funding. But you know what? If we're going to be saying that and waiting for them to act, nothing's going to get done. So, we owe it to our community. We owe it to the people here in Coconino County to, try to take a look at other ways to bring in some revenue. And I do think that, we have some concerns with the assessor in light of, the fact that we were all hearing over and over again about some really critical need for staffing and services. It just breaks my heart that we left any money on the table that could be used for some of these staffing and services. So I know that's something we're going to be working with to try to assist the assessor and the office to make sure we're able to do the appraisals necessary and make the adjustments on our taxes. That's what they say, low hanging fruit, to try to increase revenue. But I think we need to take a look at that. And then just myself, and I'm going to try to turn this to each one of you individually for your thoughts. I do think that we do need to add, and we're going to be we need to find out what the assessor needs to finish that job. we cannot continue to have 6,000 permits backlog. And we need to find out what he needs to get that job done. And it would be a priority of mine, I'm sure I speak for everybody else, that we fund whatever is necessary, whether we look outside to get somebody to come in to assist, or what we need to do to get the job done quickly. Not in a year and a half or 2 years, not in 3.5 years. We need to get it done within the next year. And I know that's also going to affect the treasurer, right? So we're going to need to find out what the treasurer's going to need to make sure that these get on the tax rolls and the taxes are sent out. And then I do think that, in my opinion, we should add a second investigator position to the county public defender's office, and also part-time investigator to the legal defender's office. I know that there's a lot of other requests that people were asking for. I think they all make, quite frankly, great arguments for their needs. But out of all of the presentations, other than the assessor and the treasurer to clean up a problem there, I think that those are the two positions I would recommend that we add, and I would listen to Siri's recommendation as we move forward, whether we do that as 1 year and then take a look in a year where we are, and that would be fine, but I think that makes sense. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. And what we'd love to do is just hear from all of you, and then we have some thoughts. Again, I don't know how coherent we'll all be at this point in the day, but
well,
we have some thoughts.
I'm done with coherency, so now I'm gonna send that. You want to
Yeah.
go? Should we do it in order? Look at, she's volunteering. All right, Supervisor Ontiveros.
And it is late in the day, and I was thinking the same thing on the revenue sources. I still think that we should really try and look at something that is perhaps sales tax generated so that everybody pays for this, because everybody is bringing the issues into Coconino County. So if there's any way that we can do that, that would be my preference. On the assessor, we do have to deal with that. It's already made its way into my office, and for the special taxing districts. And so it's being watched, and I know that we're going to be taking care of this. And I do have to agree with Chair Horseman's recommendation. I think I had a stronger one for the public defender. I'm sorry, for the, oh my gosh, what did she ask for? It is so late in the day. Yes, for the investigators. Yeah. And we were just very open with Sheriff Axland that if something becomes critical, to reach out. But I think that for today, that is also where my concerns are. And I'm also wondering, because I know there is going to have to be some adjustment here, and I'm looking to see how we're going to do this, because I'm also very much in favor of a balanced budget.
Thank you. Anybody else want to volunteer? Supervisor Fowler's volunteering. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. What a long week. So first off, I'll just start with the assessor and treasurer, just the thought of leaving money on the table. We got to do something to get that backlog up. And we might want to think of an outside vendor if that limits the amount of money that we have to spend to get the help that we need, because you don't need to put benefits, you don't need to do recruiting. It's just a vendor comes in, helps get you caught up, and then move forward. And that vendor could possibly help the treasurer as well. So we got to see if that's possible. I just want to see how we can get that money off the table. The second thing, I agree, the public defender investigator is important, but we got to also realize that by helping there, where else is it shifting the need in terms of downstream? What kind of work is it providing others in the justice system? The adult probation, I agree with Supervisor Fowler, that's critical. Over 20% loss in funding. It's kind of scary. I asked the question, it's obvious we're going to lose services, but I don't know if people outside of the justice system understand what that would mean if we didn't have a robust probation system in our county. How many folks would have to be incarcerated because they couldn't get probation? And so just really looking at how we find alternatives for that funding. Still real worried about the Division 7 Superior Court. Want to see if we can maintain that or get that official. And then the other thing that's just been going through my mind this whole time, because when we were starting at the beginning, we were getting our projections or whatnot, is it feels like those projections were based on before February 28th. But now that 20% of the world's oil is like stranded and we're getting into these crises, I haven't heard much about how that's going to impact some of our planning moving forward, because I see prices going up, which means the value of our dollar is going to go down, which is going to spread financial troubles across the board. And so I know we're not trying to think negative. We're trying to do what we can with what we have. But I look at the plan that we have right now, what was presented, and to me, it seems like that was before February 28th. And so I'm just really asking, how's the new reality on the ground going to impact our budget moving forward as we plan? So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Begay.
I think that all the stuff that we were talking about, we've already kind of made comments to it, and hopefully somebody was writing it down. I think as we went along, that's how I felt. But anyway, I just want to say that all the recommendations that my colleagues have made, I'm in total agreement with that. And I've been talking with others, and I know that we've been, talking about the same thing. So that would be my recommendation, or things to look at, as far as finalizing our budget. I know that general funded positions, general funds is probably can be used in anything, but still yet, we have to be mindful of the balances that we have too. And we just have to make sure that we give the proper amount of tools and funds, to the departments. And that they have addressed, each and every one of them have addressed their needs to us. So I just want to say that, I think, all the positions that were brought up by my colleagues is something that I support too. So I think the main concern that I really, really have is the assessor's office. And we need to do something with that, because we may be losing money through there, and it's not being accounted, that those would be funds that would be coming to us also. So that's what I would like to see. Thank you.
And I would love to hear, I know, Siri, you had mentioned during a break that you've got some ideas going forward with adult probation that might be helpful. So.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I start, Siri? Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your feedback. And you'll notice that some of us were coming and going like Eric. And so some of the items that you had listed, we're already working those issues by that. The state budget issue with and how it would affect adult probation. Siri had noted that we've anticipated that. We've plugged in an amount. It's not $675,000 going forward, but that's why we have our financial planning as well as our stability fund. The other thing on the assessor issue and the resources needed and the backlog, Eric, thank you for working that issue today, and we're all going to gather up after this and talk about this feedback that we're getting now and how to move forward. I had mentioned yesterday, and we really laid it out on Monday, we want to ensure that we're adopting a balanced budget without a structural deficit, et cetera. That said, we do have financial planning plus, and by that, the stability fund. The stability fund, they're one-time funds, but let's think about how we can use those one-time funds if we need to plug them into the systems for specific areas like the assessor backlog, like these issues that we know that we have, thinking about Division 7 as well for the future. At the same time, once the monies are spent one time, they run out. So it really, as we went through and looked at our limited term positions, it really highlighted the reason those were recommended and approved historically for exactly this reason. It's not ideal to operate as a department director knowing you have limited term positions and how to fill them. It's stressful. It's stressful. So we're thinking about how to, if we do, and we do need resources, and if we do recommend and you approve positions, how we structure that as full-time positions, but let's say it's 3 to 5 years of funding, and then if there are vacancies, then we work those. So then we work those in to fill those full-time positions. So we're really thinking about things that we can do to sort of manage through that, and we'll continue to hammer that out as well. So, but it's good that it's been a long week, and we're grinding here, and the list that you're giving is the list that we're anticipating. So that's good. We're all listening. Our department directors, you see, for example, Clerk of Superior Court, and there was a bit of a backlog there. We're working that. We're grinding that out. We're going to do the same with the assessor's office. We'll help manage those resources to get that work done. And Siri, what am I missing? And just really appreciate your thoughts and how you keep us on track.
Thanks. Well, Andy, I mean, I think you're spot on, and hearing the feedback is very much in alignment with what we were discussing. And I also very much appreciate that pretty much everyone had mentioned the commitment to a balanced budget as we work through scenarios. And that, you know, we did mention our planning plus, but if there are needs and backlogs and alignment, so how do we invest the resources we have and really maximize that planning plus that we've set forward in order to address those? It's very reasonable what we're talking about so far and very much aligned with that. I also want to just note on the state issue. So yes, we had anticipated some future shortfalls coming back in the probation space as far as the state funding, because it's been insufficient in the past and they sort of inflated it in the short term. We would love for them to fully take on the responsibility of those positions that they on paper say they fund through those contracts. But I will also say in looking at the state update, I mean, if they have a larger shortfall than even what they're putting, or, you know, depending on how this plays with their budget, we can't cover all of their and all of the cuts they may pass on, you know, because there could be multiple departments, right? Again, part of why we have that stability fund, and then it gives us the opportunity to have conversations and make decisions from there. I do want to also just speak really quickly to the concern about, you know, the dates on the plans and things. I think, you know, you're absolutely right. But all of our planning, you know, forecasts and things it's a living plan. We look at everything in very real time. It's funny because one of the slides we actually had in our tentative overview presentation was Iran ? And so to your point, yes, I mean, but it goes back to the certainty of uncertainty comment, right? So yes, again, and the stability fund. And then is this a short-term issue? With a short-term issue, we've heard that short-term can go into the summer, go longer. So it's a very astute, you know, observation as to the impact of that. And it certainly can be something that also affects us moving forward. The other thing I just want to note, and thank you. Yes, I agree. The revenue producing options are key. And we are going to continue, which is why, you know, we kind of kicked that off on Monday as well. And whatever format that looks like, we'd love to work collaboratively, especially, you know, if it is something that is focused on a special district to support one area or another, whether that's justice or anything else, we want to make sure that we're partnering on a paired recommendation as an organization so that we also are getting what we need out of it from the flexibility in just terms of general fund revenue, general positions as well, because we've only heard, from the courts essentially this week, but knowing that we will also hear in the upcoming presentations next week, we already touched on it with AI needs that may be technology related. That would be unrelated to a court system specifically, and we would need resources for that. And all of those things, and there's a bigger, picture look. So we definitely want to partner on any of that legislation or any of those proposed initiatives to make sure that it is the strategic approach for the entire county.
I don't even acknowledge you anymore. I just start talking. It's after 4 now, so I just want to say that, overall the budgets, I think we were talking about statutory requirement things and the financial, what they require of their return in the funds that we receive, and then also new positions, if there were going to be any. I think we really need to take a look at all of that, because we cannot continue, because we know we get funds and a lot of stuff that we are federally mandated or whatever. I think those have to be, we really need to just hold on to those, because that's where we get the federal dollars. So I'm just kind of thinking, in a way, I think we really need to take a look at each one of these organizational charts, and then go from there and to see, and not add new positions if we have to for now. Not that I know that we added some, but we didn't. But I just want to say, I'm just really concerned about the dollars that we may not even be getting later on, and we're getting cuts here and there, and so. And that's a big concern to me. Even though if it's going to be 3-4 years down the road, we got to start that kind of planning and, start looking at those things. So, and then I was talking about, do we borrow money, that type of stuff. But, I don't know. It's just, it's going to be a long time to pay it back. And then we're dipping into our slush fund. That's the other thing, and that was supposed to be for later on when we really need it. But, now we're using that towards our daily operation duties and responsibilities, and then the backlog. So those are things that I'm kind of thinking about as far as the presentations that were made today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay, and Supervisor Fowler noted this earlier in the discussion with adult probation. What are those other areas of concern that are reliant upon state or federal funding, and looking at where those uncertainties are in funding, and what could we anticipate as needing the stability fund to address? And that's why we have this proposed stability fund. But with the state budget concerns, and just in talking to Eric, and Keith is here as well, it may be that we pass our budget.
It's fall.
Don't shoot the messenger. It may be that the state doesn't even pass a budget until after we pass ours. At this, right, Eric? At this point in the game, as I'll say.
It's legitimately an August look right now. Potentially August when the state passes. We certainly know our biggest exposures will probably be in HHS, with the changes in HR 1, otherwise known as the big bill that I don't like to call that. But HR 1 is going to bring those changes in HHS. In some ways, many of those costs will not be able to be controlled by us. Those cuts we'll take another piece of the stability fund to provide a glide path like we've talked about for our teams in certain areas. Transportation, I feel more secure about, simply because we have done work here locally to provide for that kind of funding for our own roads. While we may see some changes and reductions in funds here and there if they have to pull some money into the state system, we've got the road maintenance sales tax. We've done local work to sort of backstop into that space in this near term. that doesn't go out to the long term, right? I mean, the expectation from our citizens here and our guests here, our tourists, of what they want to see on roads when they come out here is changing every day. I mean, every year we get farther away from acceptance of gravel roads. People that come up out of the valley will start to demand more paved roads and such. And I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just, yeah, but if the expectations are growing in that way. So, I mean, again, that long-term planning is incredibly important in that regard, right? How do we have the revenue to meet the expectation of the customer, the citizen, the client? So.
One of the other things that, oh, Chair, can I speak? Or may I speak? But anyway, oh gosh, I forgot what I was going to say now. You did that. What was I going to say? Oh my gosh.
So I'll say what we think too.
So when we're meeting as staff, one of us will say, I have a great idea. Well, what is it? And at this point in the day, it gets lost somewhere in the ether of our thoughts.
Oh,
Yeah.
one of the things that what I wanted to say was, I think for advocacy on all the programs, I think we need to have you guys write up some facts and stuff that we can take wherever, we'll have it in our Bibles, so that we can go along and, talk with people that we think that might have a say-so or input into that. I think that would be good. And just like Lena's all over the place, and Geronimo leaves here and there. He went to Spain. He can tell somebody in Spain. I'm just kidding. But anyway, all of us, I think we can play that role. So that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
so Government Affairs has started a running list of impacts and cuts and hearing all the different things, right? So what are we hearing from other interested groups and such, and then from our own departments on the impacts that they will have. And so we can also tell the story then of the county, of the work that we do in that. I will say if the budget goes long, that means the pressure on each legislator becomes important. And I will also add the whole dynamic of we now are down one member in the House. Mr. Marshall has resigned to take that position in Navajo County. So the Navajo County Board will now be required to appoint a replacement for him. So that is an incredibly important appointment on how this budget process will go and where the votes will be. So I could lengthen it out or it could help get it done if it needs. So.
Anything else? Any other comments, questions? Oh, yeah. Supervisor Vasquez, you've got the closing remarks.
No, I just wanted to mention that as we're going through and looking at the different departments, really looking at which of those are revenue generating departments and making sure that we're supporting them as much as possible so we can continue to collect as much revenue as we can, so that way we can distribute it out through the county to make sure we meet all our needs as much as possible. So we don't have to borrow or do some of those other cuts that we're afraid of doing. That's all. Thank you.
Well, wait a minute. I thought that Geronimo was going to, okay.
Yeah. I have to put
Supervisor Fowler.
the whipped cream on top. What I noticed is from each of the department is the strength was in each other. Just amazing staff we have. They're so well prepared. I just want to thank all of you and those that have presented. So and we already knew that, but just to hear it again and just the stories on how they do their work with passion and with their heart, it's just really moving.
We need anything from anybody. I mean, the strength in all of these folks that present. I mean, you need something called Judge Crombeam. He's there, isn't he, Erica? For example, they're wonderful people that we work with.
I just want to thank the administration here, all the directors and supervisors that make things possible for our staff. And it can go up and down, as far as, the success. It just, you can see a lot of it. And board is told no at times, or no, just kidding. But anyway, we listen to one another. We're helping one another, and we throw out stuff, and we're not demanding. I think that's the way that I feel that this board is too. We just tell you what we see, and that's it, and then you guys figure out the rest. Thank you.
right, final call, final call. I get that little, get that, see? We're done. Thank you all.
Yes, ma'am.